like a flash that your eyes cannot keep up with. Like a flash that your eyes cannot keep up with. Nós já provamos ser guerreiros e os nossos mundos.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Rio de Janeiro's Jeunesse Arena, the newest home to the 2017 Mid-Season Invitational. It's been 7 months since SK Telecom T1 hoisted the Summoners Cup at Worlds, and now the best teams from around the world are here to make their mark on the international stage. Inside the arena, all eyes are on which region will rise. We've got cosplayers galore. We've got Brazilian fans who are hyped and ready to go. We get to experience them firsthand for the first time because we've been hearing them through our headsets back in North America, but we've arrived at Rio. I've got 3 spectacular analysts on my desk. I'm James Dash Patterson alongside Indiana Frosker in black. We got Chris Papa Smithy Smith and Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley. Gentlemen and lady, how are we doing today?
Incredible. Rio, this is my first time here, my first MSI. I do have to say this, though. I traveled all the way to the other side of the globe, and I still couldn't get away from an Australian.
What can I say? What can I say? First time in South America for me as well.
Yeah, well,
the crowd's here. They've got that reputation. They're going to be loud.
If it makes you feel any better, the Australians have gotten everywhere. We've got pastry time in NA too, so don't worry. We've got our fill. Nice. Now, the squads we'll see on stage aren't the only international teams in the house. You're getting a look at our partners here from Brazil, CB Law, who are helping to bring the competition to the far corners of the globe, as well as our Chinese LPL broadcasting team. Now, as you can see, things are getting heated up as we count down to the opening ceremony here at MSI 2017. And as the world's best face-off on the Rift, we want to hear from you. Tweet us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag MSI 2017. But let us know what regional clash you're looking forward to the most and why. Don't forget to include that hashtag so we can check on the conversation later today. Now for a little bit of business, the format and the schedule coming into MSI 2017. The final weeks of MSI 2017 will be made up of 2 stages. First, a best-of-1 double round robin between all 6 teams. Now the top 4 teams from the group stage will advance to next week's knockout stage, a best-of-5 single elimination bracket that will decide our champion. As with last year, the 4 teams that advance to the bracket stage will secure a first pool seed at Worlds, so advancing in this tournament, all that much more important.
And it's also important to note that the first salvo was actually fired by the GPL, by the GIGABYTE Marines, who went through and qualified the GPL for a spot at Worlds already because of their performance at the play-in, because they've made it here to MSI. So an extra spot in the play-ins, a spot already into the group stages of Worlds. It's a big achievement by the GIGABYTE Marines.
And the question is, can they do one better? Can they get that Pool 1 seed locked
That'll be a story.
up? Yeah, that will be a story. Now, of course, the competition gets underway today with 6 games, beginning with a trial by fire for Europe's G2 Esports as they face 3-time world champions SK Telecom T1. Then it's the LPL's Team WE versus the LMS's Flash Wolves, and we'll get our first look at the 2 remaining contenders as the GPL's GIGABYTE Marines face off against North America's TSM, and that's a rematch, Azale.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot more intense than you may be expecting. If you didn't watch the play-ins, GIGABYTE Marines took TSM to 5 games and almost
winning the first 2.
Yeah, they were dominating.
It was almost a 3-0 sweep. TSM able to edge out that reverse sweep to qualify here for the group stage. And with a lot on the line coming into these days, Riot's raising the stakes, and so can you. Through May 24th, you can pick up Conqueror Karma and accompanying Ward skin in client, and 25% of all proceeds will go directly to the Mid-Season Invitational prize pool. Now, the teams here today represent the best from their home regions, and when we look at the numbers, it's not by a narrow margin, to say the least. We have to talk about the heavy favorites here in Rio, reigning world champions SK Telecom T1. My question to you 3, is there anyone that can take them down?
And to be blunt, I gotta say no. They have the best players, the best coach, the most experience. They're the reigning champions, and to top it all off, they're even better than last year.
I mean, 7 years into the competitive scene, and finally it doesn't take a Korean analyst to hype up the Korean region. Everyone knows they come in heavy favorites, but there is still some caveats. Will they rise as champions at the end? Probably. I'm willing to make that bet. I think most of us would. But historically, the first week of MSI, the first week of any tournament is where they're weakest. This is a team that adapts to patches, that really over time figures out what's best. But a lot of us are shrouded in darkness. This team has only played 3 games in the last 3-4 weeks. They only played 3 games on 7.6 onwards. We're jumping ahead in patches, and maybe SKT. G2 is probably a good time to be playing them.
But just to echo a bit of what Zale was saying on the side, the scary thing is you have 2 new members right now. You got Huni, you got Peanut, former Rocks Tiger there in the jungle. We had to bring in the North American and the European import to kind of boost SKT.
NA talent.
Exactly. But the scary thing is that Huni is definitely a front runner for best top laner at the tournament. Yep. And with more of the fighter champions coming into meta, like the Rumbles, the Fizzes, I think he's just the best well-rounded top laner at the tournament. He can play the tank now. He's matured to that. And we know that he can pull out those carry champions.
And while most people consider SK Telecom to be the tournament favorite, the team that people are looking at to perhaps unseat them would be the Flash Wolves. Of course, this is a team that in the past we've referred to as a dark horse. Papa Smithy, I know you got some thoughts on that one.
I mean, they've always been a bit shrouded in darkness. partners. No English broadcast for the LMS. You see them come into international tournaments. Everybody's like, okay, these guys are pretty good, but they've been so dominant in their region. Nobody really knows what to make of them. I think their recent performances at IEM on the global stage with their roster changes, finally, they're going away from Dark Horse and becoming real contenders. It feels like the consensus among most is that they're the biggest contender next to SK Telecom, which is a big compliment and shows finally some confidence in the Flash Wolves on the global stage.
And here's the thing, they're no longer just the Maple and Karsa show. They've upgraded their bot lane. Their 80 carry, formerly known as Double Red, now known as Betty, is a massive upgrade over NL. These guys are strong across the board.
Now, of course, they did have kind of a lackluster performance in Worlds the last time we saw them at a major international play in terms of Riot tournaments, so looking for a little bit of redemption from that. But if we move ahead to our next team here, we're going to have to talk about G2 Esports. This is the true story of redemption here at MSI. Most people will recall last year, you know, all the memes around G2 vacation and whatnot. But for this squad, with some members swapped around, going to be looking to kind of achieve and move that organization to a higher level of standing.
And this is a team with an incredible amount of pressure on them, because although they have been regionally dominant, they don't have really the support of the European fans. You look at them in playoffs, people are cheering for Fnatic to beat them, then they're cheering for UOL to beat them, and they're known as these international chokers. If they could finally show up and prove themselves here, they may be able to win over some of those fans.
I mean, frankly, for me, G2 are coming in as kind of the dark horse. I like the language. Like, yes, Flash Wolves are the contender, but if you look at this really thick mid-pack of the TSM, the Team WE, G2, and GIGABYTE Marines, I think G2 are just slightly a cut above. They were much more dominant, you know, a lot more 2-0s in the region than TSM, you know, dropping all those one games.
Yep.
And EU, holistically as a region, has such a smorgasbord of, like, these different types of metas. You got teams that play fast, teams that play slow, all these weird pocket picks, and so G2 have been able to adapt to everything that's been thrown to them, and coming into MSI, that's a great skill to have.
And while G2 look for redemption, a team that does not need to look for redemption would be the GPL's GIGABYTE Marines. These guys have impressed from the start to where we are right now in the tournament. I mean, they were, what's the word I'm looking for? They were underhyped, right? They were discounted at the outset of the play-ins, and yet there they are qualifying here for groups and grabbing that slot at Worlds for their region.
Yeah, I mean, people were expecting Turkey to come through, Supermassive to be able to win that qualifier, but it was the GIGABYTE Marines, and I think a lot of it had to do with they play their own style. They were not intimidated by the competition, whether it was TSM or Supermassive. No matter who they played, they stayed aggressive, and I think there's something to be said for that.
Yeah, exciting stylistically. They play like the nameplates are off. They play aggressive. They're a great team to watch. So they're a team that's definitely there to be followed.
Now, the flip side of that whole story is TSM and the fact that they even got pushed to a 5th game by the GIGABYTE Marines yet to get to this stage of the tournament. Talk to me, Azael, about this squad and maybe some of the reservations they might have coming into day one here.
I mean, they have a lot to prove. Not only is this going to be a pretty tough matchup for them based on the play and results, but, you know, they're a team that's coming off of international failure as well. Coming out of the summer split, they were one of the most hyped teams going into Worlds 2016. They failed there, and these players are back and looking for some redemption.
All right, well, our final team is going to be the LPL team, Team WE. So, Frostgren, I'm going to hand this one off to you. Take it away.
Okay, so Chinese aggression, just kill it. Just get it out of your vocabulary. Team WE, if you haven't seen them, they play like a completely different team. That's not to say that they can't go off in the early game, that they can't play aggressive and fast-tempo games. It's just much more controlled and much more methodical. They're more of a marathon than a sprinter.
Well, and of course, if we talk about legacy with this team, it's all about rebuilding that legacy for this squad, right? As we remember, IMA qualifying over Team WE for that 3rd spot here at Worlds 2016. So a little bit of a rebuilding for legacy for them.
Yeah, definitely hurts me to remember that game. They just barely missed out on Worlds. If you haven't seen it, it was the Hail Mary of best-of-5s to knock WE out of World contention.
And this is a team that has been on an upward trend for quite some time. You know, a couple years back, they were 10th place in LPL. They go to an IEM, they bring in Mystic, they bring in Chie and some of these players.
It's a 2-year rebuild, really.
Yeah, and over those 2 years, you know, they get to the finals there, they lose. Last year, barely missing out on Worlds. Now they are the #1 seed from China in MSI, and they're finally here.
Frostgren, talk to me about the individuals on this squad, because I think we look at a lot of the other orgs and we go, there's a star player there. Who's the star here for Team WE?
You have to pay attention to Condi. He's the jungler. He's by no means the 2nd place jungler. He's definitively the best, and everything plugs into him.
All right, that's great to hear. That's going to do it for us here for a moment at the desk. We'll take a closer look at the competition in just a little bit, but it's time now to meet our contenders here at the 2017 League of Legends Mid-Season Invitational.
Invitational League of Legends has come to Florida in the first ever mid-season Invitational.
Faker has never lost with LeBlanc. EDG take down Faker. SK Telecom T1 are wiped. LPL's Edward Gaming are the 2015 mid-season Invitational champions.
欢迎各位观众朋友收看2016的季中冠军赛事，欢迎来到上海。
我们恭喜 IMG 在 LPL 在上海的赛场拿下了 SKT， 我们恭喜 SKT 拿下了大马快写下了新的英雄联盟历史。
Está no ar, direto dos estúdios da Riot Games Brasil em São Paulo.
Times definidos para Rio e apenas o Irareba.
Representando a Europa, G2 Esports. Diretamente da América do Norte, TSM. Juntando-se a nós, da GPL, GIGABYTE Marines. Diretamente da China, a campeã da LPL, a equipe WE. Representando a LAMS, Flash Wolves. Representando a Coreia, SKT T1. Estes são os desafiantes do Mid-Season Invitational.
I really don't feel pressured at all. No matter what I do, it's gonna be better than last time.
这次跟 G2 打的话，我觉得他们一定会比上次难打很多。It's our time to redeem ourselves. It's our time to show the world that we can be up there with the very best.
Lần này em muốn đối đầu nhất là TSM, em muốn trả mối thù vào tuần trước để thua họ 2-3.
They're gonna be looking for revenge, and we're gonna be looking for redemption.
已经很多年没有代表中国出去参加比赛了，
感觉挺有压力的吧，因为是代表一个赛区来打的。
세계 1위 팀이기 때문에 꼭 이겨봤으면 좋겠습니다.
이번 MSI 목표는 여전히 우승이고요.
这是我们第2次来参加 MSI，然后这次的目标当然是希望能够拿下冠军。
저희가 작년에는 처음에 좀 많이 져서 이번에는 좀 처음에도 잘할 수 있게 준비를 하고 있고요.
2015 Huni was like quite baby Huni, but I'm in SKT right now, so I'm ready to smash everyone.
An amazing performance here to open the tournament. Some of those drummers join us from Banda Alana, which started as an after-school program focused on teaching students as young as 11 to play music. They're here with us at MSI. We're just Game 1 is minutes away. And gentlemen, just in there, we heard Faker talking about how last year they had that slow start. You pinpointed it here at the top of the day, Papa Smithy, but according to Faker, they're doing everything in their power to make sure that doesn't repeat itself. So we might even have a smaller window than we thought for other teams to unseat SKT.
But let's take a step back on Faker, because remember, 3 weeks ago, he's in the Bonjwa chair, he's in that big MVP chair over in Korea, in Seoul, for the OGN Grand Final, and now we see him in the Jeunesse Arena, lit up, holding the MSI trophy. 3 World Championships in a row, if you include MSI, that run since 2015 Worlds. It's been a couple of interesting weeks.
Flying V and everything. So, man, did they look intimidating up there, but it does really set the stage for what the rest of these teams are going to have to put forward in order to overcome SK Telecom as the tournament favorite. Other things I want to talk about here, though, are your guys' expectations, or what excites you about this tournament. We've done the business. We've set the table for the teams. What are you excited to see?
I mean, it was me sitting here with you on the first day of Worlds talking about the Ezreals, the AD carry role being the one that was exciting at Worlds. It's the jungle mids here. It feels like everyone's trying to separate. Is it the mid laners? Is it the jungles? No, it's the duos here, because Maple Karsa from the Flash Wolves, Peanut and Faker from SKT. There's a lot to love with the mid lane jungle synergy.
And that's really the easy one to go to. And yes, it's explosive across the board. But what's interesting to me is when you start breaking out that 2v2 and you start matching it across, that things really become lopsided. Like Karsa versus Maple Maple Karsa versus Peanut Faker, that sounds amazing.
Hype.
But Peanut Huni versus Karsa MMD, suddenly that's much more lopsided towards SKT. And I think it's these side lanes that are really going to play the fundamental difference here in making or breaking these teams.
Absolutely.
I've got to say, I'm most excited to see who's going to adapt to the new patch. Who's going to bring out, the pocket pick or something special that really can change the course of the game. So we looked at MSI last year, CLG really popularizing range supports, even Sona and things like this coming out. I want to see who's going to be the new trendsetter.
Just to jump in here, it's important to note that all of MSI will be played on patch 7.8 with the new bot lane duo of Zion Rakan disabled. Galio, however, very much enabled, and he saw lots of play in the play-ins.
And he didn't just see it in the play-ins, he also saw it all throughout LPL playoffs as well as the finals, but a lot more success here in the play-ins, particularly by Fabulous up into that top lane. But of course, he's always a flex pick.
Yeah, he is, but I'm going to say I'm not really a Galio fan. Speaking of the LPL, he did not do so hot in most of those games. Something like 1-5, maybe 2-5.
To be fair, he was played by relegation teams.
I mean, he was also played in the finals mid lane where he lost. And I think, to me, the thing with Galio is he's so predictable. Everything he does is so obvious, so telegraphed. It's, the channel on his ultimate, the channel on his taunt, the wind up on his punch. I think that you can play around it very well at the highest levels. And I think while he has some good combos, like J4 and Ahri, he's not the most impressive pick.
Let's explore those, because perhaps he's not universal, but we did see him played to much more success in the play-ins, and that was typically paired with things like the Ahri. So as opposed to it being more of a reactive and defensive, tool, it was more of an aggressive enabling tool.
And it's a flex pick. It's something that Frostkuren just brought up. And the power of flex picks at international events, it feels like, once again, they will be under the microscope. So while is it going to dominate the mid lane? Probably not. Dominate the top lane? Probably not. It can always push. And something that's flexible, that can be taken early in the draft and flexed, hide other picks, I think always has inherent power.
We talk about Galio as one possible flex pick. Another, and I know a lot of us are very excited about this, the possibility of a Lucian showing up perhaps in the mid lane. Let's talk about other flexes that are available to these teams, including Lucian.
The Karma as well is going to be a big one. It feels like the Kog'Maw, the Twitch, the hyper carries in the bot lane are back. And that means that Karma support and also Lulu in the mid lane. So the flex nature there is going to be a big thing.
And although Lucian top is basically a meme with Huni, it's something that I think there is a real chance of them bringing it out.
Huni has been playing in solo queue.
Yeah, Huni's been playing in solo queue, but it's not just him. Faker had over 30 games of this in solo queue, ranked mid. So he's actually practicing it a lot, and if you can play that well in 3 roles, it can be a pretty powerful flex pick perhaps for SKT.
I always found it hilarious, though, as you look at Faker, you see all the Lucian, you look at CA, you see more Lucian, you can see it bleeding through, but then you check in on some mid laners, and it's like they get 2 losses and they suddenly stop playing.
I don't understand why this is a thing. Anyway, it's not just about what we think. It's about what you think as well. So please represent your region in client throughout the tournament, both for pride and the prize on the line. The region with the highest percentage of players sporting their MSI icon will earn themselves a 3-day IP boost. Those icons are available right now, so let your team's flag fly. That's going to do it for us here at the desk. So the stage is set and the players are ready. Let's meet our casters and get onto the Rift here at MSI 2017.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everybody. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined by Martin Fischer-Lunga and Joshua Marisman. As we're about to get into this bout here in Rio, I messed it up at the end. I'm not practiced. EU LCS versus LCK. David and Goliath, as big as it's ever going to be.
Yeah, obviously SKT, massive underdog going into a game like this. No? You guys don't agree?
No, maybe not. The 3-time world champion. Okay, defending MSI. I don't want your jokes.
Never won EU LCS. I'm going to say that, no. But SKT, of course, defending world champions.
They do have a player that did win EU LCS.
That is true. And they also have some other players that are pretty damn good, Trevor.
Look, SKT, they won Worlds last year. They come back. They revamped their roster, and they're looking even stronger, even scarier.
Yeah, and that's the craziest thing about SKT is they are the defending MSI champions and 3-time world champion. And you have to ask if they've ever been better, right? They do continue to improve, and they're kind of using the snowball effect that normally exists with a 20-minute goal lead just in life because they continually get better, improve, and build on their experience.
Yeah, after winning Worlds, they said, you know what, this roster is not good enough. Let's upgrade it. You know, let's get Huni, let's get Peanut as well, especially Peanut in the jungle. Here towards the end have looked fantastic. What a great performance in the final from him. And Huni as well. Obviously performing both on tanks and carries up in the top lane. Both these guys make way less mistakes compared to what we used to see. They're much more calm and collective, and they work well with the team.
Yeah, so great to hear the growth. We'll talk a little bit more about G2 once we get into the game. And let's start by looking at their roster lineup. Of course, they will be starting on the blue side today with Expect in the top lane, Trick in the jungle, Perks in the mid, Sven Mithy, your AD carry support, and their coach, Youngbuck. SKT, we've just talked about their roster as well. You can see the players on stage. Gentlemen, we're about to jump in and pick some bands. So let's talk a little bit about the SKT roster and what we can expect. Huni, Peanut, Faker, Bang, Wolf, and of course their coach, Koma.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about SKT is there was once a time where you thought they were vulnerable, and you also kind of wonder how long they can sustain this dominance. Because if we look back to the group stage last year of MSI, they went 6-4 and moved into the bracket stage as the number 4 seed. So they remember that, and they don't want that to happen again.
Oh, that was back when, of course, there were some shaky games during the spring split. This one here, while they did lose to Samsung, close to playoffs, once we actually got to the playoffs and they faced KT in that final, it was a 3-0 where, yes, SKT might struggle the first 10-15 minutes in those games against one of the best early game teams in the world, but they bounced back every single time.
They absolutely did, and the analyst desk was talking about the MSI meta last year and how the range supports really started to take up. Let's talk about this year's meta. Patch 7.8, we're getting ready for picks and bans. So, gentlemen, what are we expecting here?
So one thing that I think is true about this patch, and we did get to see it a lot in the play-ins, was how much the game can be played through the bottom lane. And this is a place where G2 has a decent ability to do well in this tournament. Sven and Mithy have a lot of international experience, and I think it's what G2 is going to want to play around most if they want to find success.
Yeah, but whenever, of course, you want to play around these side lanes, you need your mid lane and jungler to be able to join so they can roam down to these lanes here and set up potential dives or ganks, and that's where we look at Perks and Trick, of course, from G2 Esports. Going against Faker and Peanut, you would say quite a mismatch on names, and especially judging from Perks' performance maybe last year. But if you haven't watched a whole lot of Perks this split, he's much more consistent now. He's matured quite a lot as a player, and going into this game here, he shouldn't be here to try and beat Faker. He should just try and go even.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about G2. If you look at the G2 that you saw last year versus the G2 that's coming into this MSI, they are a much more patient team. Instead of taking a risky 50-50, they will instead try and wait and hope to get a 70-30. And you can kind of do that to infinity where they're trying to get the 100% play. Doesn't always work out that way. Will not work out that way against SKT, but that's the type of style they are moving towards.
Yeah, and it's something that as a team they've been very outspoken about throughout the spring split, talking, especially at the early stages of the year, how they want it to be reliable, how they want it to be consistent, make sure they fix some of those tilting problems that plagued them during 2016 in more high-pressure moments.
Yeah, definitely so, and it's basically just a plan to become a better team internationally. Like we heard Mithy in the opening feature talk about, it's time for them to prove they can be up there with the best teams in the world. So they didn't just practice to win EU LCS, because they've done that now 3 times in a row. They wanted to make sure they can actually play much more like an SKT, but obviously not at the same level quite yet.
Yeah, and if you look at a player like Perks going up against Faker, you have to remember just how new of a player he is in comparison. Perks was 14 years old when Faker was on his way to winning the 2013 World Championship. And Faker has basically sustained dominance from that point with the 1 year in between where he didn't win. So Perks, this is essentially his second go at Faker. He got his first try last year, fell down. The question is how well he can get back up.
And of course the pressure on G2 and Perks as well, because the European audience, they want to see G2 Esports, you know, get out of groups here, make top 4 at least. I saw even people were talking about, now we got to rally behind these guys, and that's great. Don't be too disappointed if the very first game is not in favor of G2 Esports. It's a long tournament.
Exactly. Double round robin, best of 1. These teams are playing 10 games in the group stage, and top 4 is super important for pretty much every team, because that means you get the pool 1 seed at the World Championship, which most likely gives you an easier group and way into the bracket stage there.
And of course, both of these teams kind of favored to win their respective regions and actually lock down that pool 1 split, pool 1 seed if they can lock it in. Just to give you an update, guys, you saw Faker taking off his headset there. We're replacing the microphone on his headset just to make sure he gives us the thumbs up and the go-ahead before we jump into picks and bans. I want specifics now. What champions are we going to see? What are we going to see banned? What are the strategies that G2 and SKT can employ in this pick ban phase?
Yeah, so one ban that I'm expecting for sure from G2 since they're blue side is Lee Sin. Peanut is 11-0 on Lee Sin this year. He played it to much success in the LCK finals, and it's a champion that Trick doesn't necessarily have high up in his champion pool.
And I want to look at 2 of their potential flex picks, Karma, Lulu. They will be very contested this tournament. Teams have figured out you can't really give both over to one team, because then suddenly they run Juggernaut comms or Twitch, and the late game is just unbeatable. Faker and SKT, they play both these champions. While G2 Esports in Europe, they didn't favor like Lulu mid, Karma mid very highly, except for 1 or 2 players. I wonder if G2 Esports actually wants to maybe remove both, or see if they can trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, and this is one of the difficulties when trying to do pick and ban against Coma and SKT, because most teams will have players they have to pick and ban around who don't necessarily have complete champion pools. But every player on SKT has a complete mastery of the champions in the meta, so that allows SKT to leave a lot of things up to trade. So for instance, the shielding champions, Lulu, Ivern, and Karma, you need to prevent people from getting 2 out of 3 of those usually. So with the fact that G2 hasn't banned any and neither has SKT, could end up being very favorable for SKT in this draft.
I'm expecting the Lee Sin to come in as the last ban for G2 Esports, unless they want to trade that early rotation Lee Sin for something else, because Trick is not the biggest Lee Sin player.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. We also wonder how much SKT has trained Ivern. It's not a champion. Peanut has played it all during the regular season. Trick was one of the first junglers to bring it out in the European LCS in the early adopting phase, and that could be a good pick into Lee Sin if they decide to go that route.
I mean, Ivern was barely used in LCK at all by any teams. But in Europe, it became a huge pick towards the end. Now, both these supports we mentioned in Karma, Lulu have been removed. When you ban one on the blue side, you kind of show you want to first pick the other one, and that forced SKT to get rid of Lulu. But Jet, the champion you mentioned,
yeah, that would give them a large lead on the bot side if they didn't have one of the pushing shielding supports. And they kind of show the Ivern, but you can tell there is still a little bit of hesitation because they don't know if SKT is going to prioritize that pick. So I think G2 is hoping to go for the Ashe as kind of the best-in-class marksman down there and hope that SKT doesn't take Ivern with these next 2 picks.
It would be a surprise if SKT locked in Ivern, so I think what G2 is doing is smart, kind of challenge them. You got to show it first here in the very first game. Ashe as well, quick touch on her. Safe as laning AD carry right now. You can pick her against absolutely anything down in the bottom lane. And Wolf and Bang is a dual lane you really need to respect because they've been playing so well this split. And I think this is really good from G2.
Challenge was issued by G2 regarding Ivern, and SKT have locked in Graves. So going to allow that Ivern through on the G2 side.
Yeah, I do think this is interesting because Graves and Lee Sin, I feel like are Peanut's 2 best junglers. I think his Lee Sin is better, but Graves would be a better pick into Ivern. So I'm really curious to see where G2 responds with this.
Funny story, actually.
Whoa.
Did he lock in the Lee?
He did.
That is a bit of a surprise from Trick. He has, of course, played Lee Sin during the split, but it was never one of his favorite picks. I like to call Trick a level 6 jungler, like Graves, Rengar, Ivern, champions where you farm to level 6 and then you really start having an impact on the map. Lee Sin now, this tells me that G2 wants to be very active early on and try and really see if they can get some advantages through the first few minutes.
A lot of pressure on Trick. 3 times this year he's played Lee Sin, 2 wins and 1 loss. And he's going to be challenging SKT. Let's take a look. Phase 2 bans. Both bottom lanes have been locked in and junglers, so solo lane is left, and immediately the Fiora taken away.
Just to talk about Fiora very quickly here, Expect is a guy that didn't get to show a whole lot at Worlds last year on the international stage, but now after another split, he's honestly improved quite a lot, and the team trusts him on carries. They put him on carries up in the top lane. SKT obviously been scouting that, and they're actually respecting Expect here.
Yeah, and as far as the draft phase goes as well, it's the solo lanes for both teams that have yet to be locked in. And in these situations, I very heavily favor red side because they'll get to power pick one and then counter pick the next one.
I think they're going to go Shen with the bans here, or Gragas as one of the picks here for Huni, because they're banning away GP, which is a very traditional Shen counter, and Fiora does well against both the tanks. So I'm 100% expecting Shen or Gragas.
I definitely feel like SKT is going to want to get some form of initiation. Shen isn't that great as a primary initiator, so I'd put a higher percentage on Gragas. They have the Varus, but aside from that, it's not that good. SKT, more than any other team, though, is able to play with low to no initiation. It's Galio!
Oh, okay, like it, I like it. So G2 removed that Shen we talked about. And then suddenly SKT just pivot and say, you know what? We now want to play Galio.
Would Faker play that in the mid lane, or is this definitely Huni in the top lane? It is a flex. This is something the analyst desk was talking about as well.
You can, but I definitely feel like right now it's best served in the top lane. It's also really good into tank matchups because of his tremendous wave clear and the way his Q scales. So I would see it as a top laner, but we'll have to see.
And now with the Nocturne locked in here, Huni will have the chance to try and counterpick it if there is a ranged top laner available for him to take against it, if he doesn't want to play the Galio. But Galio does offer wave clear. He can play really safe and passive in his laning phase, and then Faker might get his chance to counterpick the Orianna.
Safe and passive if it's in the top lane. Under the assumption Trick and Expect do not try gank him. Another early game laner. SK Telecom with their last pick. Will it be the Syndra?
I mean, Syndra has been the highest presence mid laner on this patch. Presence means percentage of games picked or banned. And also it's something that is often banned against the best mid laners, and most mid laners need to prepare picks just to play against Syndra. So the fact that G2 went through this entire draft phase, and you could argue the Fizz would be a top lane ban, but essentially threw almost no bans towards Faker, is scary in itself, and Syndra is best in class in the mid lane.
Yeah, sadly for Perkz, he couldn't take Syndra himself, even though it is one of his signature picks, because then Echo would have been available for Faker as a counter pick. So he had to go for Orianna as his blind mid laner. I'm excited though, because there's so many fun lanes to watch right now. Renekton against Galio up in top lane. Massive skill matchup in the bottom lane between Sven, Mithy, and Wolf and Bang. That's going to be so exciting.
Yeah, how much can these teams play around the bottom side? And how aggressive is that bottom side willing to go? The Ashe Zyra has so much level 6 potential, but so does the Varus and Misfortune, so it can be very explosive when we get around 7 minutes into the game.
Round 4 G2 with the Renekton and the Lee Sin combination in the top half. I think they're expecting to be explosive. I feel like they're going to come out the gate swinging, try to send a message here on the international stage, try to send a message that they're here to play.
If G2 wanted to play slow and steady, they would have locked in Iron. They're going for action with this comp here.
And I think that's the big wild card here for G2 is what level is Trick's Lee Sin, because Lee Sin's not one of those champs you pick up in a couple weeks. This is something you have to spend your career mastering. So I really want to see how good it is right now for Trick at MSI.
Now we all want to see that. For G2, they're going to need Trick to show up. There's the team composition on your screen for G2 Esports, reigning European LCS champions, and of course SKT, the reigning world champions, defending MSI champions.
And LCK champions as well. They just keep accumulating titles. It's a question of how many they can get.
There's always pressure on SKT going into a tournament, because it will be a massive upset and disappointment if they don't suddenly win. That's, I guess, the only problem when you just keep winning and winning and winning.
Talk about a first world problem of note there. To give you guys a quick update, there is a brief pause. As we've loaded into the game, you can see the technicians on stage. They're chatting to Sven, it looks like. And we'll get an update for you in a moment or two. When I look across summoner spells, there's nothing really that jumps out super surprising to me. Perkz got himself that flash cleanse.
Yeah, I think cleanse here on Perkz is a small surprise. Normally you do that if you're against like an Elise jungle as well with Syndra. Now he's really respecting Faker's setup, but also later on he's respecting Varus. And he's engaged with the ult, because there is a lot of CC on the side of SKT, and as an Orianna, you don't offer that much mobility. If you're caught once in a fight, you most likely die.
Get caught, get killed. going to be problematic for Perks. In terms of the pause, Sven is just querying and double-checking his masteries and runes that have loaded up.
Yeah.
The team is busy reviewing that one, and I'll keep you updated as I get more information.
Yeah, it looks like they had the league official on stage checking to see if it was done in error, if it was done by mistake, or any of those things, and then the referees will then apply the rules from there. The team compositions will obviously stay the same, and it'll basically just be the question of whether or not he has Warlords or if he actually wants to go Fervor. I'd imagine with a lot of the attack speed Varus builds, Fervor is often the choice, since I've seen Blade of the Ruin King and Hurricane so many times. So Warlords is his current Keystone Mastery right now, so we'll see if that ends up changing.
Only time will tell. But in terms of the early game, we know that Trick wants to be proactive. He's on the Lee Sin. We know he obviously can combo with the Renekton up in the top lane or a lot of the CC down bottom. But let's talk about some of the pathing and where these junglers could start in some of those games, Deficio.
I mean, the thing with Lee Sin is you can often set up ganks in all 3 lanes. Like, you are so mobile, and if you look at the combi from G2 Esports, like, you have Zyra in the bottom lane, you have Renekton in the top lane, both offer CC, and if one of the lanes are getting pushed in, you can go for that gank. But traditionally, you would see, like, Trick sit down here, like, maybe start on his blue buff, get a red buff on the bottom side, and then look for an opening bot lane, or go back to base and then go top after. You don't have to gank a Renekton lane pre-6. You can wait and then see if you can set up a dive. But Galio is not easy to kill on the turrets because he has so many ways to just stay alive.
Yeah, the damage reduction on the Galio W is often underrated as far as how much of a defensive laner he can be. And if you look at the way SKT has actually played a lot of this year, Huni has been put in very defensive positions very often and kind of excelled in that. People were very worried about whether Huni would be able to adapt to the SKT play style or not, because he was going to have to play tanks and he might not necessarily get a lot of jungle help. And he was, which is one of the most impressive things, and it allows SKT to kind of still absorb the pressure onto Faker. If too much goes into him, the side lanes start to excel, and that's been just so good for SKT this year.
Yeah, Huni has said himself, he does not need to be a big carry on this team. Because if you look around, you have Faker, Peanut, Bang, like, there are star players everywhere, which means the more controlled and quote-unquote passive tank Huni is actually very effective. And it's fun to see, though, in the very first game at MSI. The guy used to just playing carries is now in Galio in his first game.
Yeah, Galio in his first game played a number of tanks, obviously, over in the LCK. I have got an update that league officials have investigated, and unfortunately, there's a misclick from Sven in terms of...
Great start, G2.
And, you know, maybe it is some of those nerves. You know, I don't want to go too far forward. Sven, who's one of the rocks for G2 Esports, arguably one of the best players, if not the best player in Europe, has been for a long time.
Yeah.
Far and away the best ADC, and now he's going to be starting at a slight disadvantage, both in-game and maybe in psychology.
Sven was 1 point away from winning MVP in the EULCS regular season. If they want to take solace in this mistake, the fact that Warlord's Bloodlust is still a common marksman mastery, it's not like he's running in there with Windspeaker's Blessing or something, or Deathfire Touch on Ashe, so he can still have a solid game, but this is a very difficult thing. If you wonder about G2 and whether they can keep their morale up in this game, that's a very tough start.
Have to look at his level 1 here from G2 Esports. Boy. They're already invading in the fight. Faker!
Oh my god, have they got him? First blood onto Faker!
And Trick as well. If you're wondering about a snowballing jungler, it could very well be that Lee Sin. That's a way to bounce back from a mastery mistake.
Yeah, what a start now here. Let's see, Wolf is also hiding around the bushes. He will spot the guys from G2. Faker sitting in a position where he can't actually see around the corner in that little side brush, and he did not place a ward in the river, so he didn't notice G2 until they actually turned around and were right in front of him.
Faker keeps accumulating titles. He's had 3 World Championships, an MSI champion, and now the fastest first blood in MSI history. Right there.
That is a legendary player.
Legendary player.
Jet, I'm so excited to hear you say stats like that, because I was shot down for some of my exciting
stats. About Dragons!
ULCS finals.
We'll get to talk about them.
And yes, there's a replay of the vision.
He sees right there, Mitty just in front of him, and then suddenly you can't really get out.
It's a really perplexing play for me from Faker there. Normally the mid laner pushes up the mid lane so people can't sneak into that brush. So Faker, as the mid laner, knew he had no vision in the mid lane, yet was still waiting in that brush. Normally if someone's going to wait in that brush, you need someone in the mid lane. So that is just a misplay by SKT and Faker.
Down the bottom lane here, we get MF against Zyra. This is funny enough a lane we saw all the time around the end of Worlds and start of the Spring Split as well. Then we received some nerfs, especially to Zyra. They were pretty impactful in the laning phase, but now returning once again. It is very much a skill matchup. And it's funny because Wolf has been one of the best performing members on SKT this split, but his partner as well has been doing so well.
Yeah, thinking about the way SKT plays, Bang actually has the best stats of anyone on the team. His damage percentage is so much higher above the norm than it is in the mid or the top lane. His CS differentials are the same, so oftentimes Faker demands so much attention. And in the past, Bang and Wolf were just this bottom lane that you could throw a lot at, and they'd be resilient. Yet this year, they're doing a lot more aggressive, proactive plays and taking over games in their own right.
I'm going to have to bounce back from a small deficit this time around, chat. Trick is not yet backed to spend that first blood gold. Gonna do looks to be a good first clear in this bottom quadrant of the jungle.
Wants to go towards the top side here once he actually comes back from base. Look for a potential gank as well. Now, what you have to remember is when you have Renekton, you're going to be pushing the lane. And that always opens up for your junglers to also invade the enemy top side jungle. So, obviously, with now Lee Sin ending on that side of the map, near the Renekton, might set up a play for G2 Esports. But Peanut, well, he's saying, fine, I'm just going to take the bottom side instead.
Yeah, and he's already hard farmed so well. He's incredibly experienced up, and with the bot side being empty, he has a good chance of trying to flank around the bottom side if he wanted to.
Yeah, he knows Lee Sin will be top now by putting that ward on the Crux, the camp that we actually see taking the least of these jungle camps, because if you have done that full clear on the bottom side, Raptor, Red, Crux, then, well, you have no reason to be on the bottom side. So he's calling now, watch out, Huni, top side is where Lee Sin will be, and you have to now, of course, play a little bit, you know, scared, or at least respectful.
Yeah, we'll play a little bit safe. And Huni, you can see the wave pushing deep into it.
He knows Faker's flash is down, so he's trying to do this ward jump gank.
Oh, Sonic Wave connects. Faker manages to get some damage back in the tower. Tags on a Trick. Perk's just not in range. Wave is pushing against him.
Now that looked very, very risky from Trick, just jumping in without any backup. But he's just poking down Faker, trying to force him back to base early to give the advantage to Perks. Lee Sin can still go back in his jungle, get some HP back. Bot lane trading as well.
Oh, a lot of damage going down onto Bang and Wolf. Miffy actually aggressively walking through everything Wolf was throwing down. And as it stands, even Steven CS-wise. Faker with that first blood, currently down 10 CS. That little gank from Trick as well, helping out in his favor.
Yeah, I do think that Peanut attempted to match. He also went to shove the mid lane. Now 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Trick just hit level 4. Peanut making another arrival in the mid lane. And Faker's actually ghosting, but realizes there's nothing there.
Gonna find any opportunity this time around. All right, 5 minutes in. It's about an 800 gold lead here for G2. Trick's just gone back for the second time. Still looking to set up some plays and taking a look through some of the itemization. A couple of control wards on the side of SKT and the Forgotten Chapter there for Perks.
Yeah, the Lost Chapter is what Trick did the gank for. They pushed Faker back before he could get there. Faker instead settles for a Doran's Ring and a refillable potion. So that's why Faker's actually doing another recall, because he doesn't want to fall too far behind the item curve. If they have a prolonged laning phase and one guy has the mana regeneration from the Lost Chapter and the other doesn't, Faker would actually lose pressure in that lane.
And before the game started, we talked about how mid lane push is so important when you want to play around, especially the bottom side, but also the top side, because you can then roam first with your mid laner. Having that mana regen advantage actually allows Perks to push the mid lane pretty hard here and just constantly try and force Faker to trade mana with him. When Perks then wins out due to Lost Chapter, Perks might be able to roam first. And that can set up a play in the side lane for G2 Esports.
I'm talking about that side lane. We've not actually looked at Expect and Huni much this game yet. Small advantage for Expect on the Renekton, somewhat expected, anticipated in the Renekton versus Galio. Shockwave just for some poking here. Good stun in reply. Perks ends up losing the trade despite being a level down.
Yeah, that is not a good trade to lose there, because he's so low that when Faker hits level 6, he has a lot of all-in potential, and that's what Faker's threatening with right now. He's only level 5, but if he hits level 6, just goes and tries to flash all. That pressure.
Oh, Trick has to flash away. Unleashed power almost takes him down. Faker winning everything.
That last minion refused to die right next to Faker. They actually gave him level 6 and would have forced Perks to flash before this one here. Faker knew he was going to hit that level 6, so he could just go all in for that trade. Really well played, and suddenly, you know, trading mana against each other, it doesn't matter if you actually get the other guy to go back to base first.
Kill threat is greater than mana.
Yes, yeah. We prefer killing.
Kill threat.
Well, killing someone is the greatest CC, I've been told, in League of Legends. And maybe killing Faker for first blood, you know, before a minute and a half was a bad thing. Sent him into a bit of a rage to prove his point on a champion like Syndra, who really can take over the early game if given the opportunities.
Yeah, and I really want to see Trick get more involved. It really hurts G2 the fact that he went mid lane at level 5 and had to burn his flash defensively, because even if he's just trying to hit level 6 and wait to make that play, the kick is so much more threatening with flash up. So Trick falling behind the curve after picking up first blood.
We just need to see now that G2 Esports are hitting level 6 across the lanes here. Really go for that kill in either top or the bottom lane. Now, Ashe obviously needs a little bit of more experience, but then once you have level 6, when you arrow as an Ashe here, if the enemy bot lane refuses to flash, well then suddenly the jungler shows up and you're gonna get another kill, potentially even a tower. That should be an opening. Sven level 6 now, Trick on the bottom side, but he's spotted by these wards here from SKT. Really good deep vision, as we so often see from the Korean team.
That's going to allow SKT to even out this early game. Peanut's also making his way down bottom.
Yeah, this is all due to the deep vision that Peanut knows there's going to be an arrow on the bottom side. And then Bang will not flash it, and he will actually take the fight instead.
All right, Mithy's forced to back away. Very good flash. Gets out of range of the Chain of Corruption. Bang unable to lock anybody down. And here's Trick and Peanut both trying to alleviate the pressure in this lane.
Yeah, and another example of how much these teams know the bottom lane matters. Peanut was killing Blue Buff and was about to hand it off to Faker, but knew he needed to get bottom lane for that Ashe level 6 just so he could match that pressure from Trick.
So often we would have seen a Renekton lane receive a gank by now, but as we talked about earlier, killing Galio is very, very difficult, and especially on the tower. So G2 were looking for that bottom lane kill, but it's again spotted by good vision and Peanut.
And also, we're going to take a step back. Trick playing Lee Sin, not one of his most played champions, if at all. Not only is the questions around, you know, how he's going to perform on the champion, but then the team also has to interact with it. Huni tries to land that Justice Punch, but pulls it just a little short, and now expects under tower, going to do his best to farm it.
And we haven't gotten to watch that lane much, but Huni is starting to take control. He was down about 15 CS at 6 minutes, and now has pulled to a CS advantage ever since getting that triple Doran's, but they go for the kill on a Bang.
Summoner heal's already used, Exhaust comes down, Bang flashes out of the Stranglethorns. Now Wolf is being forced back, the volley tags him out. Sven's gonna get another flash, and that's 4 summoners for only 1.
One of the reasons we have this Ashe Syra lane hit level 6 and then suddenly that kill pressure. We talked about having the jungler before, obviously had Trick been here, there would have been 1 or 2 kills for G2 Esports, but they get the summoner spells, which now means if SKT do not swap the lanes around and move the AD carry support away from Sven and Mithy, then G2 Esports have a clear opening with teleport, with a gank, to just get another kill in that bottom lane.
Luckily, SKT going to be able to respond with some tools. Huni sitting with teleports as well, going to have that ultimate to jump in and have that heroic entrance, if at all. But of course, those delays mean that it could play into G2's favor if they can get some of that burst damage down between the Lee Sin and the Orianna combos as well.
We got 40 seconds on Sven's ulti right now. That is the timer that G2 are playing around. It's a timer SKT is playing around as well, because they know when that ulti is ready, they got to be careful.
Exactly, and SKT may have a chance to preempt that. Bang has his ultimate up beforehand. If he can land that onto Mithy, who is flashless, while Peanut or someone else arrives with the gank, it can be a kill on the other side. So still a lot of bot lane focus in this game.
And you can see now, if you look at the minimap, Expect is running back to his lane. He's saving teleport despite losing a wave, knowing bottom lane is where we're going to make that play. Faker's down here as well, roaming early. Everyone is just ready for this potential 5-on-5.
That's what they're looking forward to. The hawk shot from Sven spotted Faker out. Look at the minimap for the vision. Faker takes the shockwave to the face, and Perks this time round stays out of range.
Yeah, very good poke, but he's got to be careful now. Faker gets the stun.
All right, stun connects. Insta cleanse. Perks has still got the flash though. Manages to move out. Unleashed power comes down, and Perks flashes away from the collateral damage.
Bottom lane here, Trick's been waiting for quite a while here. Wolf is showing himself. Sven can go for the play.
Up, you just got to land it.
Oh, Mithy's playing bait. Mithy's playing bait. He's been caught by the bullet time. Ash Arrow onto Bang. It's a fight on 2 fronts, but Wolf manages to throw out the double up. They've got the kill. G2 with their second of the game, and now they're backing away.
Exactly the play we talked about. Send the jungler down now with no summoners from SKT. In the LCK, they so rarely actually swap the lanes around when the dual lane is under pressure. So they walk back into a lane with double CC and no flashes, and they got punished for it.
Well, Perks, no summoners, but the stun doesn't connect. And that means Bang and Faker can't get a reply.
Faker didn't place a Dark Sphere, but here comes Galio!
All right, heroic entrance. Huni's on the rift. Where is Expect? He's decided not to engage, and he's able to back away.
And I feel like SKT is actually overexpending themselves a little bit. Peanut was ganking mid lane as Bang and Wolf went for the bait on Amithi. That is so rare for SK to do, to try and make an offensive play when they didn't have the Graves there yet. Peanut's still on his way down. That allows Trick to basically solo Wolf. Sven doesn't quite get the last hit, but it's still a positive trade for G2.
And Huni started his teleport right in front of Expect. He got interrupted instantly. His TP is now on cooldown. This allows SKT now, it allows G2 to make another play in the bottom lane. We're waiting 20 seconds on that arrow from Sven. Just return and kill them again.
Does it feel like there's a little bit of jitters on the SKT side? Some of these plays may be a little uncharacteristic.
They're against the kings of Europe. Can you blame them?
Definitely a little uncharacteristic, even from the level 1 where Faker didn't prep his positioning and ended up getting first blooded, and then trying to make the aggressive play before the jungler was there. And Huni not spacing his teleport properly and allowing him to get interrupted by Expect. Those are not things you're used to seeing from SKT, and G2 did capitalize, but then you still look at the gold, and you're even.
Yep, that is always the thing about SKT. You get ahead in kills, but not necessarily in gold. But that's why, again, that play bot lane needs to happen one more time. If we pan the camera down to Sven and Mithi right now, you will actually notice a control ward being placed just outside the screen. Just at the bottom, there's a control ward. This is, again, to set up another potential jungle gank. So SKT right now have zero vision behind Sven and Mithi. Trick is coming from topside instead, though.
Oh, don't even need that control ward.
5-man dive.
Here comes Trick and Perks. It's a party in the bottom lane. Chain of Corruption slowly starting to spread. Shockwave onto Wolf. Kick back. Double knockup, double kill, G2.
And look at the health bars on G2. That was clean. Not only do they get the double kill onto their middle, they also get first turret gold. And because Huni was in a recall pattern before teleporting, there is not even substantial pressure on either of the solo lanes, the natural counter to a 5-man gank. G2 pulled that off beautifully.
It's the around the mid lane to hold here, but Huni with the big minion wave trying to take down this tower in time. The bottom lane from G2, they're on their way to the top lane.
Gotta get up there.
Might not make it in time, but it's still a good trade for G2 Esports.
Oh, they did everything right here. The Ash Arrow, trapping them against the wall, Trick landing his Sonic Wave on the further target, then flash kicking into this combo right here, which allows Perks to pick up the double kill with the dissonance.
And this is why I really dislike that LCK teams refuse to swap the lanes around, because this play was so easy to predict. TP advantage, Ash in the bottom lane, a jungler who can go down and gank you. No summoner spells, you will die and lose your tower. Swap the dual lane to the top side. Prevent this and just trade towers instead.
All right, ticked over, 15 minutes coming up. SKT were able to pick up the Cloud Drake down in the bottom lane, and up in the top, Expect Tower survived with a sliver of health. Looking at the minimap, there's support from Peanut and Wolf as they're making their way to shove in the tower, and as it stands, G2 are doing the same up top.
Yeah, G2 right now are far ahead in tempo when it comes to pushing these side lane towers. They're already at the tier 1 in the top side. SKT just gets to the tier 1 in the bottom side.
Yeah, and these situations can get messy because G2 has no reason to stop their push. They can get one. SKT is definitely going to get one, but they have a head start on the second one if they want it. They actually pull back here, and they may be trying to start a push mid.
One of the problems if you push all the way for the tier 2 tower as well is then by the time you actually then get to recall, the enemy team has already killed that bot tower. They're already returned out on the map, and you might actually then lose something in return. But right now, Rift Herald is the priority for the somewhat struggling Renekton that didn't win his lane.
Yeah, I don't like this because SKT was in the turret trade game, and giving up that inner turret for a Rift Herald, which we'll expect will have for 20 minutes, I don't think is worth it because G2 had enough gold to have item power spikes over SKT, and this actually neutralizes that advantage.
It makes the gold still touching distance for SKT. We're getting closer and closer to this mid game where the map is being opened up, 2 towers apiece. And now G2, how good can you play the map? You've got some mobility, you've got some tools available to you, but you're going up against the undisputed kings of the world when it comes to playing mid to late game.
Exactly, when it comes to playing mid to late game. It's not the first time we've seen SKT fall down a few thousand gold in the early game and then bounce back anyway once the map is opened up, and it's all about, you know, these big rotations and team fights. This is where SKT really shine. It's where G2 can shine in Europe, 100%. They are the absolute best mid to late game team we have. But now they need to show if that's good enough to actually take down SKT.
Yeah, as of now, Bang is going to be able to take that top lane turret, actually giving SKT the gold lead, and G2, or not the gold lead, turret lead and close in gold. So now the question is, where can G2 find the advantage? Do they continue to trade, or do they try and force another fight?
Well, it feels like G2 have decided to split the map down the bottom lane, trying to deal with those winds of war from Huni's Galio, and expect alone up top, but you're not really going to be able to defend this wave.
No, G2 right now showing some inexperience and playing against Galio. Galio offers great wave clear. He can sit and just fire his Q in the range, but expect my die.
I expect going to die under the tower. SKT get the tower and another kill.
You do not want to trade towers like this with minion waves against a wave clear champion on one side, and obviously no wave clear, proper wave clear from a Renekton on the other side. It was too easy for Huni to walk in, fire a Q on the range minions, and they will just die.
Just great play from SKT. They take control of at least the gold. They've got the tower control. They've got the dragon advantage, which actually will help them out. Cloud on this slightly more open map. And now G2, they have a Renekton and a Lee Sin that got them some advantages. But it's already been neutralized and lost.
They were able to play the slow game, set up the play over a series of minutes, burning summoner spells, getting the teleport advantage, and then pull off that two-man dive in the bottom side. But they just lost a whole bunch of it with just relatively simple macro mistakes, not understanding that the Renekton cannot defend 1v3 and have Expect still trying it while they had no answer on the other side of the map. They still have the Ash Arrow, they still have Perks with the 2 kills. They need to try and orchestrate some plays.
Sadly for G2, everything kind of resets now, because everyone's gone back to base, they bought the items, summoner spells are back, you know, you got flashes on the side of SKT all of a sudden. So setting up that play we saw earlier in the game, well, that took quite some time. It was one arrow into another arrow into another arrow. You might not have the chance to fire 3 arrows before you get your big reward again, because suddenly the game is going to be more fast-paced now, and we're going to get big fights.
Well, that's what I'm looking forward to, and I'm very excited so far. We've seen SKT with some great map-based decisions and you know, strategic moves. And G2, they set up some very good early game plays with champions that we had question marks around. How is the Lee Sin going to work? How is the Renekton going to work? They definitely showed up, but now these next 5 to 10 minutes will be the most telling. There's no room for error for G2 with their team composition.
Yeah, and you also have to wonder the way they're going to play team fights, and also look at the way SKT is itemizing. Notice the Phantom Dancer on Bang as well as the Ninja Tabi. That's because Expect and Trick are the ones that are going to be trying to dive him. So instead of Hurricane, which most teams use for wave clear on the Varus, he's gone for the Phantom Dancer for the damage reduction in duels, which he'll most likely be in against Expect. So I really like that choice, since the team of SKT doesn't lack in wave clear in any way because of Galio and Sin.
Well, Perks definitely does not want to get caught out. I think he fired that cleanse prematurely. Bang, not able to lock him down, and some pressure from SKT. They are the ones trying to set up the plays, despite the very short range CC, or you know, shorter range than the Ash Arrow.
Well, we get this point in the game where they're kind of just pushing waves to each other, and then you look for that little opening to get maybe 1 kill that can then resolve in a tower or a dragon. So you don't actually get the big openings yet. It's all about getting an advantage in the side lane pushes. Bot lane, you're going to see Sven go down, push out that lane, and then he's going to roam mid and hope to find Bang with an arrow, which can then give a mid tower to G2.
And currently, G2 does have the map pressure. They're the ones that have more forward wards into SKT territory, and they have the wave generally on their side of the map. So this is the time where they're going to want to try and get that back, but Perks needs to avoid as much poke as possible.
Yeah, G2 needs to win the top side, because they gave that Rift Hell buff to Expect on this Renekton. If he's not able to push in Huni, well then suddenly it's actually all for nothing, and they traded that tier 2 tower for a very, very, very small advantage. They didn't really gain them anything. Huni can always roam towards the mid lane, walk, or use his ulti to join a fight really quickly.
And for Huni, itemization has been very simple into the Renekton and the Ashe. He's just got full armor right now. If a Shockwave is used on him, then he'll be pretty happy as Faker Bang Peanut will be comfy. It's another Cloud Drake that is started off here by SKT. Winds of War comes up by Huni. He's trying to zone away. Remember that Idol of Duran, gigantic AoE taunt. SKT easily secure the second dragon of the game. Sven gets tagged up. There's the Justice Punch into the taunt. Shrink is able to jump away. 2-man stun from Faker. And just is trading, waiting for one player to make a misstep.
SKT first and that dragon.
Wide left. Really wide left on the Ash Arrow from Sven right there. Maybe he thought Faker was going to continue to move down, but just a bad skill shot there using the Ash Arrow. And also they gave up the position they had acquired earlier in the Drake pit. They kind of allowed SKT to walk in. A lot of that is that Huni is so difficult to kill right now. Perks doesn't want to waste his cooldowns just to poke down the Galio.
gotta go like a few seconds back before the Dragon even died, and then look at how G2 actually lost the push in every single lane, and then SKT just walked the Dragon first, started it, and when G2 tried to run down and stop them, realized we're actually not in a position to fight at the moment. G2 really wants to try and catch a guy out of position right now, because otherwise you're dealing with that big front line of Huni.
Well, SKT there going forward once again, just blowing Perks up. Comboing the CC together, and that just looks so simple.
Perks did not expect that damage. Guaranteed.
No, he still had flash. He would have flashed the collateral damage if he thought it would kill him.
He definitely did not expect Peanut to just take him down with that ulti, but he died. Will be able to defend Tau. SKT moving straight towards the Baron area.
Oh, it's just such beautiful play from SKT. They've got themselves a 2,000 gold lead. They've got both Dragons, and now they're threatening Baron. Expect has got teleports available, but it is a 4-on-5 at best.
Yeah, Hawkshot comes through, though, gives them a little bit of information. No one is necessarily stopping Trick from getting here, which means SKT wants to use this as a bait.
SKT could have gone for that top lane tower here. You see the minions near the inhib turret of G2 Esports, but they started the Baron, maybe to try and hope that G2 would rush in to try and stop them and then get engaged on. But G2 actually played that really well. They just slowed down and said, you're actually not going to kill that. You're just going to take a lot of damage.
Very difficult to do a 22-minute Baron, especially with this team comp of SKT that doesn't have any necessary Baron shredders like a Cassiopeia, Callista, or Vayne. So good job by G2 to just patiently wait it out, push the top lane, Hawkshot in, and kind of dare SKT to stay on Baron, because if SKT would have stayed on Baron, they would have been so low that G2 actually could have won that 4v5.
It's the play from before here where Perks does not expect the damage. Peanut goes against him, we get even the Galio ulti coming in, and then at this point, Perks can just flash away.
Yeah, it looked like Wolf got the Thunderlord's proc from his Make It Rain, which was just enough right before the collateral damage hits, so Perks, unlucky.
It's been a good game so far, though, I feel, from Perks. Like, he's actually been under a lot of pressure in the mid lane. There's a lot of roams towards him. Barely got caught up by any of them. 2 kills on Orianna, 2 items now. I like the fact he didn't go for Abyssal Scepter, but just went for the MR boots. You don't want Abyssal when you're the only magic damage dealer. That really counts, because obviously this Zyra here will take a while before you want to buffer up her damage as well.
Well, yeah, talking about 2 items, both Luden's Echo and Morellonomicon for the respective mid laners. Black Cleaver, Cowl, Tiamat for expecting the top lane. It's the Frozen Fist from Huni. And of course, Hurricane versus Phantom Dancer, as you guys have already spoken about.
Do you want to slightly change the point from before there, because Mythy is actually building AP on Zyra. We've seen a lot of redemption rushes, but he's going AP, so obviously his damage will be very relevant, but still not enough for Perks to go Abyssal Scepter over other very key items for him.
Yeah, redemptionless game. Wolf moving towards a Black Cleaver as well, but there's another chance. Dodged by Faker.
Faker's
left again.
The sidestep. He's got the Ghost down, trying to dodge around. SKT using Baron as a very big bait. G2 don't have an answer just yet, and Huni down in the bottom lane, he's going to shove that wave out.
G2 does not have any wards around Baron, so they're actually not really baiting G2 into anything, because there is enough ways to get vision down for G2 and not lose it again. It's, again, at this point where we're kind of stuck with both teams just pushing to each other back and forth, and then we're waiting for that one ulti that hits, that actually starts a fight or creates a pick.
Yeah, and there's multiple people that can create the fight. It doesn't have to be Sven's Asher. It can be Perks, Trick, or Mythy from the side of G2, and it can pretty much be Huni, Faker, or Bang from SKT. It's just a matter of having the right vision and being willing to go for the play, because at this point, both teams are playing fairly safe and going for that high percentage play.
Oh, long range. Force of Will there catches Trick out. And really, that's kind of one of the primary initiating tools. Faker managing to get that out. Justice Punch comes backwards, and Trick, even though he's taunted up by the Idol, he's not really going to have enough threat just yet. Shockwave comes down, catches out Bang. Tower is still alive. The unleashed power kills Trick. Faker does not care. And now SKT wait for the next minion wave, or maybe they're peeling towards River.
Well, Siege is just so strong for SKT with MF, Varus, Graves, and Syndra, and G2 with this Renekton just not able to win the side lane. So they're forced to just sit and try and defend against all the pokes.
All right, Sven gets caught up by the taunt. Mythy's going to be the target, though, on the back end. Huni continues to focus down the members of G2. Bullet's time is going to shred G2 as much as it can, but Expect manages to survive. It's a 1-for-2 trade. At the end of the day, SKT maintain pressure, extend their lead, and they are the ones dictating the map.
Yeah, SKT is setting up shop in that mid lane and making plays happen. What was interesting there, though, is SKT was on a different beat than Faker. Huni flashed over the Raptor pit, I believe, to get that taunt, but Faker was pushing top lane. So if you're wondering why that fight didn't just slide all the way over to SKT's favor, is because they didn't actually have as much damage follow-up as you would think. We're going to go back all the way to the start of this one.
Yeah, Huni able to move first from the bottom lane, where Expect still trying to kill the minions, meaning now SKT with 5 members mid can go for a play even under the tower. Great setup, easy kill onto Trick. And now it should have been just 1 kill for SKT, but yeah, this is Huni going in.
Yeah. He just punched and then flash ultimate, but if you notice, the rest of SKT still need to get minions to the turret. Huni ends up dying in an extended 1-for-1 trade just based off of Huni's flash.
We said earlier, obviously Huni cannot make less of these mistakes now they're playing for SKT under Kuma, but it will still happen from time to time. We have seen it in the LCK a few times here and there. Happen now. Overall though, SKT with the Siege comp, they're also winning the side lane with this Galio pick that's been doing really well. It actually means that G2 needs to find a TP location for Expect so he can join the fight. If they're not able to get him into a fight with a proper TP flank, his value in this game will just keep going down and down and down compared to the Galio.
It's one of the oldest stories in competitive League of Legends, Renekton in the late game. We're 28 minutes in, we're starting to get to that point, and SKT, despite some of the little mishaps in the early stages of the game, it hasn't really made a difference. G2, their Ash Arrows haven't found the right targets, and their wave pressure hasn't resulted in objectives.
Yeah, G2 does not have a ward on this Dragon here. If they had a ward on Dragon, they could actually gone to Baron and started it to force a fight where Peanut would have been late. But they didn't actually see him take it down until now, and then it's obviously a little bit too late.
Yeah, and I do feel like G2's Drake control has been mostly non-existent, and that does consistently hurt them. Can they get an Ash Arrow?
Oh. Well, you can't catch the strut.
Yeah, Sven has had some poor aim on some Ash Arrows, but SKT has also always been very good at dodging initiations and skill shots, and that is amplified when you have stuff like the Misfortune who has Make It Rate and the double Cloud Drakes, which gives them all that move speed when out of combat.
All right, a little bit of a fight up in the top lane. Sven's going to try chase down with that Ranger's focus. Huni may not be able to survive. Uses the ultimate to escape. It's a heroic exit.
Huni gets out. But we got to see some of the damage here from Sven and of course Expect against him. Now meaning they're forcing him back to base, and once again, G2 around this Baron here, they have control wards on the Baron itself, and they're trying to look for that one pick with the Ash Arrow. Another member who can do it is Trix Lee Sin. Early game action, check. Mid to late game engages with flashy kicks. No, not yet. And we want to see that as well because they have actually the setup near Baron.
Oh man, but they were also hitting the ward as they started Baron, which gave momentary reveal to the killer right there, so SKT easily able to move in.
Yeah, that was miscommunication. Trick thought they would just kill the ward and back out, while the rest of G2 were probably calling to actually start the Baron. So just a little bit of a mixed call there from G2 Esports. Now forces them back and allows SKT to take these control wards down.
Yeah, and just going back about 45 seconds to when Huni nearly died to Expect and Sven up in the top lane. Despite Huni having 330 armor, which he's itemized almost exclusively, he still was getting relatively shredded through. It's about 5 to 10 seconds for the two of them to kill him because they have the Black Cleaver Shred from Expect as well as the Last Whisper and Blade of the Rune King already from Sven. So if they can catch him in isolated situations, by no means is he unkillable. But that time frame, 5 to 10 seconds, is far too long in a big team fight.
Well, there's two caveats there. If they can catch him alone, and if they can get 10 seconds to get through the front line. And of course, with Bang, itemizing with that slightly defensive Ninja Tabi and Phantom Dancer, maybe he can fend off any pressure from Trick early on. Look, it's still a 3,000 gold game here for SKT. They got their third dragon a little while ago. There'll still be one more Cloud before Elder. And SKT can quite literally run circles around G2 right now.
Well, I'm still very glad to see G2 go back towards this Baron setup here and actually be allowed to set up these control wards, because it is really the way for them to win the game. Force and engage without SKT having proper vision. And then suddenly that 3k goal lead might not mean a lot if one guy from SKT dies instantly.
Yeah, exactly. The gold is still close as well, and there's no cleanses or Mikhails anywhere on SKT. So even though Sven hasn't landed the arrow yet, if he lands the right one, it could be big.
All right, Trick is caught up by the Chain of Corruption, though. He was looking for Peanut. Huni's now going to Justice Punch forward, and Perks is able to sidestep, but the tower's the focus.
Yeah, SKT have a ton of control now. Look at the low health bars already on G2, so SKT is pretty much entirely full, pushing up mid lane, and they can always fade back for Baron. Watch Huni just control whatever space he walks into because he's so tanky.
Now there's simply no threat or response to the threat for G2. SKT take their 6th tower of the game. There is nothing left outside the base for G2, but G2 Esports, they have not given up just yet. Oh, this could get so risky. Trick is going to dash forward to the Sonic Wave. Bullet time comes down. Look at Perks waiting in the wings, looking for a Shockwave. Huni's being shredded. He's had the 5, the 6, the 7 seconds. Shockwave tags him down, but SKT simply not dead yet, and Expect is way too late to the party.
We've seen this now multiple times. G2 are trying to set up a play, they fail the execution, and then SKT just respond by saying, great, we either get a kill or a tower from you guys. And they just respond so well to that missed opportunity from G2 Esports. It started with the arrow from Sven, and then Trick couldn't land his Sonic Wave. He had to then back away, and suddenly you had no position in mid.
And SKT can return to the offensive right now. Huni coming in!
Perks is in so much trouble. Collateral damage takes him down. Huni's looking for more. Already used the taunt though, and teleport in for the kill. What is the objective SKT want right now? Gonna be a kick backwards. Okay, 10 seconds is the timer. 9, 8, Huni's being killed, but there's not enough time. G2 don't have the damage, and Trick goes down to Peanuts.
And if taking Perks down wasn't enough to force a 5-man Baron, taking down the enemy jungler probably is. Faker going to continue to threaten people with Syndra because the rest of the team can turn and burn this Baron.
Such exceptional play from SKT. The remaining members of G2 trying to make their way up to the mid lane. Actually, zero contest on this Baron. Expect instead is going to farm up that gigantic wave in the top lane. And the coffin has been laid out. SKT with Baron looking to close it.
Yeah, I'm glad we get to see Galio, first game here in the group stage. We saw it a lot in the play-ins, a lot of good performances from him. He won almost every single game except for one. And Huni in this game here, he survived the laning phase against Expect. He's been able to actually push the side lane consistently. And then he's just roamed to mid lane every single time and tried to look for some of these picks here with his taunt.
Yeah, right place, right time, and you compare the teamfight presence of Expect versus Huni, and it's not even close. Now he has the Spirit Visage as well, so Perks won't have any chance of bursting. We even saw in that last fight when Huni just had the Kindle Gem, the Shockwave barely scratched him. So add that to the fact that SKT is approaching 4 items on Faker. They still have a lot of damage from Bang, and they're just going to continue to try and move around this map and dictate the pace to G2.
I think if you step back and you look at the game as a whole as we get close to 35 minutes, this is somewhat what was expected coming in. I think G2 looked pretty good in the early stages of the game, but SKT, their poise, their control, their response to everything G2 threw at them, this is the reason. They're the defending world champions, the defending MSI champions, the #1 team in the world. It didn't even cost them anything despite some of their uncharacteristic mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we talked about coming into the game, how starting out with SKT often means that you will get your first loss very early on. But SKT has, of course, dropped games in the past in group stages, in best of ones. But in this one here, they've actually been able to just punish G2 Esports in this mid to late game. Because it's been engages from G2 that backfired, were missed Ashe arrows, or Lee Sin never really finding a way to the back line. And then SKT have just been playing that slow and steady game where we're just going to take your towers.
Yeah, I will say Trick has never been able to find any of those flanks, and that was a big question when they picked it early. They could have had more late-game reliability, or even mid-game reliability, had they gone with something like the Ivern, but they opted not to, and the small early game lead they may have gotten with him is negated here by the way SKT is playing the map.
Yeah, the play style that G2 actually put into the Rift today may have been benefited with an Ivern instead. However, that is hindsight. That's something they'll have to talk about. Remember, G2 will play another game later today, as will SKT. And SKT are now knocking on the inhibitor turrets, top and middle. Huni is having Expect number. Nothing that Expect can do, and for now, G2 are holding off this siege and this push.
SKT, of course, respecting the fact that we are fairly late into the game and there are 3 to 4 items completed. So despite the gold advantage, you look at an Orianna with 3.5 items right now, you do not want to get caught by that Shockwave if you're Syndra, if you're Varus, because you can then still die. They're waiting here, another arrow goes wide. Trick though, he's trying.
Trick can't find anybody. Unleash Power's already been used. Heroic entrance from Huni will bring him to the mid lane from top.
Trick did force a flash from Faker though. Faker respected the fact that kick flash could happen from the Lee Sin, so he flashed early, but they're pushing bot lane now.
Oh, they absolutely do. SKT are going to take down the tower already. Justice Punch will set up position for Expect. He's down. Dominus didn't even matter. Nifty's been forced away by the poke, and SKT take the first inhibitor of the MSI 2017.
Shockwave also completely whiffed from G2, so that means SKT can continue this offensive.
All right, let's see, what can they take? SKT backing away. A little bit of damage onto Huni, but it doesn't matter. Sven steps forward from the Winds of War. He's not going to find any further damage. Defensive flash from Huni. But SKT don't care. Look at this. Faker and Peanut, they've taken down another tower in the mid lane. Trick has still got access to that Dragon's Rage, but there's no damage following up. They're too far away. It's going to look forward. Sonic Wave unable to connect, and SKT 10,000 gold lead, and the base is broken for G2.
And it's once again that situation where G2 try and start the fight. Everyone from SKT disengage, and then instantly they react. Okay, bot lane, that's where we're pushing. Take down the tower, take down the Renekton, and suddenly G2 Esports, after using their engage and didn't manage to get anything, well, you're not really going to win a fight then.
Exactly. Contrast SKT's coordination in the middle late game with that of G2, where G2 is fighting oftentimes 4v5 and then expect ults on the side of a fight after it's already over and can't find his way in. And yes, G2 does have initiation. SKT has a little bit more poke in their team composition, but more so, SKT has just been dodging so many of the engages, it's making it seem like G2 have no tools. Because at least Sin, Orianna, Ashe, Zyra absolutely has initiation tools, but it doesn't feel like it against SKT.
Yeah, every single arrow that's been fired by Sven has been questionable at best over the last 20 minutes. And also, you know, just to remind you, Sven, of course, loading up with the wrong keystone. A little bit of jitters on stage when they start their campaign here towards MSI playoffs.
Ooh, right now, Trick is actually behind SKT. I don't think they saw him hide here in the Wolf camp. No flashes on Faker and Bang. If he can get onto one of those two guys, that could be a kill for G2. Finds Bang.
Gets caught. He's been kicked backwards. Ash Arrow this time lands. The heroic entrance will knock Trick up into the air. Perks has killed Bang. Trick is able to flash away, but it's a 1-for-1. ADC for support. Expect has been exhausted in the back line. He's not doing enough. Now Peanut collateral damage comes down. Sven Perks is able to survive for a few seconds longer. Huni goes down, but it's just the GA. Wolf is lingering elf in the edges of the fight. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and SKT disengage.
And it's really important to highlight when Huni ultis to save a team member, that team member gets 50% damage reduction as well. So it actually takes much longer to take down a guy like Bang.
Yeah, it gives you an example of how much damage was blown into Bang. Yes, they get the kill, but even after that, it's SKT who tries to get the pressure. Faker's in deep, though.
He is indeed looking for Miffy. He's gonna find him! The Dark Spears and Force of Will in a 1v4! Faker finds his man!
Faker always finds a way. He gives up first blood.
Mithy says it's unfair.
He then starts a 2v1. Goes in 1v4, finishes off Mithy, and what are you gonna do?
Good to see Trick, though, finally actually find the backline in the last fight. Obviously, just to change that, it is 40% damage reduction from Huni when he comes in. Doesn't change a whole lot, and it was enough to obviously try and buy time for SKT. 1-for-1 fight, in the end 2-for-1 with Faker's play.
2-for-1 with Faker's play, and unfortunately for G2, it is just too late. They needed those fights, those picks 20 minutes ago. To give you a quick update about the pause, Miffy is querying one of the skill shots landing. I believe his E has requested a review.
Yeah, he said his E should have landed. Paused is asking for the review, so they are currently reviewing that. I would think we're going to get a replay. We can try and make a judgment on that as well. He also died, so I wonder if he was dead in the end. I didn't see it super clearly, but that's obviously what they're reviewing right now.
Well, keep a close eye on that and keep you updated. 40 minutes into the game, G2 finally make this combination work.
Took them long enough.
It did. But I think you have to step back and look at this. G2 also making a statement this game, right? Huni with the Galio, maybe a little surprising, but the Lee Sin for Trick, he's had some good plays. The early game setup was clean. And for G2, they're okay at the start, although they were expected to lose. Heavy underdogs this match.
Yeah, I mean, holding on for now and trying to go even in these late game fights is obviously a good thing from G2. Problem is they're just always losing a little bit more. Like whenever they trade 1-for-1, it's also an in-hit for SKT. Or maybe that's a kill follow-up. Let's see the fight from before.
Yeah, we're going to get to see. So what we're paused for is watch Mithy's E. Should it have hit Faker?
No. That seemed
looked like Faker just sidestepped it.
Definitely seemed like the stun was over.
Yeah.
Faker got to move again. And of course, the E from Mithy seemed to hit where Faker was actually stunned before.
I also think I saw Faker just throw down his Ghost as well. Just giving that a little bit of extra movement speed. We'll wait for the league officials to give us the final call, but at least to our eyes, it feels like that was a miss.
Yeah, League Ops has determined it should not have hit, so they're getting ready check, and we should be right back into the game. I think one of the bigger stories for SKT this game, though, is, yes, we had some missteps from Faker early. We had the SKT bottom lane going a little over-aggressive at times, but I thought Peanut and Huni have been completely on point. Huni has commanded so much presence, and Peanut has been the one sneaking in those kills at the back end, not to mention heavily out-pressured and out-farmed Trick throughout this game.
Oh, yes. Been a big difference in the top lane. I actually think G2 are a little bit surprised at what Galio brings to the table. Not saying they don't understand what the champion is doing, but we saw moments where they would try and like trade tower pushes, and then Galio would just wave clear it. They probably didn't respect that part. The damage reduction Galio's ulti brings when they try and create a pick. Like, it's been very difficult for G2 to deal with this Galio pick here, and that's kind of what we hoped in a way, because then if Galio can make his way into like the S tier of the top laners and we get to see him almost every game, that would be very exciting.
And if it's not the S tier of every game and it ends up getting banned, what are you losing in exchange for that, right? How does the game change around Galio that has kind of, I don't want to say surprised us, because Galio has been seeing more and more play. Loading back into the game, just to give you stock, 40 minutes in, SKT have responded to everything G2 have thrown at them and simply outplayed Europe's #1 squad.
This is the engage we get from Trick, where he was hiding behind SKT. Ulti comes in for Huni, so Bang stays alive for a little longer. They will get the kill and end up trading 1-for-1.
Yeah, and after the 1-for-1, then it is still just a bit of a team fight, right? Trick is dead, but Sven, as well as Perks, do get pushed out of the fight by Peanut for a little bit of it. Huni then taking the full 10 seconds pretty much for his Guardian Angel go down. The fight ends up resetting.
See, we're back now. See what SKT actually wants to do. Baron is alive, 40 minutes into the game, still a massive goal lead in favor of SKT. No 4th item completed for Perks just yet. Ready for Sven though, so the carries from G2 are not weak at this point.
Well, they've got some difficulties because there's 2 lanes of super minions pouring through. Look at the vision that SKT is working with.
So SKT,
for G2.
SKT has not placed a ward in the Baron pit, so they don't actually get to see the blue trinket that's placed by G2 unless they step into the Baron pit itself to kill it. A lot of teams like to just place a ward in there just for safety to always spot these blue trinkets. SKT this time around, they will find it later once they go to the Baron.
A little bit of an oopsie.
Yeah, and a lot of this is actually a timing game. They're waiting for the wave of super minions in the bottom lane to full expect away, because right now G2 is hoping that SKT try a 5v5 fight. They're going to move up there and get the ward right now.
Yeah, and it's not really like an oopsie, because you're not supposed to actually place a ward on red side in the Baron pit, because you're supposed to place it in the river and in the entrance to G2's jungle. You just have to obviously go back and then check from time to time that, you know, there is a potential blue ward you have to kill, which they just did right now. Trick is having fun with the dragon. But,
hello, Trick.
Oh, he's holding
cutting you off, man.
Gets out of range of the Justice Punch. Has already used the Dragon's Rage. Okay, Elder Dragon's the focus here for SKT with 4 elementals.
Here's the thing, even if G2 steals it, they don't get that big of a reward, so this is really smart by SKT to just full force the Elder.
They're going to secure it uncontested here. Shockwave actually was thrown down. That means it was contested, but Peanut easily able to secure that with the smite. 4-0-2, he's Flame Horizon Trick on that Graves. Sniped so many G2 members with that collateral damage, and really just been everywhere his team has needed him the entirety of this game.
G2 now needs to give up this Baron against a 4-Drake Elder Drake. It's not exactly what you want to fight right now, but they will be forced into some sort of team fight, because SKT would Baron buff Elder Drake as well, plus their advantage will just force it.
Yeah, SKT did that exactly right. They get the Elder Drake, they get the Baron, they empowered recall, they elixir up, because multiple people were sitting on max items. You even see a serrated Dirk coming in from Wolf. Now they can just 5-man push down those inhibitors once again. Probably even go for inhibitor number 3 and try and get the full, complete victory.
G2 here trying to set up a Fnatic Death Rush. Problem for them is right now, SKT are just pushing top and mid lane. So
when there are no doors on your house, you cannot sit in the backyard of your enemy and hope that they'll be setting up a barbecue. Anyways, SKT with Baron empowered minions and 1-2 cannons up in this top lane. They're just going to try apply some pressure. Huni is throwing out those winds of war from the flank of G2, and it feels like just a matter of time until somebody gets caught out here, or Sven decides to throw down the arrow. It catches onto Wolf. Huni's coming in from the side. Heroic entrance will save Peanut's life, and Expect is the man that goes down. He's already been popped. That GA not going to be used As it stands, SKT will take a third inhibitor. The bottom one has respawned, so will the middle one very, very soon.
Really got to see the damage reduction of the Galio ult come in huge there because Peanut looked like he was way further up than he should have been, but he still survives thanks to Galio and the heal from Bang, and this allows SKT to take down their third inhibitor and prep the final push.
Such beautiful play from SKT. A little bit longer than maybe some people would have expected. To G2 for making that happen, but as it stands, they just ran out of ammunition in the mid-game. SKT, Baron, and Elder sieging down the Nexus turrets. Trick's gonna look forward, he finds a kick onto Bang, but the roof misses once again. Mythicon lock him down, so Bang survives. Nexus turret number 1 is down. Trick's trying to buy time. The Nexus is the focus, and SK Telecom stop their campaign for MSI 2017.
Mid to late game, SKT managed to punish G2 Esports whenever there were a fail engage, missed skill shot. So often did we see it in this game from G2 Esports, and every single time SKT took a kill, a dragon, or a tower.
And so many times, SKT was able to find the right fight, in part because they never let the opponent do the same. They are so good at dodging any initiation G2 was trying to throw at them. After there was that 5-man dive from G2 on the bottom turret in the early game, that was pretty much it as far as proactive plays that G2 could make, and the rest of the game was all SKT.
And that is an exciting time for an SKT fan. And we need to see who's going to compete with them, right? SKT traditionally been a little bit slow out of the gates. Made a few mistakes today, but really not that bad in the grand scheme of things. And what was a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it's your first game right now of the tournament for SKT. It's fine if it's a little bit shaky here and there. It's the standard, honestly, Paul. If they get the win, that's the important part.
A big yawn from Wolf.
Like, oh, here we are again.
I guess that was 44 minutes. That was longer than we expected. Their average game time was much lower this year, but you can tell SKT knows they're in for the long haul. Peanut attending his first MSI as Huni, the happier of the team with the win.
Yeah, of course, Huni played MSI 2 years ago, lost to SKT. Now he's playing for SKT, taking down the sort of, debut famous region. Yes, played in LCK prior to EU, but it was really with Fnatic where Huni began to win the hearts of the West, and now he's crushing them.
Yeah. Means a lot for him, because that's the thing about Huni, was on the practice squads of Samsung and SKT. Never got to play that first game in the LCK before he actually came to Europe and made a name for himself. But yeah, I like the Galio a lot. I like his performance on it. I like Peanut in the jungle as well in this game here. Fun to see it wasn't about, Bang, who we talked so much about earlier in this game here. Faker, of course, did Faker things.
Yeah, Bang actually played this game very defensively, even with Sven coming in without fervor on Ashe. They were the ones heavily attacked. It was kind of the old school Bang & Wolf used to just absorb the pressure and allow the rest of the team.
And there was so much pressure to absorb. G2 made it very clear which lane they were prioritizing and focusing. So SKT, they start with the win. G2 do not. G2 will be playing Flash Wolves a little later today. I don't think they walk away with their heads too far down. They were the expected underdogs in this one, and they put up a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, I think they had to run into a lot of adversity early on in this game, right? Taking the wrong mastery on Sven. They did jump out to an early lead. This is the type of game you'd almost want to have if you weren't going to win. They had advantages. They know they can build off them, and they have actionable things that they can clean up, right? So expect these to play a little bit better with the team, and they need to find better initiations.
It's not a bad thing to face SKT as your very first game, because it is your first game on stage. If you lose, well, you play against SKT, so it would probably been a loss anyway. Flash Wolves, though, is also tough, and that's the thing. G2 Esports probably the toughest opening schedule, and they are a team with a lot of pressure on them, and I can see, when you're potentially 0-2, it can get difficult.
I want to talk a little bit more about this Galio pick, because in all of our prep coming in, yes, we talked a little bit about Galio, but to expect it that early in the draft, to expect it that early in the tournament, let me rephrase that, and then see how well Huni plays it, does that send big alarm signals to everybody else? Like, hey, if you haven't practiced this or prepared it, you've made a mistake?
Huni usually prepares a pick for MSI. Last year was Cassiopeia. This year,
2 years ago.
2 years ago, it's Cassiopeia. Maybe this year it's Galio, and what else? He can play most anything. What's impressive here is he did the most damage in the game with the top lane tank Galio. So yeah, a lot of that's going to be going into Renekton.
Yeah, sure.
He was just poking a bunch in team fights, and it was Huni just moving around. Every time he's absorbing damage, he's turning some of that back around. So very impressive game by Huni.
We have to remember, we saw Galio in the LPL where he wasn't able for playoffs.
And in the play-ins last week.
In the play-ins as well, we saw him as well. So people knew that he was a strong pick, But when talking to a lot of the top laners, very mixed opinions. Some were like, nah, I don't really like him at all. He's not a main engage, not really my kind of style. Others were like, no, actually, this guy's really strong. His laning phase is good. He can push lanes. And then when he joins fights, you can see the impact. We might see more and more people, as the tournament progresses, kind of turn towards the, okay, Galio is actually very strong. Let's all start playing him. Because this was a very good first performance.
Well, we're going to find out. That was game 1 of MSI Groups in the books. And after the SKT win to start the group stage, let's meet up with Shox on stage, who's standing by with a very familiar face in the top lane.
Thank you very much. Indeed, a very familiar face, and I'm very happy to be speaking to Huni once again, and congratulations. First up on this victory, and this is your first international tournament in a long time. There are so many expectations on you and on SKT, so how important was it to win that first game?
Yeah, my last international tournament was the 2015 when I was in Fnatic. It was, yeah, really, really long time ago, and for now, 2017 with SKT, this is my first time in international league tournament. So it was really very important that Huni is really good top laner. I had to prove for just, yeah, from the first game with SKT. But I showed really well, so thanks for a lot.
You can be happy. That was a very good first game. Talk to me about Galio, because it was quite a slow start for you guys. How did you use Galio? What was the role of you on Galio to get back in the game?
Of course, the Galio as a champion is is a quite slow starter compared to Ranked, because Ranked need to just like smash the laning phase, but I didn't get smashed. So from there, we could really easy to come back from late game, because as team balance, the Galio has CC, like tankness, and just insane like ulti roam. So that's why I choose Galio, and then the pick and ban was like really nice for SKT.
It was, and you guys got off to the great start, or a win, huge expectations on their shoulders. But you say it's your first big international tournament again. So what can we expect of SKT Huni? What does SKT Huni want to prove, want to show the world at MSI 2017?
For sure, SKT is the best team in the world in League of Legends history, and also Huni is the best top laner in the world for 2017 with SKT. That's what I want to prove that for 2017. And of course, MSI, we're gonna win. I'm ready to smash everyone, as you guys see in teaser. And even worse, looking towards, I just want to win everything.
Fantastic. You've become even more confident than when I talked to you 2 years ago. Huni, final question before we go. Talk to me about being in the middle of that stage in the beginning, all the light shining on you as the defending champion. Then for SKT, what was that like?
It felt like it was just amazing, because we're just like, MSI is for just SKT. That's what I felt, because we're just in middle, and then they need to just try to beat SKT, but we're just the best. Just we're first place, and then they just need to make it down. But whatever.
Wow, very strong words, and that's how we love hearing from you. Also, congratulations, and thank you for doing this. Congratulations, Huni, with very, very confident words to start everything off. So back over to you guys.
Thank you, Shox. I'm sad to say that I don't get to see Huni's smiling face in the NALCS studios every week, but it's nice to see him here and performing at such a high level. He said it right there. They're the best. Everyone else has to try and beat them, and that really does kind of feel like the theme of the tournament coming in. G2 takes their best swing at it here in game 1. They missed the mark.
Just to be clear, though, this is not Huni acting for the cameras. I see this guy around the OGN studios every week. He is the same behind the camera as he is in front of it. He's a very confident guy, and when you're on SKT, it's easy to be confident.
Absolutely. Let's dive into it. Let's talk about Champion Select. Beginning of the day, we talked about the Galio. I know you're not entirely sold on the Picazale. How'd you feel about it here, this time shown with 3 ADCs and the Syndra in the mid lane?
I think it made a lot of sense in this draft. So when I saw Fiora and GP banned out, I think those are 2 picks that are very strong against the Galio. Fiora, it's ridiculously easy to parry the punch every single time. You're going to outscale. GP, similarly, can very easily farm and kind of outscale. So I think when I saw that, and the fact that they're running a lot of dive on G2, this is kind of like the counter engage. You have a powerful sieging comp, you have pushing lanes, and you have this champion, which is supposed to answer the Lee Sin and the Ashe, kind of diving in and taking out your backline.
Absolutely. But all that said, G2 got off to a pretty good start. Let's look at the fact that they got 4 early kills picked up across the map in a way that shows they recognize their win conditions and where they can get kills.
And here's the thing, like, there's so much pressure in all of these lanes. You take a look at the top lane, you can see that Galio's got Renekton shoved in. You look at the bot lane, it was Bang and Wolf that were playing for before they were punished by this arrow. This was pretty much the only play that they could make is to throw it. Now, this seems random, but I actually love this from Perkz. He knows that they can only play off of the arrow, punishing those summoner spells that they burned before. So he throws the ultimate at Faker to draw Peanut and to hold Faker in that lane, so they make sure that they get the 3v2 initially in the bottom lane. That sets this up later on.
And it's poetry in motion on this turret dive. This is what we saw so often in the start of the season, was drawing in the tank from the top lane, making the turret dive. That part was great, but you come back to the draft, as you said, 380 carries, and Galio, who just chills next to the turret, throws out Q, wave clears very safely. The gameplay on the side lanes is what brought SKT back in, because G2 opted into playing in top lane, into trading turrets, and Galio could just chill in the back, clear the wave, while the 380 carries traded up for SKT every time, and that's where the good start for G2 kind of came unglued.
I think you could see it very clearly at like 17 minutes when they decided to trade those inner towers.
It's just never a trade when Galio can just safe wave clear and the 380 carries having
Get
fun
in here,
time.
Zale.
And I mean, it was kind of sad for G2 because that was really the last good play it felt like Trick made and the rest of the team really was able to do. I think they had a lot of opportunities in this game to actually come back. They have super heavy engage. They get the early kills. They get the first turret. They have a gold lead. And then they just opt into the super passive trade turrets. Like, you're allowing SKT a way back in when I think they should have been pushing the pace, forcing fights, and they never did that. And even later in the game, the only engages that they did take were super uncoordinated. We have Expect coming in 15 seconds late to a fight after Bang gets kicked in. Galio is getting flash kicked in. Like, it just felt like they didn't really know what to do.
And to your point, we fast forward to that 31-minute mark sometime into the game after a fair amount of inaction, and we see now when G2 goes for those plays, they've given SKT too much time to scale up and react.
And it's also that siege comp really coming online that Azale was talking about before. So the cooldown comes out, they don't get anything off of the Ashe arrow, and now G2's composition is pretty much on the back foot. They don't have any of those engage options. They can't do anything. And now this up-tempo siege comp just gets to walk down all these towers. This is 380 carries, Misfortune, Graves, and Varus.
But the value of Galio is so huge that you could see just clogging the choke. They couldn't walk in. That's why the second turret came down. And you have to look at G2 and go, okay, Ashe, Lee Sin as a ball carrier, Orianna there as well. It's all about engage, so why they, in the mid-game, opted into trading turrets, and then it felt like Trick, after missing a couple of Qs, after missing some opportunities, he wouldn't pull the trigger, and all the initiation really counted for nothing.
That's 0 kills on like a 2.5K gold swing just off of that play, Zale.
And I mean, even hitting that arrow, what are you going to do after hitting the arrow? Where's the rest of the team? Perkz is not in position, Expect is not in position. You have a couple people that are out on the map essentially by themselves without vision of the rest of SKT. And they're going for engages that even if you make it happen, it doesn't work. It's like the kicking on Galio, like I referenced earlier, and some of these plays, it just did not seem like G2 was ever in the right place at the right time. And I think a lot of the credit does have to go to SKT for controlling the side waves and putting them in these awkward positions. But still, it was just not really clean initiations.
I 100% agree with that, but I just think that yes, it turned into that late game, but G2 had the right idea. It was almost just like too little too late. Like, they were 10 minutes too late on that right idea. They needed those arrows to connect much earlier when the gold deficit wasn't as large.
And perhaps maybe some jitters kind of showing, as was mentioned, the misclick on the mastery, the pause coming later because of that missed Zyra E. That kind of can sometimes indicate that the team themselves is reaching for things and not fully confident in what their win conditions are going through that mid to late game. Either way, one Nexus has been smashed, but there's plenty more to come. Next up, here at MSI 2017, it's the LPL's Team WE versus the LMS's Flash Wolves. Stay with us. Now to meet our contenders here at the 2017 League of Legends Mid-Season Invitational. Fitting into Faker.
Oh my God, have they got him? First blood onto Faker. The party in the bottom lane. Chain of corruption slowly starting to spread. Shockwave onto Wolf. Kick back. Double knockup. Double kill. G2.
With that big front line of Boomy.
Well, SKT there going forward once again, just blowing Perkz up.
Oh my god.
and defend against all the poke.
All right, Sven gets caught out by the taunt. Biffy's going to be the target, though, on the back end. Huni continues to focus down the members of G2. Bullet's time is going to shred G2 as he is indeed looking for Miffy. He's going to find him. The Dark Spears and Force of Will in a 1v4.
Whoa.
Trick's trying to buy time. The Nexus is the focus, and SK Telecom start their campaign for MSI 2017.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2017 Midseason Invitational. SK Telecom has started the tournament off with a win, but now it's time for our next clash between WE and the Flash Wolves. Just as a reminder, the Flash Wolves coming off some dominant performances here in the play-ins, a 3-0 in their best-of-5 to qualify. But also as a reminder, they made some roster changes from the last time we saw them at international competition back at Worlds. Betty in for NL.
And let's be clear, they were dominant in play-ins, but if you rewind further, this team lost their first game of the season to AHQ, won 28 regular season games in a row, lost a single game, again the first game of the final to AHQ, and then went on to win 3-1. So they dropped 2 games in an entire season, so their dominance has been just unimaginable, right next to, for example, the GIGABYTE Marines, although in a very much weaker region in the GPL. So it has been an insane season for Flash Wolves.
Sometimes, though, Azale, that can make it hard to judge a team's power coming into a tournament. You know, we always raise the question, well, have they been tested? And if they get tested here on this stage, how do they respond?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say. The LMS is a very top-heavy region. They did look good at IEM, which kind of eliminates some of those questions, but they're going up against a tough opponent, and they are going up against a very strong bot lane. I think that, you know, Mystic is an incredible player, and I think that WE is a very strong team.
You already hit it on the other side of the stage. We have a team that lives for the late game. Team WE, Froskuren. What do they need to do here to come away with a victory?
Okay, so we call WE the Elder Dragon team in the LPL, and it's not indicative that they need the Elder Dragon to win. It's indicative that they only really come online around 35 minutes, win that spawn. So the guy on your screen right now, that is Mystic. He's the AD carry. If you're going to pick a superstar on the team, you know, maybe he's slightly become one next to Condi, but ultimately the storyline for Team WE is that these are 5 B-tier players that come together to make an S-tier team.
Very much around that team cohesion that pushes them forward. When we talk about Mystic impressing, another player that needs to step up is Condi. He's going up against Karsa in the jungle. This is just the beginnings of those jungle mid matchups that we've been talking about since the beginning of the day.
And it's a hype one for sure. Condi has really stepped up in the LPL, probably the best jungler there. Karsa been the best jungler in the LMS for a long time now, and I'm of the opinion that Karsa has separated himself from just being an equal part for the Maple-Karsa duo, and actually this season had his best season yet. Looked wonderful pathing in the grand final of the LMS as well. So I'm really on the Karsa hype train for this tournament.
And that's what's really scary for me as, you know, an LPL representative on the desk, is that you're looking across from Karsa, and everything WE has to do, all of their success has to plug into Condi. And if he runs into problems into Karsa, they'll collapse from the inside out.
Now, these teams have somewhat opposite styles and very different track records. So now I'm going to pose the question to you as the teams are readying up. Who do you think's coming out with the win here? Who's got the edge? Frost, let's start with you.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to back the Flash Wolves here, so I'm sorry, LPL. Stylistically, I think this is going to be the biggest, hardest uphill battle other than SKT, just because Flash Wolves can play a faster-paced game. Not necessarily in kind of like their tempo, but they'll play the early game, they'll make those aggressive plays, and WE consistently will kind of just sit back on their laurels and give away early games. You can't do that against a team as clean as Flash Wolves.
I mean, when we saw Flash Wolves at Worlds last year, big question marks on how their mid-game to late game went, and that is the strongest point for WE, but they've looked so clean, so great, even on the international stage at IEM, but mostly in the LMS in the early game, that I just can't see, unless some Condi heroics come out, them just getting run over pre-30 minutes.
So Flash Wolves here. Azale?
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's Flash Wolves too, but I will give the caveat that I think it's not as one-sided as a lot of people perhaps are making it out to be. I think that Flash Wolves does play a lot of slow games too, and WE is an incredible late game team. If Karsa is not playing aggressively in the early game, I don't think it's a massive advantage, and I think that they can match up in the mid and late game team fighting. So if WE were to win, I think that's how they'd do it.
All right, so the edge goes to Flash Wolves here on the desk, but as we've seen at these tournaments, anything goes. It's time for 2 more teams to make their MSI debut, so let's kick it back over to the guys for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Dash. Before we get into picks and bans, let's quickly check out those rosters. Starting on the blue side, representing the LPL, it is Team WE with 957 in the top lane, Condi in the jungle, Shia, the mid laner, Mystic AD carry, Zero the support, and their coach, Hong.
And on the red side, spring champions of the LMS, of course, and one of the most hyped teams coming into this tournament, Flash Wolves, MMD in the top lane, Karsa in the jungle, Mabel in the mid lane, Betty the new AD carry down the bottom lane, Sword Art of course next to him as support, and Stake the former top laner as the coach for the team.
Yeah, and a lot riding on the success of Flash Wolves this year for this team, because people think back to this team at Worlds last year, not making it out of group stage, and a lot of people thought the star players like Karsa, Maple, and Sword Art would be going over to China's LPL, but they decided to stick together for yet another run. They were more dominant than ever, and now they want to find the success at MSI. Yep. Last year, if you remember, they lost to COG in the semifinals, so now they want to go all the way to the finals and potentially win it.
And it's actually impressive and almost beautiful that this core here of Sword Art, Mabel, and Karsa have stuck together for such a long time. You know, they've had to change players around them, new top lane, now he's been there for a while, but it used to be Staker, then MMD, and now a new AD carry this split in Betty, the rookie of the split in the LMS as well. And they've now really found a lineup that clicks, because the AD carry they have now, better mechanics, better team fighter, and that's important for these guys.
And what does that mean for picks and bans? We'll talk more about the teams in-game. WE out the gates have taken Syndra away from Maple, one of the primary carries for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, I think there's a big mismatch in the mid lane here. GA is almost like a secondary support on Team WE, where it is more about Mystic and Condi to carry games, where Mabel, of course, is a superstar on the side of Flash Wolves. So banning out 2 picks against Mabel to try and give GA maybe a Karma first pick could be a way. Never mind, let's go on.
Yeah, well, for as much as Flash Wolves has found a more complete style to split, MMD, even in the weaker LMS region as far as the top heaviness of it, still averages -5 CSD at 15 minutes, and Betty has been a relatively defensive marksman player, so Maple still is the guy that they generally win through, so it makes sense to throw so many bans at him early.
I wonder if we're going to see Lee Sin first pick here for Condi. It is a big pick for him, it's a good pick for Casa as well, and with Karma Lulu removed, who are 2 very standard first picks in the current meta, it opens up for a lot of different things, and especially junglers.
Well, I'll kind of find out in just a second. You're talking
now
about
I'm really looking at Lee Sin.
Graves is off the table, so if it's not Lee Sin, what are some of the other options? It was Ashe for G2 a moment ago. We never talked about the value there, and Mystic also has played that a whole lot.
Yeah, and some of this also comes down to how much you value or threaten with Ivern, because if one team takes Lee Sin, the other can get Ivern, but there is no direct match to Ashe, I think, in a lot of teams' minds. It's the most picked marksman for both of these teams early on, or both these teams throughout the spring, and again, the first pick.
Yeah, still a little bit surprising, for me at least, because I think the Lee Sin here just goes so high up in value when Graves is banned.
Karsa is also so good at it as far as making plays happen.
It's fantastic.
Any stage of the game.
It's fantastic to watch this guy play Lee Sin, because with the mobility, with the playmaking potential, he's able to carry his team so often on this champion. But again, Ashe is a safe, strong AD carry. Problem is, you're not really denying other AD carries on the other side, and there's still so many left that are actually very good.
Yeah, and oftentimes the biggest weakness for Team WE is their early game. Elise's early game and jungle presence can match. We say Lee Sin was the most played for Condi with 11 games. The Elise is 10. He's the type of player to go boots of mobility right away and just try and run around the map making plays.
You have to also talk about Malzahar being locked in so early, receive some more nerfs.
That's very surprising.
It is very surprising, and it's kind of the fun thing when you have all these changes and all these different teams. 3 bans, obviously 2 supports, but Nami was still there, and I don't think you didn't have to early pick support if you're actually going down to the second tiers anyway.
I agree. But oftentimes teams like to pick jungle and support with the first 2 picks on the red side. We saw it all the time in the North American playoffs, because then you can pick the core of your team composition afterwards.
There's a pocket pick for our top laner, 957 in Kled. He blind picked it. He's a little bit of a madman, because there are quite some of these carry matchups that can punish a Kled up top lane. And MMMD, while he is obviously the guy who normally will not get a whole lot of help from his team, he's now able to actually counterpick this Kled.
Yeah, so he has played a little bit of Kled recently. What's interesting is oftentimes when Kled is played in the LPL, it's played with shielders, like the Lulu or the Karma, so when he gets dismounted, he gets sped up, gets his Vicious Strikes in, remounts right away, and gets going. Those champs are banned, and he's picking it blind, so I think Madman is the right term for it.
What I love about this, 2 games now into MSI 2017 groups, and both times we've been surprised by the pick ban priority of teams. I can't wait to see the rest of the day play out. Another support taken off the table, the Nami. Team WE have to round out their phase 2 bans. I assume it's going to be another top laner. Deny something to maybe make Kled just a little more comfortable in that regard.
Yeah, I think so. They're trying to ban away the worst matchups. They're almost daring them to pick a top laner early, because then if that happened flat, then the marksman position would have been able to get pinched out. So still, even though they banned the 2 tanks away, there's a lot of stuff to play.
They are leaving Fizz open as a pick. We see a lot of top laners play, but that's actually because Kled is really good against Fizz. So they might try and bait Flash Wolves to take it if they don't actually know the matchup. But Rumble has been a go-to pick for MMD. You just try and survive the laning phase, and then you join your team in these mid-game fights. And these ultis are often fairly spot on.
And it also opens up Maple to play an assassin if he wants to. Zed is still on the table. They have it as a counter pick option, and it's going to be difficult, I think, for Shie to pick the right champion that can't be Zedded into. So I'm thinking it's going to be something relatively safe like an Orianna, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, Flash Wolves have been able to see basically all 3 carries on the side of Team WE and then decide what they wanted to pick after. AD carry, obviously top lane, or AD carry is the safe one with Ashe, but then top lane with Kled, now mid lane pick coming in for Shie as well. That's a Bard support!
Oh, I love it. Well, look, there's 5, 6 support champions banned out, right? So there's a whole bunch of options removed from the table. You have to go down the priority list and the team list.
So Bard has received substantial buffs since the last time we've seen him in competitive. So he definitely does a lot more damage when he just slaps you in the face. And other than that, he's a playmaker. So WE looking to play the map with Bard, Talia, and Kled.
Oh, Mabel, give me an assassin. Give me an assassin against this Talia here. You can go Talon. You can go Zed. I don't care. I just want to see an assassin right here. That's a matchup where you can get kills. You have Lee Sin next to you as well. Please give me an assassin here, Mabel, to punish this Talia. Other things can do it as well. There's actually a lot of things you can do against. Come on, give it to me. Lock that in.
We thought he was going to try to do it. The Rumble makes perfect sense with it. Talia is actually a spectacular matchup to Zed. So, I mean, the blind pick. Oh, he's not doing Zed.
That's fine. Okay, come on.
Maple.
All right, so why are we so disappointed with the swap way? Obviously, the Zed into the Talia, but the Ryze is a suitable replacement.
Yes, Ryze is fine, and Mabel is kind of famous for his Ryze and the way he uses his ulti as well, so effectively around the map.
Definitely good.
Can't really blame him, but really want to see Mabel Zed right there.
Listen, quick shot. When you got a draft where you see a blind pick Kled, Bard, and then Talia, you're expecting Maple to go for the flash right there. But the Ryze is good. The Rune Prison into the Lee Sin is still highly capable of killing Xie's Talia in the mid lane. So still a good draft from Flash.
And I distinctly remember from the play-in best of 5, Maple and Sword Art comboing to use that Ryze ultimate to TP from Dragon Pit to the bottom tier 1 and to dumpster an AD carry. And Ashe Bard, if they get jumped on and surprised, they're going to get dumpstered.
Now, Team WE here actually have quite some early game with their lineup, and often we see them, try and play for late game, fall behind early, especially if Condi doesn't have that good of an early game. But with this composition, they have to be able to match Flash rolls early on.
Yeah, and their late game team fighting is quite poor. So Team WE's got to hit level 6 and just go nuts. They have to fly all around the map and try and make plays, which is super interesting because that's kind of the opposite of how they won the finals against RNG. When RNG was playing stuff like Kled Echo and 957 was absorbing on Shen, they've decided to just adopt this style for this game, and they're going to go all out.
Oh, so excited. Coming into MSI 2017 after winning LPL finals, a stylistic difference, a surprise. And now we see how well they can execute it. We know how well Team WD have played in the LPL, a team that has had this 2-year rebuild, I believe the analyst desk was saying earlier, bringing in, a Korean bottom lane to bolster the ranks and really rise from grassroots up. And now they've got themselves a very exciting team composition against one of the pre-tournament favorites in Flash Wars.
Yeah, and if you're talking about pre-tournament expectations, even though it's been a while since we've seen WE on the international stage, they played as a lower-seeded LPL team at IM Katowice, was able to make the finals. Before that, you got to think back to the 2012 World Championship or IPL 5 when they're actually winning. That's where they developed most of their fandom, and it's carried through kind of to here. But the expectations for WE is second, definitely top 4, so there's a lot of hope of fans riding on this WE performance.
100% top 4. I was talking to First Korean before the series as well, but how many fans are still supporting this team, and she said, they're probably the second biggest fan base still in China, of course, because they were so huge before. And I now want to see what WE can do as an early game team with this draft here. Condi, the superstar jungler we need to follow on Elise, needs to be so impactful with the first few ganks, because you can actually have some lanes here that can really start struggling if they fall behind. It's not fun to play Kled when you're behind. It's definitely not fun to play Bard if you're behind, because whenever you do use your ulti, no one is actually going to follow up and kill anyone.
I've talked so much about WE and what they can do in the early game. Is the scaling that much more in favor of Flash Wolves that they have to play early? Or will we get into this potential mid-game where WE are famous for turning games around and playing well in the mid to late?
I think the scaling is heavily in favor of Flash Wolves with their composition. I think their team fighting in the mid to late game will be very strong as well. No tank on the side of WE against Rumble and things like Malza ulti. It's tricky.
Yeah, what I want to pay the most attention to right now, though, is Condi's early game pathing. Talia can give such a better early game pull than the Ryze. The Condi is way ahead of Karsa right now. Karsa just starting on his Raptors. Condi already cleared Raptors and Red. But he's not going for a counter jungle path. I wanted him to run up to the enemy blue.
Well, I want to see actually if he goes for a Rift Scuttler here to get level 3 with experience. But he's going to take blue. He obviously needs it on Elise.
Yeah, but the top lane dive of Elise and Kled is insane. Both repel, as well as just Kled being Kled, can drop turret aggro at any time. So 957 gets any type of push in the top lane, Condi can roam up there, especially with Karsa on the other side of the map, which is potentially being confirmed with that hawk shot right there, knowing that red buff's been cleared out. And I think W is going to go for an early game.
Let's see, he's farming for now, getting his wolf camp as well.
Oh, a lot of damage onto Shia.
I mean, let me just stress this again. Like, laning as Talia involves very much, I want to push this lane and I want to run away when you want to try and fight me. Like, it's really not easy to lane Asher unless you can just push, push, push. And that's why things like Ryze, some of these assassins, they can actually get onto her very easily and just start taking these trades.
Talking about trades, Mystic and Ben have been shoving Betty and Sword Art back. They're currently +8 with about a wave and a half in front of Betty and Sword Art on that Varus Malzahar. Ben's early game Bard really making life difficult as Scuttle is going to get started by Karsa, finished by Condi.
Yeah, due to the early push from Talia in the mid lane, Condi could go and take that Rift Scuttler. Karsa should just give it up. Invade in as well for a ward. Junglers will go back to base.
WE actually getting multiple deep wards inside the jungle of Flash Wolves. I'm still a little disappointed that Condi didn't try and make something more happen with the quality of the pull that Talia can give on Raptors in comparison to the other side, but he still has a Scuttle Crab up on Condi. Aside from that, same number of camps taken.
Oh, I love this bear trap on a rope. 957 going very, very forward onto MMD as MMD starts to overheat. Goes down the Electro Harpoon. Once again, bear trap is thrown out, and 957 going to deal with the minion wave in front of him.
Very good start of WE. With the look at the lane, spot lane as well, winning. Bard, obviously, with that auto tag where it deals a bit of extra damage. Against the Malzahar Voidlings, on this patch, they only have 2 HP, used to have 3. It is actually extremely easy for Bard to just kill them and stop Malzahar from really having any proper poke. Malzahar right now only works well if you have the stronger AD carry who can just push, 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 and then you just spam Q silence under the turret against the enemy, and you kind of try and get them down until you hit level 6, and then you can try and kill them. Yeah. When he gets pushed in,
hello! Karsa jumps into Condi. He's able to get out thanks to the trinket ward. But that is not what you want to be doing, especially when you are one of the most exciting junglers in MSI 2017. Condi, another early advantage, still behind in a little bit of CS though.
Yeah, well, he didn't go for his own Krug, so he actually hasn't kept up in camp clearing, and even though Karsa got chunked low, killing the Krug camp as well as the Raptor camp is going to put him nearly a full level ahead of Condi.
And if we just zoom out a little bit and talk about, you know, this early game from Flash Wolves, it's so famous, a lot of people mention it. It is very strong, and it is something they've been using well to win games, especially in the LMS. But it's not just about early game. Like these guys, especially in the mid game,
yes, the mid game
is where we actually really see them shine, because that's where they can start roaming with Maple and Karsa. It's where the vision control with control wards really kicks in. That's what we're kind of waiting for. It is pretty standard that Flash Wolves just farm for 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, and I am really curious to see where WE goes from here, though, because they have the type of composition that can look really good if they start taking over a game, because their ability to initiate from anywhere and lock down anyone they catch for just a huge CC chain is pretty immense. And it's interesting because they're kind of known as that 35 minutes to turn on team that makes comebacks, but that is not what their composition has set them up to do. So they have to execute here in the next 14 minutes before 20.
Yeah, I remember talking to the LPL guys, the casters last year about WE here, and they were like, yeah, they're win condition, fall behind, try and steal Baron, and then see if we can come back into the game. It is not as bad right now, of course, from WE, but that actually used to be a thing.
Not as bad. They're up 13 CS in the top lane.
I mean, overall, for them as a team.
In the bottom lane, it's only Condi.
Dive him, dive him, dive him.
Behind.
Yes. It's dangerous to dive a level 6 Rumble, but they have him at half health. They have a chance. Here comes Clit.
Sure!
Oh, see you later.
957 and Condi. First blood for Team WE.
That's a good start. Kled will take over this lane as a split pusher, and then he will be able to roam with ulti towards the other lanes here. Nice gank from Condi at level 5 here. That's a kill on MMD. Condi also getting some deep vision.
Such a good start for WE. Very big advantages respective across all the lanes. And of course, if they can use that charge combo, plus the Weaver's Wall from Talia, from Shia, they can start to, once again, start to knock over these towers and extend this deeper.
Condi didn't notice the ward, I don't think, from Karsa, or he's just bold enough to start this right here because they have push in both lanes. But this is a difficult steal.
Look at the mini-map. Support coming up from both teams. MMD with equalizers available. Caster's going to jump over the wall. And that's going to be red buff secured. Where was Maple? Decided not to engage.
Now, Maple would have lost a lot of minions if he actually left that mid lane early, so he had to just take the minions, surrender that red buff. Not the end of the world to lose a red buff at this point here. There's a nice gank from Condi, no wards from MMD. And at this point, as soon as the cocoon hits, well, then that's a kill.
Yeah. The wave was in such a bad spot for MMD, and he kind of greeted for that last harpoon when he had no vision of the opponent jungler, and his jungler wasn't near. So potentially could have given up a lot of CS and maybe saved his life, but by the time he moved up for that minion, he was just gone for.
And WE here running the AHQ strategy from the LMS finals, where the AHQ would run Kled top lane, they would gank MMD early on, try and really get Ziv going, the top lane from AHQ. They're trying to do the same here with 957. And so far, they have been winning these two side lanes pretty easily, honestly, and that's a very good sign for WE.
Yeah, they've already got themselves that 1,000 gold lead, and Condi, despite, you know, some interesting decisions maybe on that Elise, he's got himself first blood already. Now she is going to get jumped on as Team WE are invading. Ashara goes a little bit wide, but yeah, Team WE leading from the front. Condi has been one of the primary carries, one of the primary reasons, the undisputed best jungler from the LPL, and you can see why with that great gank and some pressure.
Yeah, now it's a question of how do they continue this lead. They just burned Ash Arrow for nothing. They had such a large advantage down in that bottom side. You do have to credit Ben and Mystic, the Korean bottom lane, down for this Team WE. When Flash Rules first picks the Malzahar, thinking it's the best support available, will still have the threat from the Nether Grasp in the mid game, but to lose lane that badly after early prioritization on that, and then to have the Bard come in with a later pick and still get that edge is huge for WE, and credit has to be given.
Yeah, it's been some very interesting decisions from Flash Rules in that pick and ban phase. Like, Malzahar is not a very contested support at the moment, taking the Rumble and saying, you know what, I know I'm going to lose lane against this Kled, but I'm just going to pick it for fights. And then, of course, again, not locking in things like Zed to try and get a bit more pressure mid lane for actual kills. So they have accepted that WE can push multiple lanes in the early game, and Flash Rules right now are getting punished.
All right, so how does Flash Rules bounce back? 10 minutes in, no towers have fallen yet, but 957, Mystic and Ben, you feel like they may be able to unlock some damage, not too distant future. Saying that, she has also been shoving Maple in again and again. Once again, we're going to see Condi make his way out. Maybe we're going to see that tower dive eventually, Jack, that we've talked so much about.
Yeah, if they don't, they're going to get the turret, and Karsa's going to have to respawn somewhere else. Until Condi shows on the map, Karsa's not going to feel safe about going in, but here we go!
So easy! Cocoon into charge. 957 gets a kill.
And MMD is not giving the appropriate level of respect to Kled Elise. No wards, walks up to the minion wave. Did he think 957 was just missing?
While Karsa gets caught by the Cosmic Binding, Ash Arrow is eaten as well. He's going to get jumped on, threaded volley, starts to get fired. Shia gets the third kill of the game for Team WE. Maple decides to realm walk in, cannot get out. Teleport not even going to be needed because the tower first blood was also picked up by Team WE.
It's another good gank top lane here from WE, and Flash Rules are just making it too easy right now. Two ganks, no flash used by the Rumble. Then they invade on the bottom side without having proper push in their lanes. They're getting so punished in this very first game. And now Flash Rules are getting towards a mid-game where they're behind. Not something they're used to.
And also, this is pretty difficult to scout. 957 did not get a lot of jungle help throughout the year, but we're going to watch what Karsa tried to do to counter, because remember, it technically has more Flash Rules on this side of the map, but the bottom lane is so slow on the roam up when Karsa get caught in the jungle.
That was read so easily by WE, and they managed to pick up the kill. Sword Art level 6, ulti ready. Ulti ready on the Varus. This is where you can start making plays if you are the Flash Rules bottom lane. Karsa is on his way down. There's no camp swim on the bottom side, so we should assume he's looking for a potential gank or maybe some vision.
Just before that, you can see some of the stats on your screen representing Flash Rules' dominance over in the LMS. They only dropped 2 games in the entirety of the spring split. Once right at the beginning, once right at the end, really. Unfortunately, they're 3,500 gold down to Team WE already at 12 minutes is mind-boggling how well WE have opened up, but they changed their style, changed the picks and bans, and it seems to have caught Flash Wolves a little off guard.
Yeah, and this is also what WE has to do to make this composition work. Snowball through that Kled, so when Kled gets ahead, he can charge in and start any fight. They need to make sure Karsa can't get back online.
Well, Karsa's gonna get turned online, killing Shia in the mid lane, comboing up with Maple. Round Warp gonna deliver Karsa and Maple to safety.
Love the small side steps as well. Make sure you don't get CC'd and then get out of there. Good setup. But a dynamic duo of Karsa and Maple.
Shie was down Flash and Cleanse from the skirmish in the jungle, so Flash Wolves know immediately where to go to get that kill conversion, and that helps them back only 3,000 gold. Still a pretty big deficit.
Oh, it's still pretty bad for Flash Wolves right now, and it's not over yet because mid lane, Condi and 957 are showing. But again, this Kled will just keep pushing the top lane over and over, and his ulti is one of the best when it comes to moving from that top lane towards the mid lane and join a potential fight. It is hard now for Rumble to really have impact, because he will most of the time have to TP second. He needs the Kled to leave first before he can actually TP away and join the fight. This is just a gank in mid.
Yeah, Rune Prison. Karsa just ward jumps in, kicks him straight up against the wall, and guarantees the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike in a crisp ult out by Maple and Karsa.
Maple and Karsa are going to need to do more of those superhero plays to claw back this deficit. Team WE already got one tower down. I'm looking at the minimap. No shenanigans just yet. 957 still shoving the wave into that inner turret up top. And vision-wise, a little bit lacking. Not the same deep vision that we saw in the opening 10 minutes for WE.
Not yet, and that is typically a thing where WE can slack a little bit on control wards when you watch them play. They have some of these games where they set it up perfectly, but in other games they seem to forget it. This one here, they have some wards down. See if they can actually make a play.
Yeah, and Flash Wolves is also a team that excels with vision control.
Ooh,
notice the multiple control wards they already have in their inventory on top of what's placed down.
Oh, so clever. Mystic actually stuns up Betty. Manages to get tagged up by the Chain of Corruption, though. Here comes Ben. Mystic's going to go down. Flash forward from Ben. Flash Wolves get their second and third kills of the game, and they are bouncing back.
We talked about the Flash Wolf mid-game, not just early game, and they're making some big plays.
Look at that, delivering Karsa for another kill.
Before that play happened, WE was still creeping up towards the top lane, so they very much didn't want to play around the Dragon. Flash Wolves definitely did, and they converted in a huge way on that play. Want to see it again how Shie fell, because Mystic looked like he got a little greedy trying to get that last kill, but that's because all of Flash Wolves was flying down bot.
We'll get the bot lane tower as well. Obviously lost the tier 2 top lane due to the Kled advantage, and then Condi showing up again. There's now a tower for Flash Wolves. Goal lead is still in favor of WE, and this game is wide open.
Dragon's going to get started off here by Karsa. Looking at the minimap, there's no pressure from anywhere else, and the kills, 3 of them secured by Karsa's Lee Sin. Sword Art closed out one in that bottom lane, and Flash Wolves, they do not care about the goal deficit. Some great plays like this.
Yeah, Mystic does delay Betty long enough with his ultimate, but then right here, yes, Karsa's behind him, but he stays in. Shie jumps off of the wall, and Karsa then kicks him out.
Oh, that looks that looked fantastic. He did not want to go up there.
Did not have to jump off the wall that early. I thought he would have gotten kicked off maybe during the travel time, but he actually jumped off towards Karsa before getting kicked. Well, just a series of small little misplays, I'd say, by WE mechanically in that fight, but Flash Wolves completely back in it.
Gave some kills over to Flash Wolves, but still, we're looking at this Kled top lane. He's pushing towards that inhib tower now. So fun to finally see 957 actually get to play this champion.
Already got himself a 50 CS advantage, and looking at the minimap, Team WE trying to rotate their lane assignments. They've got their ADC now, moving to the mid lane to apply pressure onto Maple.
Yeah, and that's the question when you have such a huge advantage in one lane, is how do you collapse it down to the rest of the map? I think WE actually overstayed a little bit in the top lane to get that second turret. Because with an Infernal Drake up and a Kled that strong, they should have moved down a little bit earlier. Flash Wolves beat them to the punch, and now, without the Infernal Drake, maybe they're hesitating a bit because Kled's still sitting up in that top lane.
But he has TP available. That's a kill.
He gets Ben through the magical journey. Okay, the wall is locking off Flash Wolves, but they don't care. WE is not locking Flash Wolves in. They're being locked in. It ends up being 1-0 in favor of Flash Wolves. 957 after the teleport to the charge. He shuts down Sword Art.
Yeah, that was actually a very risky engage from Flash Wolves because Kled had TP advantage top lane, and we saw 957 join instantly. It ended up being just a 1-for-1 due to the very quick kill Flash Wolves managed to pick up. And now they will actually have that TP advantage. So teams are kind of trading global with each other here, and it's on Flash Wolves now to make a play, mid or bot lane.
Yeah, MMD's teleport back up, rank 2 on Rumble, even though he's had that rough early game, nearly has the Leandries, and he will be completely online. Karsa is doing his best to put his team on his back right here. Follows him through the magical journey, gets the Dragon's Rage essentially for the execute, and then the rest of that, Flash Wolves just keep going. The Kled TP is behind the Talia wall, and Flash Wolves just need to make it so he doesn't jump towards them from the charge. They're able to get far enough away. Yes, the flash falls, but that's just a 1-for-1, and the Rumble gets to survive up top to close that CS discrepancy.
It's pretty big though for WE if they can actually pick up this Rift Herald. Not that Kled needs, you know,
more.
Yeah, he doesn't need the buff to win, but sometimes more is better, and that's exactly what they're going for right now, because you gotta remember, he needs to keep split pushing, and once you use this buff here to take towers as well, like the threat is just, it's just so hard to deal with. And that's really the setup for WE. They don't actually need to win this game through team fighting, which is their usual style. They should actually win this game by playing split push.
They've got themselves an advantage, so if they get into any team fights in the next 10 or so minutes, they're going to be very, very happy. Lockett picked up second here for Condi. QSS for Mystic after Blade of the Ruined King. A lot of single target CC on the side of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, a lot of times you can argue that support Malzahar is worth the pick, literally just because it forces people into early QSS, as that definitely diminishes Mystic's kill threat. And also the Locket from Condi, a lot of times an Elise in these types of games is going to want to go full damage, full AP. The Locket probably just a little bit of extra help in case someone else gets hit by that Nether Grasp. Condi wants to be able to assist. It does diminish WE's ability to one-shot someone before a team fight starts.
I like the respect Team WE showed entering their own jungle there. Flash Wolves had set up, had vision superiority. You can see on your minimap a couple of deep wards from Flash Wolves. WE contested, and now they are the ones trying to put something in the Flash Wolves jungle.
Yeah, they're looking for a fight because they moved down the Kled without teleport just to try and fight.
Asa thought he was going to sidestep, but it simply wasn't enough. Flash was available as well.
Yeah, big mistake from Karsa there, not flashing, because once you get hit by one, you're getting hit by the rest with this WE composition.
And that was the best WE could have hoped for, because again, they moved Kled away from a side lane to try and find an engage, and then to get it on, actually the member with the most mobility on the side of Flash Wolves.
Super surprising that hit.
Yeah, really odd actually, they managed to get that kill, but they get it nonetheless, and GA is top lane to defend, but he might get ganked.
Yeah, GA is going to be under a dive. Yes, Sword Art, Maple, MMD. That's going to get locked down with the Nether Grass. A very easy kill for Flash Wolves. That's the 6th of the game. They're going to be putting pressure onto that top tower, but will it get finished here by Team WE? Chain of Corruption tags onto Ben, is slowly starting to spread. Ben takes a lot of damage as the cocoon flies a little wide. Bendy eats himself an exploding spider. The mid tower is standing, but the bottom was taken out.
957 picked that one up. We talked about it with the Rift Herald, the threat towards these structures here. It is huge. Played as well. Really good at just staying in that lane. Oh, Ben!
That Karsa connects onto Ben. Karsa gets his 5th kill of the game. Now wants to set up onto Condi, despite connecting with a Sonic Wave. I hear a charge. Where is the charge coming?
Far away.
And for the Raptor camp.
Karsa decided not to stick around. Therefore, the charge did not find a target.
Ben not finding the right location, so squishy with the Boots of Mobility Bard right now, and that's the 2nd time Karsa's been able to just execute him. That's kind of keeping Flash Wolves in the game right now. Looking at the current structure of the map, though, WE did have Kled down on the bottom side, so they now have wards for the next Infernal Drake. And even though they're not necessarily a team-fighting team, they probably have enough of an advantage. And Kled, at the moment, is almost a tank in the sense that he has so much health in this stage of the game that WE can very much win a fight at Drake.
Jet, you talked about the Kled. Of WE's 2,400 gold lead, 1,800 of that is in 957's back pocket. Look at that difference. 8,900 to 7,000 at the moment. And he's obviously the tool that WE are trying to leverage to win this game.
And one thing WE has done really well during this split here is it's group as 5 and then surprise the enemy a little bit with some very, very aggressive engaging. That's something we see in almost every game they play. And they're doing the same thing here. Said before, they should actually win this through split push, but they're using the TP Kled with the guys, with the team, looking for a fight.
Yeah, Kled ult is down, just the Ash Arrow is what they have, and that's missed. They now have to wait for Bard ultimate or Kled ult if they want to go again.
All right, Tempered Fate is a few seconds away. Karsa with a beautiful flash kick Condi's going to get burned down by the Flame Splitter. It's Maple that picks up a kill on Zaban at the back end. Condi bought a few seconds to repel, and Flash Wolves win the fights.
WE got obliterated right there. WE missed their engage. Karsa did not miss his, and everyone just collapsed there as Condi was slowly focused down. No one followed through from WE to try and make a fight.
It is just that decision with grouping and not using your massive Kled to win that side lane. Now they're going for another one.
Realm Warp's going to split up Flash Wolves. They're trying to run, but Flash Wolves have got 3. Castle once again with the Sonic Wave. Takes a big burst of damage from 957 before he's forced away. MMD is crushed where he stands. Now Maple running for his life. 957 with a bear trap on a rope. He's going to have backup from Shie, and they've ended up getting a kill. Flash Wolves did not need to split up. The seismic shove catches Sword on, and 957 is unstoppable.
This guy is out of control right now. Blind picks the Kled. We called him a madman. He's actually doing it right now on Kled. 5-0-2.
Karsa as well.
Karsa going right back at him.
Karsa and 957, they're smurfing right now against each other, and they're just picking up kills left and right. They got almost all the gold in this game on these two champions.
It was a 3v5, and 957 just ran everyone down.
The Flash Wolves, they step away from Baron. I like that. They try and go for the pick, but now they're completely split up. MMD just flashed into the wall face first, so he's not flashed now, just dies instantly. That was a really bad play from him.
Betty took 2 turret shots running through, then used his heal and ran the other way, so that cut it off into a pretty even-numbered fight, and that's where 957 used that 1,800 gold advantage he had over Rumble and the rest of Flash Wolves to extend it further.
And now he's down in that bottom lane. This is what we like to see. Spread out the map, just keep pushing against this Rumble. You can kill him 1v1. You can take the tower if he's even sitting there trying to defend. You are the man right now who can win this game for WE.
And MMD is not having a good start to the group stages here in Rio. Those 2 early deaths in lane. And
he's used to it from the LMS though. He's very often the target for early ganks.
Unfortunately fell prey to them again on a much bigger stage. Team WE now trying to clear out vision around the Baron pit. Condi is going to get saved by the Tempered Fate. Team WE coming in.
Where's Kled?
Gets an Ash Arrow as well. MMD was stunned up by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Betty is left alone.
I found Kled.
957 gets another.
Blast hits him with the charge, but still a 1 for 0. The Bard and the Locket actually coming in pretty clutch to keep Condi alive, as Flash Wolves was using their mastery of vision control. Look at all the control wards to try and get a pick. But they lose Betty. Now WE back on the offensive. Carson might want to go in.
All right, let's see. There's no flash available to him. His Dragon Rage kick was used already. WE take their 5th tower of the game for a 5,000 gold lead. A little over 3,000 of that is just with 957. He's got a GA to protect that advantage, protect that lead.
Yeah. I really feel like we had to wait 5 minutes and then non-stop action just started. You know, ganks in the top lane and Karsa went off left and right around the map as well. 957 in every fight has just been finding kills. This is the engage from Betty, straight enough.
Betty thought he had the flank on Mystic, but he was kind of losing the duel before 957 even got there. It would have been pretty close, but Betty had no heal coming into that. He's gone a very defensive build. Ninja Tabi and a QSS already, same as Mystic, but Mystic, I believe, had 1 completed item up on him, so wins the duel.
QSS here is actually very interesting from him. Typically, you see it mainly against, you know, Malzahar a lot. I don't think Ashe specifically, when it is pure group, that you actually need the QSS against her arrow, but he is playing it very safe. That's why he has it in this game here. Because it is going to be just 5-on-5s against each other. We have seen WE, they value moving Kled early. Once again, he pushes out his lane, then he goes to join the team, and they try and engage with Mystic. And that's probably what Betty's reading and saying, I'm just going to get this QSS for safety, even though I actually could have gone for more damage.
Well, this game is very, very interesting because coming into it, Team WE and Flash Wolves were somewhat opposite in styles, you know, in terms of their approach. And we'll expand on that in a moment as now 957 gets jumped on. In a 3v1, he's got GA. I don't think he's going to be able to survive this one. There's no support from the rest of the team.
But what about Baron right now? Because WE, they're running straight forward here. Karsa is near the Baron, trying to make it, maybe make a steal. Oh, he gets started!
957 manages to survive a few seconds longer. He's running for his life. Olympic Vision is coming down. The grab, 957, run, man, run! He gets away!
Oh, that's beautiful.
They kill Lee Sin on the other side, and they get the Baron. Are you kidding me?
seen a more amazing survive. Betty's gonna get jumped on. Shie gets a kill, but 957, you are a madman and a monster.
And Flash Wolves just fall apart during that sequence. You don't want to overspend your cooldowns in the 3v1, but he remounts as he's making his escape. Unbelievable by 957.
That was one of my favorite plays ever. Like that whole thing with the Baron for WE, and of course the escape in the bottom, and he almost killed MMD as well before escaping. This is just obviously the 4v1 basically, now the Betty on 4v2, and Kazas thought he could go for the steal, ends up dying.
And I'm sorry, but what was that ultimate by Betty on the side? He threw his Chain of Corruption and made it to a ward near the Baron pit. That's about it. Then gets caught up by Ben with the Bard ultimate.
And used both of his summoner spells as well. Betty and MMD not having a great game. And Skorl MVP. That's what it boils down to. Come out of the GA, get Skorl back. And
this is unbelievable because 957 is not the hyped player from Team WE. It's Mystic, it's Condi, it's even Shie before it's going to be 957. But after this game, people are going to take notice of his Kled. He is out of control.
I mean, RNG banned away this Kled in the second phase during the final, but like, you know what? We know what he can do on this champion. Flash Wolves didn't get the memo. Was also picked very early. Like, the whole thing was a massive surprise in this pick and ban phase with some of the blind picks from WE being very risky, but then Flash Wolves actually not really counter-picking them. And now they've been on the back foot almost all game long.
All right, Maple's already used the cleanse. The Weaver's Wall didn't really help a lot to zone out this tower. Team WE just shy of 9,000 gold in the lead. They're knocking over this inhibitor turret with the help of the cannon minion, playing it very, very safe. I mean, Flash Wolves, they've had the kill advantage all game long, but it doesn't matter because 957 can do whatever he pleases.
Yeah, they're actually just going to go for a 5v5 right up the mid lane.
They are indeed. Jousting goes forward. A great cosmic binding from Ben. That locks down Maple, and he's killed. A kickback from Casa will not matter. There's no damage to follow it up. Finally, Ben goes down. Sword Art's a target of a threaded volley. It's a double kill for Shia. The Nexus turrets could be the focus. The minions are conga lining their way in. It's a 5v2.
Looks like they want to win right now. 3 kills, 4 people alive. 957 TP's back in.
Cocoon connects onto Betty. He's got the QSS to survive a few seconds longer. Team WE, they've taken down the first Nexus turret, waiting for the Baron and Bard minions to come up. A repel into the air, buys some time, and a bear trap on the rope holds Betty in place. Skorl runs for his life and returns. Mystic, WE 957. They open up MSI 2017 with a bear trap on a rope and one hell of a bang.
The LPL fans, they ask for top 2 for WE. That's what they want to see from these guys. The LPL casters Nexus, they're going crazy as well because that first game was so fun to watch with 957 being the MVP.
And if you're looking for top 2, beating Flash Wolves is a fantastic start. Looking at the way 957 played this game and the way WE won in 30 minutes and played the early game is extremely promising because the strengths of this team are in the mid to late game, and pulling off this strategy this early sends a message to the rest of the teams in the tournament.
And not only just the rest of the teams, the caliber of opponent. Flash Wolves looked completely out of it. MMD fell apart, Betty out of position, Maple and Casa, they never got a chance because the game fell apart around them. It doesn't matter how good they played, they were too far behind top and bottom.
That was the thing, you know, MMD, after he got ganked a few times, was so far down he couldn't really do anything. The bot lane as well with this early Malzahar pick and nerf champion. We don't see that often now as support.
Coming into this, we thought bottom lane, teams are going to play around bottom lane. We're going to check that. Galio top for Huni, Kled top for 957. Are we going to start changing our opinions a little bit, looking more towards his exciting top laners?
Well, I don't know if Galio's an exciting top laner. Kled definitely is in these situations, especially once he starts getting ahead. I want to watch that clip over and over again. How do you win the 1v3?
I really, really hope.
I mean, he got Skullbreak as well.
He just kept hitting him. Like, that's the thing. When you dismount, you have to kite him, because otherwise he's just going to get his rage bar right back up and jump back on. They're just like standing around the dude as he's smacking him to death.
Simple. For Team W, it was all about Skorl! Dash, everybody else, tell us what you think about Team W's first win.
Thank you very much, sir. I think that about covers it. Yep. Scarl! Right? No.
Yeah, I got nothing.
The tournament pick for unseating SKT in the Flash Wolves drops their first game to Team WE here. And Frost, it didn't even take 35 minutes to end the game, let alone turn on, as we had said you could expect the team to do.
Again, Team WE are normally marathon runners rather than sprinters. They take their time, they sit, they kind of fall behind, give away early games. That said, they can come out and hit you with an early game. Usually it starts with Condi, but he was here facilitating that Scarl or 957 in the top lane.
And so let's take a look at these team compositions while we continue to talk about the success here out of Team WE, because in contrast to Game 1, where we've got some tanks in the top lane and engaged tools, this was just all-out skirmishes left and right across the Rift.
Yeah, and I mean, it even started before we got onto the Rift. I think that this was a pretty poor draft from the Flash Wolves. I think that Malzahar really has no business being a first pick for your team anymore. It's like, to me, this champion has been nerfed so much and knocked down so many pegs that you're essentially just the ultimate. And if you are ahead and you are snowballing, then sure, that can work. But Flash Wolves played a pretty passive early game. They had a losing lane top. They had a losing lane bottom. I even see mid as a losing lane. And then it's like, what do you expect? Karsa still had a good game, but you can't really carry that.
Papa, get in here, and then Frost, I'm going to let you respond to that champ-like point, because I know you got something to say.
I think the draft order was really important, because, of course, the Kled was first round blind picked, and then they didn't have an answer to Kled. Rumble was certainly not a great matchup into Kled at all. It was picked for team comp, then was targeted. Kennen was available. MMD has not played a game of top lane Kennen. Even this would be a great spot. They would have got some pressure on top. And then they were really indecisive about their last draft. They were sitting on Zed for a while, eventually settled on the Rise, which gave them a great amount of magic damage, but a champion that has its scaling options. And sure, Karsa got kills, but it was in the face of WE. Very single-handedly taking the early game.
And here's the thing. If you guys have questions about the Malzahar pick, that is 100% a target ban and denial away from Ben. It is his #1 played champion. He's a huge Malzahar player, even when the champion fell out of favor. What I really like about the draft phase, especially the blind pick Kled, is when it was blind picked. The fact that it was that last thing right before going into second rotations of bans, it made Flash Wolves choose. Either you pick your AD carry here because you priority picked the Malzahar to deny it away from us, and you can try to save the bottom side of the map because we already have pushing priority in Ashe, or you try to pick the top laner and get a good matchup against the Kled. Either way, we're getting a strong side of the map.
But I'm definitely on Azael's side of the coin, because remember, they took the Malzahar away, then drafted losing lane, so the Malzahar can't just pick up boots of mobility, go around and ult people, the only thing that's still there from the kit that makes him in any way scary. So they had losing lanes and a Malzahar, which it's really nothing. There was no gain. It felt like the losses from the draft were so much more severe for Flash Wolves.
All that said, this game kind of devolved into a very skirmish-heavy, kind of situation. Kills going left and right. I want to take a look at one replay in the bot lane. This is a good execution from Flash Wolves in a 3-for-0 down in the bot lane.
And I mean, look how little damage Malzahar is actually doing there. It's kind of hilarious how long it does to take to kill Mystic, who played this pretty well.
But the timing here is really big, because Kled doesn't have teleport. He can't react to bot lane, and they've already lost top lane. There's already 2 deaths on the Rumble, so making something happen against the foe, there were already thousands of gold behind at this point, was the sort of Flash Wolves play that we remember from the LMS, that we saw at IEM. So that was the best of a bad situation. Going 3-for-0 with where the game was actually a big win for Flash Wolves.
Right, and Frost, that's the kind of early game plays we expect to see out of Flash Wolves that we thought might test WE's ability to stick in it, right? As they might concede some stuff. But while all that's happening, 957 is just going off along with Condi in the top lane. You had said it, already 2 kills onto the Rumble at this point. I mean, that split push is set up for the rest of the game.
But that's the thing. They did kind of fumble a bit that they should have been split pushing much earlier. 957 was way too big, and they just kind of tried to ARAM a little bit too much. So there were still flaws or holes in what Team WE were trying to execute there. But welcome to the LPL. I hope you get used to Scarl. I hope we continue to see the Kled, because this is a signature pick in the LPL. We play it all over the board.
I'm excited by it, but let's continue to talk about 957 specifically, because once again, coming into this matchup, all eyes for Team WE were on their jungler, right, and their ADC, saying these, if you're going to pick a star, might be them, but 957 put up a huge performance here.
I thought he played it super, super well, and I mean, Condi did get him started, did help to snowball the top lane, and although he could have gone into a split push, that may have been the safer option, it felt like he thought he was far enough ahead that he could just group and force fights, and it did end up working out.
And here's the thing about 957, he doesn't normally play like this. Again, we weren't lying to you when we said that it's about Condi, it's about Mystic. 957, he's really quiet in the top lane. Normally he's a tank role player. It wasn't until the very last week of the LPL that we started to see these Kled bans or the Fizz picks coming out. So very recently he started to mature and kind of evolve his style to be an all-encompassing threat in that top lane.
And in a different game, where there's a tank frontline who can actually absorb the ultimate from the Kled, then you play the 1-3-1. But as Azael was saying, he was so far snowballed that just having charge is a true engage. You don't have a Maokai just chill in front of it and negate it actually being backline threat. When it's a Rumble comp, as KT Rolster found out many times, you don't have frontline. And when you're that far ahead as Kled, it felt like it was triple kills.
He had permission to go for those big engages, but even in that split push, Jat said he wanted to take a look at it. I'm sorry, Jat, you're going to have to go check the VODs because we don't have it here. But the 1v3 escape while the team is securing Baron on the other side, Azael.
Well, I mean, one thing about that I did see is Sordar thought it was a done deal. He thought it was already a kill and was already moving up towards the Baron as soon as 957 got dismounted. Unfortunately for him, he remounts just barely and turns that around. So, you know, they tried to commit too many resources there, but didn't actually follow through on the play, and they ended up flopping on both sides.
And I believe the casters kind of mentioned it beginning in the draft phase. Normally when the LPL runs Kled, they run it in tandem with Lulu because it creates this really chaotic thing where Skarl goes in, or excuse me, Kled goes in, he falls off of Skarl, Lulu wild growths him while he's on the ground, he then stacks back up in the duration, and then jumps back in. It just makes him tanky for days while he gets to itemize all of that damage.
The stuff of nightmares. I never want to see that in a solo queue game ever. Well, in just a few minutes, we'll hear from WE's Condi. Then it's a rematch of the play-in qualifiers with North America's TSM taking on the GIGABYTE Marines from the GPL. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's dangerous to dive a level 6 Rumble, but they have half health. They have a chance. Here comes Kled.
Oh,
see you later.
957 and Condi. First blood for Team WE. Here comes Ben. Mystic's going to go down. Flash forward from Ben. Flash Wolves get their second and third kills of the game. And they are bouncing back.
Really good at just staying in that lane. Oh, Ben!
That Corsa connects onto Ben.
Nice.
Flash Wolves did not need to split up. The seismic shove catches Sordon, and 957 is unstoppable.
Is near the Baron trying to make him maybe make a steal.
What?
Oh, he gets started.
957 manages to survive. He gets away.
Oh, that's beautiful. They kill Lee on the other side, and they get the Baron. Are you kidding me?
WE 957. They open up MSI 2017 with a bear trap on a rope and one hell of a bang.
MSI 2017 live from Rio, where I am joined by WE's jungler Conley after a fantastic victory over the Flash Wolves. First off, of course, congratulations. And game-wise, I do want to ask you about the Kled, which is not something I expected to go to your team. Are you surprised that you guys got your hands on the Kled, and how did you play with it and win this game?
就是首先恭喜你们取得第一场比赛胜利，然后他很好奇，就为什么敌方会让你们选到克烈这个英雄？因为你们克烈打得非常好，你有被惊讶到他们让你选择英雄吗？
我们就是没有想到过他们会搬这个英雄的，可能是因为我们在国内的话，克烈其实用的不是比较多的，所以可能他们没有想到这一点吧。
So actually, they didn't expect they to ban Cleat. Because they didn't play the champion that much in China in LPL, so they're fine with it. Yeah.
Yeah, they did fantastic with it. So tell me about the first game here on stage. There is a lot of pressure on your shoulders. There is talk about the redemption story of WE. So what do you mean to prove here at MSI, and what are the goals for your team?
很多人都说这是你们第一次打这么大比赛嘛，好像是一种救赎，因为你们以前取得过成功。那么这次来到 MSI， 你们会觉得有很多的压力吗？你怎么想的？
因为第一次作为我一个打职业其实不算太久吧，然后第一次出国打比赛，其实挺有压力的，就一举一动其实就是代表着整个我们的中国赛区，所以说还是挺有压力的。
Well, he haven't been playing pro career for a long time, so this is his first time to play on international stage, and he understands that he represents his region, so he feel a lot of stress.
Well, a lot of stress, but you guys got the first game out of the way, and you guys sent a message to the other teams. You personally, you were the MVP of the LPL finals, so is there any jungler that you're really looking forward to facing, and what do you want to show the world?
那么这次你有没有哪一个特别打野，你特别想跟他对抗呢？这次这么多队伍里面。
其实最想跟韩国队的打野吧，虽然说我可能没有他强。但是我很想，就希望能跟他过一次招。
Well, he want to meet Peanut the most. He think maybe Peanut is better than him, but he still want to put up a fight against Peanut.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations, Conley and WE with their first win on the books. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Sharks. Condi looking towards that next jungle matchup against SKT, but we're going to look towards that next game on the card. We're about to see North America's TSM face off against fellow play-in qualifier, the GPL's GIGABYTE Marines. Joining us is someone who's seen what both teams can do, Supermassive's Dumbledore. So first off, thank you for joining us and welcome to the desk. Now, this is a rematch of a series that went all 5 games, reverse sweep by TSM to get back into it. But it was a lot closer than most expected. So let's start with that. Dumbledore, I'm coming to you because the GPL team and the GIGABYTE Marines, everyone underestimated them coming in, including us on the analyst desk. Everyone said, nope, this team is not going to qualify towards the group stage, and they continually surprised. What's the secret? What is that aspect of this team that we're not seeing or not understanding that makes them so good?
To be honest, we kind of underestimated them too till we played against them because we never played against any team in the other group. But I don't think any of their players are very outstanding individually, but they are really good as a team. And if there's one thing they do good, it's punishing mistakes. They punished us a lot when we lacked vision. And I think, yeah, their macro game is definitely good.
I mean, punishing mistakes is definitely what we saw, but they made a lot of mistakes as well. This is a team that tries a lot of things, and that's why the hype is there. The excitement is there about this team, but you have to think the adaptations will be there from teams because they now have quite a few of their games on the international stage very recently to check in with and really understand where the flaws are as well.
Now, Azael, that said, a lot of people look at the GIGABYTE Marines and they say, look, they've already achieved so much. They don't really have anything left to prove. This team doesn't need to prove anything. TSM, on the other hand, they've got something to prove here because they, everyone was like, wait, look at what CLG did last year. 2nd place overall, TSM barely making it to the group stages. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, and I mean, North America is trying to maintain their first seed in the pool stages for Worlds, right? And getting top 4 allows you to do that. TSM, I think, is going to be in tough against a lot of these teams, and if you look at across the field, who are they going to get wins against? It has to start against the GIGABYTE Marines. They probably have to 2-0 GIGABYTE Marines if they want to get top 4 in this tournament, and I think that while they did adapt well in the draft in their best of 5, we could see something else brought out here. So a lot of it comes down to how well they prepared.
Absolutely. Dumbledore, what are your thoughts on TSM as they stack up in this rematch against the GIGABYTE Marines?
I think if there's something GIGABYTE Marines like, it's their champion pool. Their top laner, Stark, kind of plays only Gragas, and he's not even that good on it. So definitely Gragas and Karma are going to be most prioritized picks. If TSM can get one of them, I think they will have higher chance. And they kind of need to give Wild Turtle Ezreal. I mean, something that is not Caitlyn or Ashe, so he can just be safe and farm and just throw Qs from 2K range.
And one of those points of weaknesses that people have pointed out for TSM. I'm going to push us to predictions, but you can get your point in there, Azale. So these teams, they've played a full 5-game series against each other, so we have lots of evidence to look at when comparing them. My question, of course, is who's going to take it?
I think TSM should take this one. They have the better infrastructure. They should have the preparation going into this. I think that champion pools are exploitable, as you said. I think Ziggs was another big one for the GIGABYTE Marines against TSM, and having known this, they should be able to get the advantage in draft.
And I'm always an analyst that wants to look at what's been done and also factor in all the factors. They did win the match, and more crucially, they have that support staff. They have a lot of VODs to go and adapt, and it feels like the controlled team should be able to see those weaknesses. So it's a weak prediction for TSM in that I haven't been convinced with TSM, and certainly some of the other opposition I don't think TSM will stack up to. But if they can't win here, oh boy, then the NA pride is certainly going to be at an all-time low.
The odds slightly in TSM's favor with these two. What is your thoughts?
I think GIGABYTE Marines will win, and this has nothing to do with the wildcard regions should stick together thing. Yeah, I think GIGABYTE Marines have higher chance.
What do you think is kind of the linchpin? Why is it that they beat TSM? Is it all because of that quick decision-making, and you don't think TSM is going to be able to adapt to that in the moment?
I think Levi is a really good jungler, and he will be able to dominate the game against Svenskeren, and they will have the early lead. I think that's the only way GIGABYTE Marines can win.
There has been a lot of criticism thrown towards Svenskeren as well for some lackluster performances. It's time now to see these teams in action as we head over to our casters. Bjergsen tells us how preseason, or rather pre-tournament expectations, they don't mean a thing.
We kind of come in as underdog. Everyone is kind of looking to SKT to do really well, and I've seen a lot of comments that's like, oh, if TSM makes it out of groups, then they've done well. They can go lose in semifinals. But I don't have that kind of mentality. I feel like how strong a team is perceived doesn't matter that much going into the tournament, because it's really how well you do on that patch, how well you adapt, and kind of how the play styles of the different teams mesh together. You can never really know what the outcome is going to be.
You never know what the outcome is going to be, and we don't know with this one. The teams are getting themselves readied up. It's TSM versus the GIGABYTE Marines, and we have a lot to talk about because of that best of 5. That was so interesting on so many levels.
Yeah, unlike Team WE and Flash Wolves, who are meeting themselves pretty much for the first time a week ago, these guys played a best of 5 that went all 5 games, so a lot of scouting already on the table. The fact that TSM did reverse sweep definitely gives them a bit of an upper hand.
Of course, and you can also say there's like no surprises in terms of how GIGABYTE Marines will play against TSM. That was one of the reasons they gave for the struggles in that best of 5 a week ago, so they should be used to the playstyle.
Yes.
I still think with this week in between, GIGABYTE Marines have probably been able to prepare some new things they can show.
Well, we're going to find out. Let's quickly run down the rosters, starting on the blue side. It is the Spring GPL champions, the GIGABYTE Marines, with Stark in the top lane, Levi in the jungle, Optimus in the mid lane, Slay and Archie AD carry and support, and their coach, Tinnikun.
And on the red side, it is North America's team solo mid. Barely made it past the GIGABYTE Marines in the play-ins. Haunter in the top lane, Svenskeren in jungle, Bjergsen we just heard from in the mid lane, Wild Turtle and Biofrost in the bot lane, and Coach Puck.
So many questions for TSM right here. So many people putting them outside of the top 4 coming into this tournament. That's what Bjergsen, of course, was talking about as well in that interview here. And it's simply because you look at some of the players, you look at the bottom lane and say, ooh, that is probably a weak link in a tournament like this. You look at Svenskeren, who's not been performing at a very high level. And then it's hard to kind of rate TSM higher when we also have that BO5 against GIGABYTE Marines as evidence.
Yeah, there are so many places to potentially attack. And we can talk all we want about TSM being able to prepare more for GIGABYTE Marines. It goes both ways. GIGABYTE Marines have also had the time off. They've also been able to have some time to think about adapting, not in the midst of a best of 5 series, but with the whole week of preparation. So I can't wait to see what tweaks these teams have made for round 2 of their fight.
That's right. 5 games already. 5 games of picks and bans to refer to. And of course, Slay's Ziggs from the play-ins was very, very effective, and we saw TSM pivot in that BO5, and that's why it's banned away here.
Yeah, the last 3 games of the series, even though TSM was blue side, they banned Kennen, Ziggs, and LeBlanc. We just heard Dumbledoge talk about Stark's Gragas, which actually ended up being first pick for GIGABYTE Marines on blue side in their last game of their series. So those are the priorities we think for GIGABYTE Marines.
I actually like this ban here with the Galio. Looking around his solo queue accounts, Honza has been playing it as well. Pay some respect to it after what we saw in the first game, and it is a tough tank to deal with up in that top lane, especially because Stark was one of the guys who kind of crumbled towards the end of that best of 5. Levi and Optimus, those 2 guys, they managed to succeed in almost all the games, and GIGABYTE Marines will of course try and get them in very good matchups in that mid and jungle.
Yeah, GIGABYTE Marines also banned Shen in pretty much every game of their last series, but I'd love to see a Lulu or a Karma ban here to force TSM into throwing that at them, because if not, then TSM can just trade the shielders back, and that's what I think we're going to end up seeing.
So, GIGABYTE Marines actually say we remove the #1 AD carry for Wild Turtle. We target him. Now that you ban away our Ziggs, they probably know already from that best of 5 they can actually punish that bottom lane here from TSM. Now, Karma, Lulu, as you mentioned, are the ones we're looking at. If you don't pick one of them here, you actually risk the other team getting both, and then you set up these like Jogger compositions that are so tough to deal with. But we don't actually know if TSM wants to play that style, because they don't really play around the AD carry.
Yeah, and that's actually a big question for TSM as we predictably see the Gragas picked first once again for Stark, is what type of game does TSM want to play? They played so much through their solo lanes in the regular season, but the meta has changed substantially. Nautilus and Maokai and Camille have all been nerfed pretty heavily, and those were Hanser's champions that he would try and control the game through the top lane, so they have to find a new way to play. What's interesting, they do have a chance to do Karma and Lulu if they wanted to.
Yeah, would obviously show that one of them will go to mid lane. You don't really know which one, but it won't change a whole lot for matchup. So they take the #1 pick for them, Lulu. Very contested in the NALCS finals, was first pick multiple times as well. Just overall fantastic pick when it also comes to late game team fighting. And we know when you play against the GIGABYTE Marines, you will get some of these late game fights because they will consistently
and mid game and early game.
Fine, mid game, pre game as well. Like, it doesn't matter. They will just try and force something.
Yeah, Lulu has been the highest of priorities for North American LCS teams for a number of weeks. But I also feel like Karma is such a good match into it from what we've seen, not to mention the team haste that Karma can give GIGABYTE Marines, since they are such a playmaking team that likes to play so fast. It's a great enabler for them, so I don't think the Lulu pick early actually has a huge amount of value for TSM, since Karma did go over to the other side.
It's a trade. I'd like to see Varus here just so you don't get you don't get pinched on AD carry pool, so I like this one here from Slay. You have to accept the fact that your bottom lane is obviously not the main carries on GIGABYTE Marines, so give them a very safe matchup. But also later on they can add a lot of utility to your team, because we are expecting Optimus and Levi to play these very explosive champions that won't maybe add a lot of CC to the team.
Yeah, 1 game played on Karma mid for Optimus during the play-in, so has the opportunity to flex it if wants to. But where do TSM and GIGABYTE Marines look now is Phase 1 is rounding out, and we look towards Phase 2. That's a surprise for the Nautilus.
Yeah, a lot of teams would pick an AD there and then wait for the top lane bans to fall through. Priority power pick the top lane and then maybe last pick your mid, but TSM just go for the Nautilus, which was the most played for Hanser throughout the regular split. 14 games on that champion.
Yeah, I feel like they do this so they can pinch jungle pool now. So they can simply say, like, we have a support top and jungle. You do not have a jungle pick, so we can start banning away key picks from Levi, who was such a fantastic player in the play-ins. Kha'Zix, Graves were the 2 best ones for him, so I'm really expecting Kha'Zix to come in as the second ban for TSM. And then we might have to see Elise in the jungle. And it's, of course, very focused on him actually snowballing lanes, more than necessarily being him just running around getting 10 kills.
Yeah, it would definitely push him towards Elise, but it also means Wild Turtle will get attacked, not only in-game, but in the pick and ban phase right here. They have not picked the Marksman. Ashe is already banned. Bear's taken Caitlyn. They can take out Ezreal after that as well.
Where does Wild Turtle go after that then? I mean, LeBlanc is not taken away, so it's actually going to leave Kha'Zix open for Levi if he wants to go that route. Not a lot of magic damage on the side of GIGABYTE Marines, but Optimus can lock in one of many mid laners that he's played this tournament already.
I saw a lot of Lulu Lucian from TSM in the actual final. Even when they had the choice of picking like other AD carries like Ezreal, that is considered a very high tier pick from a lot of guys, that is now removed. So Lucian is on the tables. There is still the chance of like this little mini Gigabyte comp if they want to play that style and go for something like an Orianna mid lane. But again, that would put focus on Wild Turtle. Twitch is another one that kind of fits in that bracket. When you have Lulu, it does open up for some of these late game AD carries.
Yeah, and whatever they want to pick in the mid lane is still available if they do that. So Twitch can be considered a very high tier marksman, but the laning phase will be tricky.
And of course, the moment Twitch appears on screen, of course the Brazilian crowd is going to go crazy. BRTT, the quintessential Twitch player here in South America, and is locked in for TSM. And GIGABYTE Marines now have to lock in their last two champions.
Yeah, and it's very important that Bjergsen gets some counter pick as well, because Optimus is a man who plays a lot of assassins. And it's very hard to blind pick assassins, because there's tend to be like ways the other team can then draft against it. Lulu is also on the other side here of TSM to maybe shut down a potential Zed and his kill pressure. Syndra is banned away, so Orianna would normally be like the go-to blind pick, or maybe Talia in a situation like this.
Currently, TSM's composition is very set up for team fighting. So you would expect something like Orianna, especially into that Ahri.
I'd like to see Orianna here from them. I think it's a really good matchup in the mid lane for Bjergsen. Hovering around different things. Don't normally want to talk about them, but you never know with this MSI. So far, we have been surprised in pick and bans with the priority on certain picks. They actually do a lot mid Nami, so it's going to be Lulu mid for them.
Wow. We thought there was definitely the possibility, but I have to wonder, if you're going to do this, why not pick the Karma early and throw Karma mid or bottom just because it's a higher class support, and then you deny that from the other team, but they still try and pull the switcheroo at the end. So much of this is now on Wild Turtle's shoulders to not fall behind in the game.
You have a tank top lane, so Hanzo is not going to be the man getting the kills. You have a support in the mid lane, so Bjergsen is not going to be the man who's getting the kills.
Svenskeren also.
Yeah.
Two of the more underperformers of TSM are now the focal point of TSM's damage, so they have a lot of trust in them to go with this team comp.
And the last time that we saw Wild Turtle play Twitch on stage was summer of 2014.
It's been a while.
It has been a while.
Did he win?
And there's a lot of pressure. I'll find out for you in just a moment as the stats team.
I thought you were just going to ignore it and keep going. That would've been smart.
No. I'll find out. The stats team backstage is helping out, so thank you for that one. So yeah, tell me, what do you think of this composition from TSM, Jet?
Bold, for sure, in that sense, because it does not go towards their traditional strengths. Everyone looks at TSM as this solo lane focused team, and we've been looking at this patch, if you're able to get the shielders, as a bottom lane focused meta. So they have put their team composition towards the patch rather than the way they were playing for most of the split.
Yeah, and while Twitch will of course do extremely well in the late game with this protection, he needs to get past the early game. Varus Karma is a tricky lane for him to lane against, very long range, a lot of poke. And of course, like, you have these assassins from Optimus and Levi. They're not just going to ignore the bottom lane. They're obviously going to go down and try and visit.
Yeah, and traditionally, Gragas has actually been very good against protection compositions because he can break up the death ball with his explosive cask and then isolate people for things like the Ahri and the Kazakhs to pull off assassinations.
Gragas is also very good against Nautilus if you max W, so I would actually like to see that change from Star, because he didn't do that in the best of 5, and he lost that lane a few
Interesting
times.
thing, Gragas does well to protect AD carry comms, Gragas can do well into Nautilus, Gragas was, pretty early on in the draft here, so it ends up benefiting GIGABYTE Marines, and it's something that Dumbledore as well was talking about, saying we've come to expect. There is a brief pause on stage, ladies and gentlemen, as they're investigating some headsets from TSM. We'll keep you updated as we hear more.
I mean, that's the thing. I'm actually looking a lot at Hanzo and his champion pool coming into this tournament, because he's played mainly tanks and then Camille in the NALCS, and Camille now has been nerfed so much we don't really see her anymore. Nautilus is a pick a lot of top laners don't really value very highly after nerfs to him as well. So the fact that he's actually picking it after seeing Gragas so early tells me really that TSM wants him on a tank where he can engage, something we have seen them have success with in North America, but it's not giving them any lane advantage for Hanzo.
Yeah, but it's definitely not like this composition is unusable or bad. Looking at the Korean finals when SKT played up against KT Rolster, this is actually, I believe, their composition. I know it was definitely Graves, Lulu, Twitch, and Nami. I'm just blanking a little bit on the top lane. It was probably Nautilus because it was Shen. Very close to that final game team composition, but something that can work, it just requires a really high caliber, high performing AD.
Yeah, having Bang helps when you run these kind of compositions.
So you're telling me that...
And listen, this is very much a redemption for Wild Turtle as well, because he catches so much hate for his performance. He mispositioned heavily in the GIGABYTE Marines series beforehand, but this type of faith and protection around him it's his time to perform.
Talking about redemption, talk about pressure. The man hasn't even started the summer split. He's already been replaced. You know, the return of double lift is something that TSM have been very outspoken about. And now we need to see Wild Turtle. How can he wear those carry pants? Just to give you a quick update, TSM are reporting some electrical static sound in their headsets. So the technicians and the guys on stage are busy investigating that. Once I get another update, that ping makes me think it's resolved. I believe we're loading up for the rematch of the GPL's GIGABYTE Marines taking on the North American LCS Team Solo Mids.
Talked about Wild Turtle and the pressure on him. Not really a lot of pressure on the GIGABYTE Marines, but a lot of people who really want to follow them in this tournament here. Best of ones, aggressive play style, fast-paced, already taken games off the team they're playing now. I'm so excited to see what they can do against other teams as well at this tournament, because I think players like Optimus and Levi are actually really skilled mechanically, and they work well together, and that's a very deadly combo.
Yeah, and many people, based on pre-tournament expectations, expect TSM to be their easiest opponent. So if they want to start winning and picking up games in this group stage, GIGABYTE Marines would want to start it here. They have already beaten TSM twice, came damn close to doing it in games 4 and 5, so definitely capable of taking down TSM.
No early game shenanigans this time around. Both of the previous games, we had the blue side running down river, trying to catch somebody out on the red side. And as it stands, the defensive positioning.
We see aggressive summoner and Optimus on the Ari, very defensive for Bjergsen with the cleanse. Needs to respect the potential of a charm landing, and then he gets ganked as well by Kha'Zix. It's always the thing about Ari. She is good after level 6 at setting up these ganks here, very good in these skirmishes, if she can engage first with charm.
Yeah, and talking a little bit more about the way GIGABYTE Marines played earlier on in this tournament, they are so aggressive and so fast with their moves, but oftentimes, because they're so fast, they don't kind of account for everything. And as the series with TSM prolonged, TSM said they got better and better at reacting to those things. So very much this team composition from TSM looks like they are just trying to play defense against GIGABYTE Marines' aggression for the first 20 or 30 minutes of the game before they just turn into that deathball Twitch team fighting composition. So you got to play pretty well and pretty clean in order to play defense for that long.
That's the main thing I noted down about GIGABYTE Marines and their playstyle is they don't, like, you know, set up a slow push in the lane and then wait a few minutes and then try and, like, out-rotate you. They attack, like, 3 lanes at the same time. They're all just pushing super aggressively forward, and then they hope you break somewhere. And they create a pick, and they get a kill. And then suddenly you can't actually defend now because you have to defend 3 lanes, but you're a man down. And that's what really hurt TSM in the first 2 games, even game 4 in that best of 5. And now they should have learned. But their composition is very defensive, as Jad just highlighted, and it can actually be difficult then to stop the onslaught.
Well, very, I think, very favorable for the GIGABYTE Marines to have these 3 lanes that could end up pushing well. The fan vote, obviously, in favor of Team Solo Mid. There's not a big surprise there. But TSM, let's see how well they respond to the blows and the parries of GIGABYTE Marines. Team that's come over from Vietnam, come over from the GPL. They only dropped 3 games the entire spring split. They went undefeated in their series, 14-0. Absolute phenomenal performance in the GPL, and they showed up pretty well last week in the play-in stage as well. Let's take a look what Stark and Horns are doing. Trading, very exciting. Gragas into Nautilus matchup.
We love the tank matchups. Stark loves his Gragas. Definitely the pick for him. Like, every other pick was kind of shaky. Yeah. See what he can actually do on this champion. I want to see just if he manages to get another win on it, if other teams just start moving.
Yeah, well, the thing is, he's almost always drawing a ban for Kennen, so at that point, do you really want to throw 2 bans up at him? And it depends on the threat level of the Gragas. Levi,
there is a charm. Optimus not going to be in range.
Mainly a gank meant for harass there. Optimus had already shoved in, spotted Graves, knew that gank couldn't be matched, so good safe harass from Levi.
Yeah, and I love those kind of ganks because he's pathing to the bot side anyway. That's why he has the Rift Girdle and his
They should know Sven Skaren is here, though.
Well, they were spotted onto Sven. Stark is going to body slam away, holds onto his flash for a very long time. Flash forward from Hornsa, dredge lies under the tower. The barrel falls down.
Are you crazy? Are you what? Do you really disrespect your top laner so much that you don't think he's going to flash that?
Just a huge misplay by Hansa right there. Sven Skaren was hoping to interrupt body slam with flash. That didn't work. Then Hunter hitched after his flash and did not dredge line in the first place. But even then, it should be dodged.
Look at the damage down in the bottom lane. Archie and Slay. Whoa! Here comes Levi. He hops in only to flash out. Screw it. Stark is going to teleport in. GIGABYTE Marines.
Ari's on the way.
They are going ham. Optimus is looking for a target. Biofrost is down. 2-0. GIGABYTE Marines.
And this is exactly what TSM wanted to avoid by picking a defensive team composition, but they throw themselves into the top turret, leaving themselves completely open for the dive bottom.
We knew bot lane would get pushed under that turret, but as soon as the GIGABYTE Marines saw a small advantage, they just executed so quickly. Gank for an early dive and a flash away from Levi, and then of course the TP from Stark here, which actually would cost him a lot of minions. So I like the dodge here, the block from Svenskeren on that body slam. It is at the end though, doesn't do too much, but here, Hansa, you cannot disrespect. You can the enemy top lane this much.
Hansa could have thrown the dredge line to force the flash in the first place.
Exactly.
Huge mistake by Hansa in the top lane. Then you look bottom. Actually kind of miraculous that Wild Turtle didn't die here, since essentially it was a delayed 5-man gank. He stealths up, sneaks past Stark, and then paths up away from Optimus. So yes, Biofrost died, but for a 5-man gank, that's usually a double death if you're caught in your turret. So at least they get out of it with only one fatality in the bottom side.
Right.
Still huge misplay overall from TSM.
Worth adding, TPing in this early for just one kill is actually not worth it at all, obviously for Stark. Would have hoped he got both, that's why he went in there in the first place.
What about the psychological damage that it has done to TSM? A team that is now already 600 gold behind, 2 kills behind, mechanical misplays. Is that what Tilt is made of? We will find out.
We will find out, but we know that TSM wants to play defensive with their comp. They want to scale. They do not want to fight this early. And they've been forced into some of them and pick some of them as well.
That was pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, good dredge line by Hanser, preventing himself from getting knocked back, but even so then misses the last hit on the cannon minion. A lot going wrong for Hanser. Talked a big game right before the NA Spring Finals, performed at a very high level throughout the majority of the NALCS split, but has not performed well internationally.
Yeah, and not performing well on his signature champion for 2017. Is at least even in CS right now. Matched in items with Stark, and teleports are somewhat equalized. Down the bottom lane, Tower First Blood easily secured here by the Marines. They're going to extend that gold lead. A couple extra shots will take it down.
And this is, of course, the Twitch lane not being very strong early on, but also due to that early play from the GIGABYTE Marines to the bottom side. I really want to highlight how Optimus is just giving up his own lane pressure to roam to the bottom lane. Look at the river. It is blue control wards. This has been a massive issue for TSM. Also in the NA final against C9, they give up the river control, and that means the enemy team can move between lanes unnoticed. And it becomes harder and harder to read where they are and when you should react.
And especially with the bottom turret already down for TSM, GIGABYTE Marines have an opportunity to take a huge bite out of this game. Mountain Drake is up. They want to get early pressure going, but Stark takes turret shots.
Hansa is going to pull Stark in with the dredge line. There's no support anywhere else, and Hansa decides not to fight through the minion wave and chase him down.
Even so, the crowd getting very loud as GIGABYTE Marines continue 2,000 gold lead at 8 minutes.
And Stark took so much damage before.
Round 2, he's got ultimate up.
Dredge line this time round connects. Svenskeren takes the turret aggro. The turret shot takes him down though, and it's a 1-for-1.
Oh, I saw the big play for a double kill right there for Stark. But anyway, he gets a 1-for-1. That's enough for him. TSM, again, they're trying to make plays, but they're running headfirst into a wall.
Absolutely. Watching Svenskeren here, comes in, is at full health. He takes turret aggro first. Hansu was low. Svenskeren pretty much dies to mostly the turret. Doesn't have flash. Don't know how he was expecting to get out of there alive. They get technically more gold overall because of the assist, but not worth it. They could have had lane pressure, maybe even the turret, but instead they throw themselves to Stark once again, and he picks up another kill.
So lane swap here from the GIGABYTE Marines after already killing the bottom tower. They want to keep the pressure going right now. They're not going to let Wild turn sit and scale on his Twitch here. Already going for that second push. Remember guys, Gragas is fantastic at wave clearing when it comes to these swaps here. He can go down, set one Q into his range minions, set another one right after. That wave is gone. use his ulti defensively. There's a massive wave bot lane, but no one is there from TSM to pressure the Gragas early. He already got one Q off.
Exactly. Look at the position of Levi versus the position of Svenskeren. There's dive threat if Monster tries to defend. There is not dive threat if Stark defends.
I'll take a look at that. We'll keep our eyes on the gameplay. Game 1, TSM have all season long had troubles winning games. Pick it up in game 3. We'll pick up that moment in Stark. We'll be able to escape, but Tower is under pressure.
But this is really good by Stark because he's actually stopping TSM from hitting Tower. They're spending time hitting him while their minions die. And once the minions are gone, you can't take that tower. So you can see TSM on the bottom lane right here. They're not actually getting down the tower fast enough.
Yeah, and they're doubling down on this push. Gragas actually canceled his teleport. I thought he was going all the way in. Now he's trying to defend.
Oh, Stark's going to run for his life. Got the ultimate available. Will split up Sven and Bio.
Still defending, though.
GIGABYTE Marines are on the top inner turret. Now they're starting to chip it away as TSM finally will get some additional time, but they're waiting for the minions.
And this is the second time the bot lane minions have died before taking down tower. This is just Stark defending and TSM trying to put pressure on him.
And this only extends their advantage. Bjergsen went up to the top lane to try and defend that turret, therefore losing minions in the mid lane, and Stark forced the flash.
TSM, what is going on? They finally get the tower down.
Why are you afraid?
Let's take a look at the top lane. Slay and Archie. They don't have any support from Levi. He's still a couple of camps away, distance away, but this is going to make his way up. This is going to end up being a 2-for-1 tower trade. Slay, Archie, and Levi going to take it down.
Yeah, and I think Deficio just asked a great question. Why are you afraid of Gragas in that situation? There are 3 members of GIGABYTE Marines in the top lane. Arya showing in the mid lane. Gragas has no ultimate. What's he gonna do with that body slam? Yet Svenskeren flashes away and loses even more pressure for TSM.
Yeah, the only answer could be he thought Kha'Zix would be there, but you then still have time to flash after. You're not just gonna get one shot instantly. Anyway, flash gone from Svenskeren. Top lane tower's gone. Hope is fading. We're only 11 minutes in.
All right, Wild Turtle, level 6 to level 9. Stark, though, only got the cowl to
He's
work
using
with.
the minions.
His ultimate is going to come up. The minions are helping him out. Wild Turtle summon a heal. Tidal Wave as well. Minions helping out. It takes a 3-man TSM gang to take down Stark.
That's still the most important person on TSM to get gold. So as ugly as that looked, that was a good overall play for TSM, close the goal lead to 2,200.
All right, Bjergsen's going to throw down the cleanse to escape. Dragon is started by TSM. Levi and Archie relatively close by. This is not a very quick Dragon. Wild Turtle wasn't there.
TSM does have the TP advantage in this situation. Optimus Azari is actually top lane and Haunter has teleport, so TSM can try and force around this objective.
All right, it doesn't feel like they want to, though, and I want to go back to those numbers we talked about a few minutes ago. TSM, in game 1s in the NALCS, went 9 wins and 9 losses. And then they went 10 wins and 1 loss in game 3. Definitely a team that ramps up over games. You don't have a game 3 against GIGABYTE Marines today. You don't have a best of 5 like you did in the play-ins.
And that's another reason for these, low ratings of TSM coming into this tournament, because it is all PO5 in the start, the first week. Bjergsen, no cleanse.
Oh, this is very scary. Svenskeren's taking a lot of damage. Wild Growth brings him up. The charm is flashed away from, but it's Levi that gets a kill into Svenskeren. Jungler on jungler. Slay's going to go down to the mine. Haunter sends it flying. It's a 2-for-1 though, as Wild Turtle also dropped in the back end.
GIGABYTE Marines much faster to that fight. Now it's a wave clear struggle in this mid lane.
All right, Haunter may get rooted in place by Archie. He does indeed defensive flash away. Aqua Prison slows the Marines' assault, and now the tower is the focus for the GPL representatives.
This is what we talk about in champs, so like TSM, they want to wait, they want to be defensive, they don't want to fight. But now, because you're behind, you can't actually stop the GIGABYTE Marines from forcing these fights.
They picked the wrong team to try and wait against.
That is true. That is very true. And then they made some really bad plays as well.
Yeah, if you're going to wait, don't continually dive the tank in the top lane and give gold over. TSM is in such a bad place right now. And you mentioned their trend of not doing well early in series. It is showing through once again right here in this starting game. Svenskeren still doesn't seem to have the right feel for this game. He seems to always be moving in the wrong direction.
Yeah, because they're jumping in before Nautilus even arrives for the actual fight. So there's no front line against so many damage dealers on the side of GIGABYTE Marines. But it actually all started with a mistake I do not see often from Bjergsen. He walked down to try and kill a ward in the river at the little brush without having any backup or any push in his lane. that's what started the engagement with GIGABYTE Marines, and that's what happened in the best of 5. They look for you when you're trying to clear out vision, when you're a little bit, you know, unprepared, and then they strike on you. That actually set TSM so far behind at the start of that fight, and was part of the reasons for them losing.
We talked about that Dragon a little while ago in favor of TSM. Unfortunately, they didn't have any of the pressure to secure it. TSM instead get the top tower in exchange for GIGABYTE Marines securing the first Mountain Dragon of the game. That's a good sign for the Marines when they've got more towers to knock over a Baron soon enough.
Yeah, they'd already killed 4 turrets before getting the Mountain Drake, so now it's all about how much time can they get on those interior turrets and how much farm can they continue to starve, because it's one thing to say play passive and get to your items on Twitch. Blade of the Ruin King and Hurricane is probably as far as he needs to go before he really turns online, but he just completed his Blade of the Ruin King, and GIGABYTE Marines Assault is relentless.
A very large part of playing the passive style and trying to scale into late game is that you try and trade. You try and cross map. So when GIGABYTE Marines are forcing something in the bottom lane, you try and have the push going for your team in the top lane, and you end up just not going for these fights or risk them, and you try and trade towers. When you're this far down already at 15 minutes, against a team that has so many ways of starting a fight, that becomes impossible to do.
Well, you talked about this far down. I'd like to let you know this is the largest gold lead of 15 minutes today. Team WE had a smaller lead over Flash Wolves than what the Marines do over TSM, a little over 3,400 gold. 4 towers to 2. Look at the setup here for the Marines. They're waiting for a target to jump on top of.
Yes, again, this is where you can see it. TSM cannot trade anything on the map because every lane is getting pushed in. They just have to try and defend under a tower, and that actually sets up GIGABYTE Marines to get damage on turrets, but also look for that one engage.
Yeah, TSM really should be looking to wave clear right now, whereas GIGABYTE Marines are waiting for any window to try and get the pick. Chip damage is totally fine on this turret. They get the mid lane turret down, then Baron becomes very easy around 20 minutes because of the control. Haunter continually tries to find the pick and doesn't get it.
Gets caught by a charm, the chain of corruption as well. The barrel from Stark splits up TSM, and the Marines do not have enough damage to take Haunter down.
That is the setup for TSM if they ever want to take the fight. Is Haunter in the front, trying to absorb cooldowns, damage, everything it can. And then Wild Turtle pops up out of nowhere, trying to unleash, but he's level 9 with the Blade of the Ruin King. He's not really dealing that much damage.
Optimus is hoping to get a pick in the side here. Haunter, will he go in again?
Oh, he's fishing.
All right, there's the dredge line. Optimus over the wall. He's got Biofrost, but the tidal wave slowed down the Marines. Haunter is dropped. Levi takes a couple of tower shots as Optimus dove too deep. The rat-a-tat-tat spray and pray from Wild Turtle has got himself a kill on the board onto Optimus. Flash forward. That's a double kill. Looking for Archie, but he's able to escape.
So TSM actually comes out okay on that, even though Haunter engaged before Sven Skaren was there. One thing I want to point out is I do not like Stark's build at this point in the game. Mercury Trends and Spirit Visage against a Graves and a Twitch. He cannot tank the turret either, but let's watch this fight one more time.
Yeah, very good engagement. Optimus gets a kill on Bifrost, maybe hoping to get more damage on Bjergsen as well, but at this point here, you've done your job as GIGABYTE Marines. You can start getting damage on the tower, and that's where Stark goes in too deep. The rest of the team gets caught behind him as well. And the chase here is good for TSM because it's Wild Turtle picking up another kill. He used Flash, note that down for the next few minutes and the fights we will have.
Stark still has Flash, Optimus still has Flash, Slay still has Flash. Anyone can potentially pick off Wild Turtle. Bjergsen does have rank 2 in the Wild Growth, but that's about it.
Really stressed faces on the side of TSM. They're still down 3K as we're getting closer to the 20-minute mark. TSM need to buy a lot of time. And they need to wait for those opportunities because you can expect Marines to dive you. You can expect Marines to jump at you at some point, especially with this team composition. And Team Solo Mid, as long as they outplay in those team fights, they can still claw this game back.
Now, the very hard thing for them is the team fights for the next 10-15 minutes will be on GIGABYTE Marines' terms. They are going to be the team who will set up the Baron once it's alive, with the control wards, with the vision, and force TSM to move in and face check against all the pick potential on the GIGABYTE Marines. We have to go much later in this game before it's actually TSM deciding when to fight.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that this is only a 3,800 gold lead, based on the number of plays that TSM has thrown away in the top side, or the level at which GIGABYTE Marines has been outplaying. And I think some of that is with GIGABYTE Marines sacrificing so much to get those advantages and not necessarily CSing at a high level, but double TP's coming in. TSM is actually forcing.
All right, Honsa's looking for Slay. He's already used that depth charge. TSM a little bit split up, and they've killed Archie. That's one of the shielders gone. Chain of Corruption's going to slow down TSM's re-engage, and Optimus is on the back end. He's been exhausted. The damage is there. Wild Turtle gets a kill onto Stark, and Team Solo Mid are fending off the Marines.
That ended up being a very good engage from TSM. From Hansa with the teleport here. GIGABYTE Marines were trying to set up that siege on the tower, and they did not expect TSM to fight back because you saw how split up GIGABYTE Marines were.
Yeah, 4 kills now onto Wild Turtle, and without Flash, he easily lives through a fight. Optimus never really seemed to find his way into this fight. Let's watch it one more time. Hansa finishes his teleport in. They catch Archie, isolated from the rest of the team, and the smoke screen, look at the top of the screen, the smoke screen delays Optimus' engagement, and by that point, Optimus doesn't want to fly into 4 people.
And Levi never even entered the fight. He was waiting for Optimus to join, and then he could follow, and they could try and get a kill. TSM gets the setup here, and as we just talked about how it's GIGABYTE Marines who's supposed to dictate the map, dictate when to fight, when you have this advantage early on against the scaling comp. The North American team, but this was actually a really good engage and a good setup from them, and 4 kills on Wild Turtle.
And that fight was dictated by TSM's proper initiation, but also because Optimus couldn't find a target. Looking at the TSM team comp right now, no magic resist on Wild Turtle, Biofrost, or Svenskeren. No lock-in anywhere to be found. Optimus just completed Loot and Zeko. He is power spiking so hard right now, he finds a charm onto someone, they are dead. And that's what GIGABYTE Marines need to do.
But Levi is actually looking to take away jungle camps and trying to hide around TSM's jungle here, which gives over the dragon. So Mountain Drake
TSM's going to want to fight this.
Well,
all right, GIGABYTE Marines, they're not looking for an engage. Spirit Rush has already been used by Optimus Stark. Use that body slam to escape. Okay, Dragon for inner turret. And now the Marines are moving top.
Yeah, but GIGABYTE Marines should be fine taking a fight here. It's a no-flash Twitch. That's the man you want to get to. You have been the one pushing multiple lanes all game long, so them moving back in here is not a surprise because they're actually looking for that pick.
Turtle has also gone Phantom Dancer instead of the Runeance Hurricane we expected. There's the pick!
Oh, get dunked, but he survives! Jackson with the wild growth, manages to stay alive. Levi and Optimus, the double bubble is so much trouble for the Marines. TSM and the Marines are trading damage and cooldowns, but nobody is dead yet. Hansa flashes away with his life, finally goes down. One more onto from Slay.
And again, here we see it, GIGABYTE Marines, they want to fight. They obviously don't want to let TSM just sit here and scale up. So they got a mid lane tower, they now took a kill as well. They get to back away, reset the whole thing, and now Baron is, of course, alive and an objective you can play around.
Look at the gold lead, nearly 5,000 in the advantage for Marines. Wild Turtle looking for Levi. There's not enough mana, so Levi has to flash over the wall. But he manages to survive, doesn't have that flash for what could be a crucial team fight in the coming minutes.
Good patience down the stretch there from Turtle, but watch this fight one more time. Bjergsen barely gets alive because of his cleanse. And then here, Wild Turtle actually finds a good open. Imagine if he had Runeance Hurricane for those few hits. He would have done a little bit more damage because the Phantom Dancer wasn't necessary here. But then he gets split off. He chases the kills up top, whereas Hanser's trying to CC down bottom, and TSM gets split. Hanser then has to pretty much give his life away, and no kills fall for TSM.
I hope to see multiple control wards now from GIGABYTE Marines, because it's all about setting up near the Baron, force this protect the Wild Turtle comp to come face check through their own jungle, not having proper vision, not knowing exactly when you can fight if you're TSM, and then you get jumped from the left, from the right, by Levi, by Optimus. And they have the control wards down now, they bought a lot of them, they're sitting up near this Baron, they know they can use it just to bait a team fight. They don't actually have to kill the Baron, they just kill whoever comes to stop them.
Well, that's what the Marines are setting up for now. TSM, by the way, went behind in gold at 20 minutes on 9 wins and 10 losses. And TSM, they might be walking into a loss right now. Stark is going to go over the wall. The charm finds nobody. Haunter's on the front line, and so is Stark. Chain of Corruption slowly going to spread. They're not going to lock anyone else down, and the Marines pulled the trigger too early.
GIGABYTE Marines did so much right until they did everything wrong with that initiation. Stark should not have body slammed Hanser. He should have found the squishy. TSM was completely blind, and they get away with it, with a turret in the mid lane as well.
All right, Levi throws down the Void Assault. Not going to find another target. Wild Turtle spray and pray still available to him. But TSM, they take their 3rd tower of the game. And this gold lead, as the game continues to progress, means less because Wild Turtle is 4-1-1. Starting to work towards that 3rd item, and Twitch just gets more terrifying the longer this game goes.
Yeah, we can really praise GIGABYTE Marines for a lot of the early game moves, the aggression they have, but some of the macro here is really lacking from them in a game like this with that big advantage against a scaling composition as well. That's where you should be able to consistently get more and more gold and then use that lead to take a Baron later on. But here, they knew they should set up around the Baron, weren't ready to actually get a few kills when TSM, especially Optimus jumped in, didn't hit his charm, and as you highlighted, Jet Stark, which is hitting on.
Yeah, that was such a power play for them. There were no blue trinkets up for TSM, as well as just sitting on a control ward that gave them total knowledge. Absolutely agree, and as Quickshot mentioned, the longer this game stays around 3,500 gold, the less 3,500 gold matters.
Yes, that is definitely true. Now, good thing we did see before from TSM was a tip also for a lot of people in solo queue and everything. If you are in a situation where you have to walk into a Baron to try and stop people from taking it and you can't really see them, push the mid lane first and then walk from the mid lane into the river towards the Baron. It gives you many ways to escape. You can go to the left, you can go back towards the middle, you can go to the right into your own jungle, and you don't suddenly get flanked out of nowhere. So that was a very good thing, and the GIGABYTE Marines couldn't get any kills due to it.
TSM at 25 minutes, still trailing, but showing that they can make the right calls at the right time, and I think very importantly, they can win the right fights. That's something that they've done multiple times over the last few minutes. And you know, coming into this game, the expectations was this was number 5 and 6, that neither of these teams would make playoffs, potentially. And making playoffs, playing for that number 1 seed, that is something that North America has had the luxury of for many, many years when it comes to the World Championships.
Yeah, Bjergsen mentioned that the way you feel about a team coming in actually doesn't matter. It is how you perform on the stage. But unfortunately for TSM, they are not performing on stage, and a lot of the expectations are showing themselves true in this game. A lot of bad decisions, not the best cohesion, but in the later game, they are starting to pull together here. Still a long ways out if they want to win this game, but they haven't lost it yet after a horrendous early game.
You see the same thing again. GIGABYTE Marines, they set up vision near the Baron, but TSM just goes mid and pushes out mid. And again, now they have a way to actually enter the Baron pit without getting caught left and right. And they're using this to stop GIGABYTE Marines.
This time, though, Optimus is behind them, so they're going to try and get the flank.
Back towards the mid lane if you're TSM here, because now it's getting risky.
All right, Stark finishes off the teleport. He's the one that's caught by the dredge line. Levi's coming in from the side. Levi's looking for another stealth target. Wild Growth onto Svenskar and buy some time. The Chain of Corruption misses yet again. Haunts the target. He's going to flash over the wall. Luton's Echo pops him on the head. That dredge line was so close, and nobody goes down.
That's one of those dredge lines you hope misses after you throw it, because he would have flown himself into his death, but they moved straight into Optimus as they did later on in their best of 5 series and avoided the pick. Now Turtle goes aggressive.
He does indeed. Stark's got some support. Slay sends out the piercing arrow and the shields come down from Archie. The Marines do not lose Stark and walking into some dangerous territory.
That was a very risky engage from the North American team just before, walking into that jungle where they didn't actually know if Optimus was still in there, where Levi would be on the map. You also saw they couldn't actually open up with Wild Turtle on the first target, Stark the big tank. He had to just stay still for at least a moment. Still a lot of fights to go in this game here. It's gonna be exciting because we're getting to that late game point for this Twitch here. 2 items QSS now. Last Whisper probably coming in very soon.
And getting very excited. I mean, Wild Turtle, he's got QSS just picked up and the pickaxe. Dragon secured by Marines. But the problem for me is Marines, they've just been trying this Baron game for several minutes, and both sort of big attempts have fallen flat. So what is the next step? Do they only play around this Baron, or now I guess without teleport, they're even in a more difficult situation?
Yeah, what's interesting is because they haven't been able to extend their lead, the straight up team fight is probably in TSM's favor right now if they do a straight 5v5. So now, instead of being able to brute force things, Optimus has to be very sneaky and creative in trying to get in the spot to land a shot. Because he can still one-shot someone if he gets it, and that's kind of GIGABYTE Marines' way in right now. But they've lost a lot of control because of their failure to pull off a successful play in the last 15 minutes.
With their lack of TP, they have to just give up the Baron area due to Stark sitting bot lane and wave clearing. This is now perfect for the team that wants to avoid getting flanked, wants to avoid getting surprised, because they now have the control. There is, of course, still this Ahri sitting near the top lane with 3 fully completed items and a control ward she can hide nearby. But no one is actually going up there yet.
We talked about the items on Optimus. Look at Slay as well. Hurricane, Zeal, Last Whisper, and Blade of the Rune King. In contrast, Wild Turtle still relatively far behind, but has been pretty comfortable. And Optimus, he's not been able to find those picks. He's not been able to assassinate people for a long time. Levi's going to do his best. Where's the charm? Going to go a little bit wide. No, Turtle! Caught Turtle! He survives a few seconds longer, but TSM lose 2. Wild Turtle had Flash, and he was still caught.
Flash, QSS, both available, and he ends up going down. It can't happen for TSM composition that the AD carry dies first.
That is the pick that GIGABYTE Marines was waiting to have happen, and that's also why so many people are hesitant to think of Wild Turtle in this protection position, because he does get caught out and because it happened right there.
They actually saw Ari walk by a ward near the blast when they were pinging Ari. Fight started a little bit further down, and TSM could have walked away. Use the flash defense. Let's see. So this is a good engagement for Levi. They know Optimus is coming. It's a charm into 3 people.
Max range.
That just hits Wild Turtle. So, to be fair, when you are on top of 3 other people and you see a max range charm, not a lot of players will just instantly flash that one because you don't actually know who's getting hit.
And it is harder to realize the thing you can fault Turtle there for the most part is the delay on the QSS, because when that charm lands, you almost have to instantly QSS flash backwards, and he did not. He had a small window where he could have, would have avoided Stark landing the body slam and would have kept Wild Turtle alive.
Unfortunately, Wild Turtle did not. So GIGABYTE Marines, they pick up first Baron of the game. A little under 30 minutes. They're going to be able to start sieging up now multiple lanes. Stark will get his teleports available as well. He's going to apply multi-lane threat. If you look at the mini-map, Optimus up top, Stark down bottom, and the 3-man stack in the mid lane. This is just good, clean Baron usage.
They worked so hard for the Baron before. It was actually an opening for TSM to get back in this game if they could just keep defending and buy time. But now with this Baron buff, and the fact that 3 lanes getting pushed down, it gets really difficult again.
Problem is, TSM opted into a defend until we're strong enough to fight strat, and it fell apart early, it fell apart mid. Even with some great team fighting and some good decision-making to punish Marines, it simply wasn't enough.
And this is where they have to continue to make a stand. They're down 7,000 gold with the Baron. You can see GIGABYTE Marines trying to run. The wave clear is very difficult right here, but ultimates like that missing do leave the window open for TSM to try and make something happen.
I felt like every single skill shot went wide. Stark still pushing bottom, Levi in the mid lane. Look at the towers, 50% top, 50% bottom, and Stark's about to knock over that bottom inner turret as well.
Yeah, it's small things all the time. Like one skill shot missing from GIGABYTE Marines buys a few seconds for TSM to then try and defend. But once one of these turrets will go down and the inhibitor follows, then it gets real difficult to sit and defend against Super Minions and the push. They're going for a fight though.
They are indeed. Slay's going to flash away. Gets caught up by the depth charge. Archie actually flashes for the damage onto Biofrost and Sven Skjern. Archie's buying time because down in the bottom lane, Stark is...
failed engage by TSM and GIGABYTE Marines.
Archie's alive!
Steady. They're getting all the turrets.
How the hell did Archie survive? He's run all the way around behind Team Solo mid. Tidal wave comes down. Dredge line onto Slay. Collateral damage as well. Slay will go down. TSM are buying some time. No inhibitor has fallen yet.
Ari's back in base. GIGABYTE Marines did not want to re-engage after Slay got caught. They just gave away a few kills now to TSM. Yes, they got some inhibitor turrets. No inhibs died yet. A few more kills over.
These are the types of games that you can heavily regret. GIGABYTE Marines have so many stacking advantages, 9 turrets, Baron, but they keep giving things away right at the end. Watching this one more time, the ultimate from Hotzer, he doesn't go for that kill. Archie buys so much time as he runs away.
I love the escapes we're seeing today. You know, 957 did it, Archie did it, walked around here, rejoins, you know, Stark and the minions. But at this point, if you're GIGABYTE Marines, you step away. Slay, walking near the base gate, is so greedy with no summoners. Your Ari's back in base, so Stark, why are you going in?
Totally missed call. Either Optimus didn't tell his team he was going back, or no one heard him, because if he's going back, you never body slam in that situation.
And if you're an AD carry with no flash, do not walk by the enemy base gate like that.
Pro tips.
You will just die.
Oh, that's exactly what happened to Slay. All right, we rejoin the action, and Svenskar is looking for Archie. Chain of Corruption's going to start.
Oh, Wild Turtle flashes in!
Wild Turtle's gone forward. Big core up, survives long enough to get 2 more kills for TSM. Here comes Optimus. He's looking for Biofrost. He'll find him with a Spirit Rush. Now Levi tries to find Wild Turtle. He gets dropped. The GA is popped. Stark and Optimus looking to get damage across TSM. Very good depth charge, but Bjergsen's running for his life. Stark will look to get shut down. The Contaminate takes him out.
Everyone has always been telling Wild Turtle, don't flash in. Turns out, you just need to have enough shields to let him do it. He flashes in, they kill 3 people, only lose 1, and take the Ocean Drake, but they are still in a tough situation.
Team Solo Mid have exposed inhibitors in 3 different lanes, but they're winning back-to-back-to-back fights. And the GIGABYTE Marines are now starting to falter underneath the pressure. TSM sieging the bottom inner turrets.
Oh my god, this game has been absolutely crazy, honestly, from the early game advantages to the GIGABYTE Marines. Some of the team fights from TSM, and the amount of missed opportunities for both teams, kind of throwing it left and right and catching it as well. Like, it means we still have such an even game, despite no inhib turrets. But again, there are no super minions, because they haven't actually killed an inhibitor.
Yeah, these types of games do not inspire confidence for the rest of the tournament, but these teams are under so much pressure to perform here and now. Stark teleports in the mid lane. TSM sees that, tries to start a fight.
All right, let's go for it. Optimus gets a charm into Wild Turtle. This time the choice is good, but the damage is too high. Redemption's gonna come down and heal up the Marines. The Marines get 2. Death time is 50 seconds, 40 seconds. The barrel holds Bjergsen in place. He's already used the Wild Growth. Another body slam connects. So does the Chain of Corruption. Bjergsen is down. The Marines have 3.
That could very well be it. 4 down, 5 alive, no turrets in front of the inhibitors. Minion wave on its way in the mid lane. GIGABYTE Marines gonna try and take it home.
We got 20 seconds on Wild Turtle right now, but there's real no support for him. Inhib mid lane going down. Minions on the way as well. 2 Nexus turrets in front of GIGABYTE Marines, and a great first game.
GIGABYTE Marines, they're looking for the finish. Down in the bottom lane, Optimus is making his way out. Levi's hunting Biofrost. He wants to take down the support. Gets caught up by the Aqua Prison before leaping forward. Nexus turret number 1 is down. Nexus turret number 2 is down. The GIGABYTE Marines are looking for revenge. Wild Turtle gets a kill to Archie, but look at the Nexus. Look at the Nexus. The Marines take down TSM.
And this is not an upset. These 2 teams were so even in the play-ins. Everyone knew that these would be 2 of the teams who really need early wins to try and make top 4. So it doesn't matter how you win. As long as you win this game against the GIGABYTE Marines, then you've done everything you needed to do.
And you can tell it's not an upset by the way the GIGABYTE Marines responded after that win. Yes, they're happy, but it's not the crazy flying out of the chair, hey, we won a game. No, they expected to win this game. They came in hot, they pulled off their ganks, they kept the pressure up, and it took them longer than they wanted it to, but they still leave victorious.
Difficult faces, difficult situation for Team Solo Mid. Their Game 1 performances are out the gate, ability to play. Continues to play the #1 team from North America. All split long. They've been slow starters, and what's going to be 10 best of ones don't have a lot of time before you find the right gear.
And you have to wonder for TSM how they can respond to this as well, because they did not want to lose to this team. They did not want to drop 2 games to them in the play-in stage. Now that they've dropped in the main stage, they have a lot of recovery, mental recovery to do.
And it's so exciting to see GIGABYTE Marines. Now, great start taking down TSM for the Marines. They play later today against SKT. I'm excited to see if they can surprise SKT because, look, in best of ones, this chaotic play style, it can catch teams off guard. I expect SKT to be able to respond, but what about everyone else? How will everyone else respond to this style?
I think that's the bigger one here, because we saw the GIGABYTE Marines get the advantage, but then kind of struggle to really use it and really close out. That's obviously going to get punished by SKT, but I can see other teams at this tournament also fall behind and not actually be able to come back against these guys.
Man, it's so exciting to see the GPL representatives and how well they played. The Marines, they scored that revenge kill against Team Solo Mid. Send it to the analysts for a closer look.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. GIGABYTE Marines bringing the all-time record against TSM to 3-3. So, of course, we're going to get that tiebreaker later in the week between the 2 of them. But, I mean, they've got to feel good coming back in and striking, you know, kind of fear into TSM's hearts with that win yet again.
And honestly, at the end of the day, I mean, TSM had a ton of time to prepare. They played them close before, and I don't think there's any more excuses, right? The better team won this game, I think. I think that the GIGABYTE Marines outplayed them. I think TSM made way too many individual mistakes, and you can't do that against a team this level.
Well, and if we just look at champion select, right? I mean, a lot of the things that we were saying going in, we have reservations around Sven, we have reservations around Wild Turtle, and then they opt for a Protect the ADC comp with a Lulu mid, Nami bot, and the Nautilus front line to no avail.
And we come back to predictions. We go all the way back. Dumbledore was not joining us for this post-game
Well, I had to get him off the desk because he's making you guys look bad.
Only one to predict TSM, and that's because, sorry, only one to predict GIGABYTE Marines, and I think TSM had to be the percentage prediction because I said, okay, they can go back. They have analysts. They have a lot of support stuff. They'll learn. They know how GIGABYTE Marines play, and yet they draft in this manner. It's frankly just unacceptable to see them draft losing lanes. They have to run Lulu mid with cleanse just to get through the laning phase because they want to have pressure somewhere. And they play into the hands, because how do GIGABYTE Marines win? Why do they have to ban Ziggs? Because they love pushing aggressively and having Levi path very aggressively, and TSM played into that. So it's just unacceptable to see TSM not learn basically anything, put all the eggs in the Wild Turtle basket, which if it's any other team with that draft, if SKT has their draft, you're like, okay, GG, they've won this game. That is a meta comp.
SKT has any draft.
That's true. That's also true. Frost, get in here.
It's a meta comp for any team other than a team that really does not play around bot lane.
Right.
None of TSM's success in spring was playing around Wild Turtle and bot lane.
Yeah,
Very much so.
Just to piggyback off of that, it's just so frustrating when you watch a team, and we know TSM, it's all about their solo laners, and when they completely try to reinvent the wheel about how they're going to beat GIGABYTE Marines, a team that they were already struggling to contest in their traditional ways, it's just so random to me.
I mean, to be fair, that you can't put this all on Turtle.
Oh, absolutely not.
Haunter, Sven had an awful dive at the start. It felt like they wanted it way too much, and despite the community maybe not having faith in Turtle, the team obviously does, right? They are here at this tournament. They're taking it very seriously. They're drafting around Turtle because they have faith in his ability to carry the game. And, I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about.
But there's execution errors left and right inside this clip.
Yeah, Svenskeren fails to flash into a body slam, and then Haunter tries to make the play, even with flash still up on Gragas. So it fails, and they keep pathing around the top lane.
Round 2, wait. And the fact that this is so close to being a double kill as well, the cast just slightly timed off to the other side, but Stark playing out of his mind on the Gragas and proving that he was worth that priority pick.
And what we didn't get to see there, because there were mistakes from TSM in that initial tower dive, what we didn't get to see is the immediate TP down bot lane from Stark to then make that advantage into twice as much, right? Getting a second kill in the bot lane and pushing them towards that 7-minute turret take.
Well, while it was, I think, a good play to make, the fact that they only got the support kill, to me, I don't even really think it was worth it. You have 5-man bot. They get a support kill out of it. They did lose pressure in some of the other lanes, but it speaks to their mindset, right? They're continuously making plays. They're continuously trying to get advantages, and I think it did work out for them throughout a lot of the game.
I don't know.
I would contest that, but I want to hear what Frost has to
here's
say.
the thing. You just got the kill up top lane. You know that top lane has to back because he's low health. The fact is he basically dies, trades the kill, respawns, then immediately teleports bottom, knowing that the enemy top laner is going to be walking back. Yeah, there's a potential that he could try to teleport to the tower and match them, but you're already driving the tempo because you're getting the superior rotation of your mid jungle down there as well. I think it was a great play from GIGABYTE Marines, and I think it proves that they're not just a threat to TSM, but they're actually a threat to the other teams in the tournament. Even Team WE and their victory over Flash Wolves looked really inconsistent around mid-game and finding those correct decisions, and GIGABYTE Marines don't look inconsistent. They look like they know exactly what they want to do.
And this desk has been very TSM framed. We're not rewarding GIGABYTE Marines, but the reason why it's like that is that GIGABYTE Marines didn't surprise us. They played the same game. They played to such great success a week ago, and the fact that TSM didn't learn anything, let them basically get comfort in most roles, and then roll them over in the same fashion, even with a bit of a fight back in mid to late game. That's the part where I really draw the line and say, okay, TSM, you should have done better.
And it was pointed out by the casters, GIGABYTEs get themselves a lead, but still did seem to struggle with what to do with it through that mid-game. So we have to take a look at the clutch kill, rather, that earned them that 30-minute Baron. Let's pull that one up. This one brought to you by Acer.
This is a little bit hard to watch. So Turtle just picked up a QSS. Watch that charm. No QSS until the charm has actually already ended. He has his flash up the whole time, and this is what I'm talking about as far as individual misplays for TSM. There were so many throughout the fights that GIGABYTE did play very, very well, but they also did kind of rely on TSM making so many individual mistakes, and they just kind of served the game up to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get rid of individual mistakes if you want to move forward in this tournament. But as was mentioned, I mean, GIGABYTE's, they played and stuck to their style. They're still finding success with it. I want to echo the same question the casters had. What will other teams do in response to GIGABYTE's? And is this same kind of style going to allow them to be successful against teams like Flash Wolves and SKT?
I think the scariest thing about them right now is the fact that it's not just Levi and Optimus anymore. It was Stark that was really going off in that game on that Gragas pick, so they're showing that they're not just like a two-trick pony.
All right, well, we've heard a little bit from the analysts. Now we got to hear from one of the players. Levi is about to talk to us about his team's big win, so let's meet back up with Shocks.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, here joined by Levi after that amazing victory over TSM here in Rio. And, well, the first thing I want to ask you is how much of that was fueled by revenge, obviously, and knowing that you almost beat them at the Plains?
Thì chúc mừng em là mình chiến thắng được TSM. Mặc dù là lần trước mình đã thua, thì em nghĩ là cái trận thua lần trước có phải là thúc đẩy em để giành được trả thù được món thù này không?
Em nghĩ một phần cũng là do trận thua lần trước đã thúc đẩy bọn em có thêm động lực để thi đấu cái trận thi đấu này.
Yeah, I think big part of it is the loss last time. It gave us the motivation to win this time.
Yeah, and that you guys did, and I think alongside, or not talking about the revenge or those stories anymore, you guys have been fantastic throughout play-ins. You qualify for here, you win your first game here, and it's looking like you're a great contender to move forward. How likely do you think it is that you guys get that top 4 spot?
Thì bây giờ mình đã thắng được trận đầu tiên rồi ha. Thì sắp tới mình sẽ đánh nhiều trận nữa, thì em nghĩ là mình có khả năng để mình vào được top 4 hay không?
Thực sự thì em nghĩ cái khả năng của bọn em rất là thấp, nhưng mà bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức để đạt cái mục tiêu là vào top 4.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but we're going to try our best to get into top 4.
Well, there is a very tough match coming up. You're playing SKT, the current world champions, and I do know that your name, Levi, comes from Attack on Titan, and Levi is known to take down Titans all on his own. Is that what you're planning to do against the Titans of SKT, just take them down solo?
Thì được biết là cái tên Levi của em á được lấy từ chuyện Attack on Titan, đúng không? Thì Levi là chuyên gia solo giết người khổng lồ, đúng không? Thì em nghĩ là em có thể giết được gã khổng lồ SKT không?
Thực sự nếu mà ai theo dõi cái bộ truyện Attack on Titan thì biết là Levi là nhân vật của em thì sẽ chết dưới tay một gã khổng lồ nè, em cũng không biết được gì.
Yeah, so if anyone watch Attack on Titan, spoiler alert, Levi is gonna be killed by a Titan, so don't know what's going on yet.
So that's maybe a prediction also for what might happen in the game next. I hope that spoiler alert worked for everyone, but thank you very much, Levi, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. And we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more action.
He holds on to his flash for a very long time. Flash forward from Hornser. Dredge lies under the tower. The barrel's down.
Are you crazy?
Tower.
Are you
what? Scary. Scary's taking a lot of damage. Wild Growth brings him up. The charm is flashed away from, but it's Levi that gets the kill into Spin Scary. Jungler on Jungler. Slay's gonna go down. All right, there's the Dredge line. Optimus over the wall. He's got Biofrost.
Yeah, I just died instantly, like 1 second.
Chain of Corruption's going to slow down TSM's re-engage, and Optimus is on the back end. He's been exhausted. The damage is there.
Yeah, keep going forward, keep going forward.
Where's the charm? Gonna go a little bit wide. No, Turtle! Caught Turtle! He survives a few seconds longer, but TSM lose 2. Wild Turtle had flash, and he was still caught. Looking to get damage across TSM. Very good depth charge, but Fjöxen's running for his life. Stock will look to get shut down. The Contaminate takes him out. Wild Turtle gets a kill to Archie, but look at the Nexus! Look at the Nexus! The Marines take down TSM!
I wasn't part of MSI last year, but I do feel that I was part of it because I'm part of G2 now. So I do feel that there's something to prove for G2 at this year's MSI. I think last year at Worlds 2016, I don't think we were actually choking or anything like that or playing worse because we're playing against international teams. I think we're just a bad team, honestly. And I think ever since I am Katowice, we lost to Flash Wolves, I think we have improved so much as a team and as players individually. So now we're not just a team that are 5 good players individually, we are actually also a good team. So I hope that this MSI is going to be an MSI where we can prove to our fans and also the fans that are like skeptical towards us that we are not just a EU LCS team.
We'll see if that proof can happen here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2017 Mid-Season Invitational. My name is David Freak, Turley Ticket of the Castle Desk with Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, and Mitch Krepovorspils. Gentlemen, how you liking Brazil?
So excited here. I mean, especially the way that this tournament has just started off. Really good game so far.
Yeah, complete surprise in some of the games there. The TSM one was enjoyable to watch. As me as a European, at least the biggest blame is not going to G2 so far, because at least they kept it close.
They did. Well,
against SKT.
And that's the thing, G2 did keep it close against SKT. First turret, several kills in the bot lane. Stuff was working well. You saw Sven on the screen. His lane was the one that was creating the advantages with the gank help from the team.
I mean, yeah, they had so many proactive things in the early game that were very good signs for this team, and they should definitely want to carry over to this match as well. They did have some mistakes once you get, transition towards that mid game as far as which objectives, calling which objectives to go for, and the execution in going about getting them.
And that playing around bot side that you guys are talking about will be something they'll need to at least do again against the Flash Wolves, because domestically that was one of their main strengths, right? Playing, with Karsa, Maple, Sword Art in the bottom lane, putting that pressure, deep vision galore. It was actually quite surprising how they went down against Team WE. I don't think too many people expected it to be this big of a spanking.
Exactly. I mean, Team WE, all credit to them, because that was a lot of pressure very early on, and they forced a lot of moves from Flash Wolves. I especially like that you're talking about this bottom side of the map for Flash Wolves, because that's one of the key reasons, they did bring Betty in, up from their sort of farm team and put him on the AD carry, because when you free up Sword Art to then work with the Maple and Karsa combo that's so, so famous, that really opens up a lot of doors.
Well, sure, but let's talk about how these teams have performed so far compared to domestically, because Flash Wolves are in kind of a one-team league where, honestly, they lost 2 games the entire season long, somewhat similar to how, we'd seen the other teams come through here as well. But, G2 is like the team that people kind of made fun of. It's like, well, they slumped. There was a vacation meme from MSI last year. Then they got, last place in their group at Worlds, and Sven just said, that's because we were a bad team. But we lost to Flash Wolves back in March in Katowice. We're a better team now. We're ready to bounce back and prove that we're actually good now as G2.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time working, especially on their mid game, working as a unit. When Sven says team there, he means the team play in that particular regard. And G2, they went nigh undefeated in terms of series in the European split, so they were also strong domestically. I think the biggest growth point for them is that the man on the screen right there, Perks, he was a lot more consistent. No more going for these maybe 60% plays. If he could potentially die, he would hold back. No longer has these random deaths on side lanes as well. So macro-wise, G2 have definitely made a lot of steps in the right direction.
I really do agree, and they look like a much more humble team, both outside of game as well as in game. To me, that's really interesting in this matchup too, because World Elite just went about defeating the Flash Wolves with a very determined plan heading straight into the game. So if G2 are going to play it safer, and not want to take much chances early on, then this will be a very different match.
Yeah, Team W went straight for the jungler though.
Yeah.
Get a good matchup in the top lane, get the jungle right there, snowball, and then nobody could really deal with that Kled. These teams though similarly tend to shy away from this top side pressure. Expect was protected very heavily in picks and bans versus SKT. At least he still makes some growth there. That is the one good thing for me about Expect. G2 domestically at least were comfortable with him playing carries.
And I want to see, just to reach another point, sort of what style these teams will go for. You talk about protecting the top lane, but what I did like seeing in G2 in that SKT game was going for the early Ashe Zyra. It's one of the best bottom lanes. At 6, you blow both ultimates, you burn summoners, and for 5 minutes, you have a free gank in bot lane. And they did it twice more. They got 3 kills out of that. They got first turret out of that. If Ashe Zyra is going to be part of the style of G2, this could be very successful for them, snowballing through bot lane and using that to get a lead to play their mid game out from.
All right, well, let's jump right into Champion Select then and get this one started. Right off the bat, taking out the Jace here for the solo laners. That will be 1 carry unavailable. Ashe not a huge surprise as far as being banned out here. I was more expecting it from the Flash Wolves side. But one thing that we have also mentioned about Betty, in addition to kind of building fairly defensively with maybe early QSS buys, a lot of people are doing the Ninja Tabbies nowadays. He has also played mostly the Ashe, Varus, and Jhin, those sort of the old guard of the utility AD carries.
Yeah, utility AD carries is something that makes sense, right? If you look at Flash Wolves, their core has always been like their mid-jungle support. They've been trying to find the right AD carry, and then they have a Stake-esque top laner, whether it's Stake himself, who now moved to coaching, or it's MMD, who is kind of sink or swim, just kind of survive in the top lane, but it's mostly bottom side focused, and then those picks have good value.
Yeah, and it does seem right off the bat here from Flash Wolves' side that they're trying to protect MMD a bit. They definitely felt the burn after that first series that they had, and they're trying to ban out some of those carries you talked about for Expect.
And G2 was actually doing something similar versus SKT. They were doing the kind of same style of bans against Huni. You know, they respect the pecking order right here. You know, Expect has to respect Huni.
Huni is definitely the top of the pecking order.
Yeah, and MMD has to respect Expect here in the pick and ban.
We'll see what kind of respect's going to be coming out of this one. The early pick, Lulu, is the hover, and back in North America, that was pretty much the entire way through the playoffs. We'll see what actually comes out of it, though.
I'm very interested to see if G2 will go for an early round Varus here, because I talked about, Betty very, very heavily focusing in on those utility AD carries, and Jhin has really fallen out. I'm definitely not a big fan of the Jhin, but it's no AD carries so far, and Crumbo's super happy about double shield.
Yeah, nobody wanted to, I was going to jump in. I was like, I'm going to let my co-caster finish here, because I want to say, I want to see Karma Iron here, because I think it makes a lot of sense for Sven protection here. If anything we've learned from watching SKT in the finals is that you don't give Karma and Lulu to the same team, and then you may as well index very deeply there. The Graves ban maybe telegraphed the Iron pick as well, because that was one of the main reasons Graves came back into the meta early in the season. It was to combat exactly that Iron.
At the same time, you're playing against Karsa, who's... You can make the case, though it's maybe a bit of a stretch, the best jungler in the tournament. He's definitely in that top echelon of world-class junglers, and you have the top two banned away from him, maybe to limit him somewhat, and he's now hovering on a Rengar, who, after the most recent nerfs, I feel like is only situationally good, and we'll see if he can make an impact on it.
Yeah, Rengar definitely did feel the last round of nerfs. And we've seen a lot more junglers go with purely a one quadrant clear to an early back for him. It both protects your Krugs from being stolen, as well as deals with how low that he does get into the jungle right now. There is being said, yes, he can use Ivern's bush rushes against him a little bit for extra hops, but as you said, very situational.
And this is where the debate comes in. When you second rotation and mid on blue side, teams have to decide, do we match that mid laner immediately, or do we preserve the Karma or the Lulu flex that we've seen about in the past? Like SKT, for example, here would never pick a mid laner, would never pick the Ryze. They would just flex the Karma, end up playing it mid lane into the LeBlanc and be fine. However, G2 Esports seem to really value the push that the Karma brings as a support, and they're fine taking the Ryze matchup.
Yeah, as well as not even just being fine with the Ryze matchup, but a lot of mid laners actually really liking that one into the current LeBlanc that you do have to worry about so much. So we'll see what the second round does come through here, because as you said, all the roles actually were matched here. Yep. So it's not going to just be that power focus on the unmatched role, rather the power champions.
That leaves the counter pick for top lane. So in some worlds you could go for some top lane bans and pick the best tank remaining, so go first pick Gragas
Take
here.
a Shen or something, or Gragas.
Still has the counter pick here, so maybe just get a good AD carries for Sven, leave the counter pick to Expect, and then G2 should have a pretty well-rounded shot here versus the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and I think that Flash Wolves would definitely love a tank v tank matchup for MMD, because I talked about it a little bit, but yeah, MMD even in their home league had some trouble during laning phase. He doesn't have the best CS numbers versus even domestic top laners there, and would love to just go tank v tank. Has definitely more confidence in those trading matchups on the top side, and it looks like he might be able to get that. Yeah,
they should ban Gragas here, or they leave both Gragas and Nautilus up, and then Gragas is the best remaining pick. I think G2 are probably going to switch it up and just first block in top laner, because 1, 2, 3,
Shen is still available.
6 banned.
Okay,
yeah, but Shen's been nerfed.
Well, Shen's going to get played up anyway, and yes, this does leave Gragas and Nautilus as the two probably premier tanks left over, aside from the Shen ban. Both teams were panning away the somewhat situational, like, non-tank top laners that those players still played, and said, okay, here we go, bring us the Nautilus, bring us this, and with that double shielding team, the supportive jungler and the shielding support here going to be played by Mithy. Looks like Sven's going to be on a high damage champion, had hovered Twitch before, and actually, they're going to wait until they see the comp. It's trolling me. What's it going to be? It's going to be the Caitlyn. High damage, very safe, and a lot of lane pressure.
Yeah, there are a lot of options to go with here. Caitlyn obviously also benefits pretty heavily from the Ivern brush, but I definitely want extra survivability when I'm against the combo of a Rengar Lulu. That's the other thing there. Lulu, everyone always focuses on how she can, soup up the hyper carries there towards the late game, but it is definitely still super scary with the Rengar, and one of the combos that you can use to still bring that champion out even after the nerfs.
What's weird to me, though, is they actually rushed the Caitlyn because Betty's always going to pick Varus here in this champ. Like, it's pretty much all he plays so far this split, and you can see more of what your opponents are playing. So this says, to me, if you're G2, that they're hoping to counterpick in some small way top lane. Either Gragas is not the best top laner, or they have something they want to play into the Gragas, because otherwise I don't think Caitlyn goes away, and you can pick your picks at a different order.
Yeah, at the same time, though, for Sven, he probably values Caitlyn over Varus in the same way. He's like, it's a better pick, a better fit here. But I definitely agree. Would have loved to see just Gragas first, because I feel like Gragas always has the edge in the Gragas-Nautilus matchup, especially with the W max.
Yeah, I mean, how secure do they feel in their scouting of Betty that he'll stick to the pattern, right?
Yeah. Well, Betty's played exactly one Caitlyn game all year, and it was 12 Varus, and it was a loss.
And we saw that Caitlyn game, and it was not that pretty. Yeah. All right, here we go, though. It will be the double shields coming in and a strong front line for G2 to try and fend off the Flash Wolves with the Rengar being at the pilot.
All right, 2 threats on G2. It's all about Perks and Sven, the letter Z synergy, if you will. And you expect Sven and Mithy to have a very good landing phase. I like those two in a 2-on-2. They should have the push lead, I feel. Of course, Crap, you're the better bot laner than I am, but it looks pretty solid for them. And they had gotten their lead through bottom lane against SKT. And if this is the format they are on, if this is how they play in 7.8, the patch that we are on right here, then if that's their style, then maybe it can work for them.
And I always want to jump to jungle conversation, especially for the early game when Ivern is in the game, because Ivern can do so many more unique starts and force specific jungle pass on the enemy, especially if you do have a bottom lane like a Caitlyn Karma that has such good, pushing from very early on from the bottom lane. There's so many different opportunities that you can use with the instant camp steal there from Ivern to try and force your enemy jungler into your hands, and that's something that WE did very early on there with Condi making very early moves against Karsa.
We'll see if this is going to happen here. Always fun to watch what Ivern's can do in this one. Rengar typically does get a bit lower in his clear. Not that Ivern's going to fight him in the invade, but maybe it makes it a bit safer when that kind of stuff happens.
Definitely not going to fight him.
Ivern's 1v1, not exactly the power of that champion, but maybe when you have some backup, it makes him a bit more scared. We'll see what happens as the players are getting ready for their second and final for these players game of the day. Of course, there are 2 more to be played after this one, as the remaining 4 teams will play a second game. You have the champions, the rosters up above the players. We'll see what these teams can do into this one. Both of these teams did lose their first game of the series, but it is important that these squads make it into the top 4 by the end of the group stage and give their teams and give their regions a Pool 1 seed at the World Championship. Top 4 at the bare minimum is what you need here at the Midseason Invitational. G2 and Flash was hoping to represent their regions to do so.
Yeah, and these are 2 of the teams with some of the most to prove here at this MSI. This is the first international tournament where Flash Wolves have been given a lot of credit heading into this tournament and being placed very high by many analysts, and everyone's gone over G2 and their redemption story.
Yeah, and G2, they spot the same invade that got them the success against Faker right there. The 5-man from mid lane diving inside to surprise the 5th scout there in the banana brush. So Flash Wolves, they get pushed back and we get a standard start. Jumping back on that jungle matchup, Kobe, I do think it's also great to see that Ivern can just quickly visit lanes much easier than a Rengar can. And in this style where it's all about bot lane pushing and just pressure and then moving that pressure somewhere else, Ivern definitely is something we need to track to see what Trick is doing with those little visits.
I love, as soon as you get Daisy, as soon as you get level 6, that's so much just, it's a giant glob of health that you can use to push, 20% of a tower's health. Just head into lane, like you're saying, use the extra range from the brush and get a lot more damage. And it's these small incremental leads in tower health, or in an extra wave push to buy back timing for your laners that really add up. And those are the things that culminate in the big objectives.
Yeah, in terms of bot lane, the first Karma Mantra Q is something we'll have to track. I do love the evolution here of top laners learning their place. Gragas, even to Raptors, will have to put a barrel and then walk the long journey back to the top lane.
That was actually a super sexy jungle start there. I know you're going to love it, Krepo. The double ferocity off of the blast cone for the Rengar combined with the super leash from the Gragas barrel.
Well, let's see. Is he going to kill that red buff and use his trinket ward right here? Kobe, a completely new tactic, definitely not long existing already.
The pinnacle of the Rengar clear on this red quadrant. I know Krepo super in love with the trinket ward over that Krug's wall just for extra vision. By the way, yeah, not new. That has been around for pretty much the duration of Rengar, but he is mixing it up and going back to the top side here. Let's take a look.
Yeah, so Karsa heading back to the top side here. Going to grab the Wolves pretty easily on this one. The heal on the red buff helping as well. I don't know the Ivern jungle pass that well. I don't know if he's able to protect his own blue buff by doing this, but he will not lose any of his jungle.
He basically gets access to the left side and doesn't allow Ivern to set up 3 camps, go somewhere else and come back. If he goes for triple clear right side and bases, he could lose way more of his jungle. He's essentially securing 2 out of 3 camps on his left side now.
But also Trick on the same side is not even going for the aggressive, thieving Ivern route. This is the power clear, very, very quick level 4 Ivern route. We've seen this a whole bunch in the North American LCS. Just smiting the blue, clearing that, prepping that whole side, and then moving back over to clean up every single camp that he has already prepped. Extremely fast full clear for the Ivern, and then you can get out onto the field feeling a lot more confident. Here comes the first vision on Karsa, and they'll be alerted to his movements.
Yeah, also playing with respect, popping an extra brush in the already existing brush to make sure the Rengar isn't just magically invading. Not going for a risky invade on Karsa, because G2 know if they play their standard game, as after watching Flash Wolves earlier, they should definitely have a shot.
Yeah, and right now you're going to see that first recall will come to Trick. He'll have plenty of money to spend. Maybe he'll go boots and try to get around the map a bit more. Karsa going to get, I think, level 4 off of the Gromp to be a bit slower on the overall play. Nice trade down to the bottom lane. Betty actually getting plenty of damage down onto Sven, but you're seeing a 9 minion lead. As Krepo points out to be on the screen, G2 are getting the minion lead early on.
I'm sure you saw that one yourself.
Yeah, I looked at it too, but I was like, I'll give you credit, Krepo.
Yeah, back to your Ivern point, though. The other thing about it, as far as the full clear recall, it always involves a tremendous amount of vision. You upgrade for your extra wards from your jungle item, as well as bringing the extra 75 gold for the control ward. And now he's going to try and go contest Scuttle Crabs here. The bottom one actually still up, so he is going to be able to prep it. No smite quite available yet, but he should be able to contain vision of that area long enough for the channel to complete and not have to expend it. Your flashes with Ivern are very, very important because those are what you use for your instant counter jungling. And those things are very good for reactive gameplay, which is super important for the junglers at this stage.
You can see a big trade in the mid lane. Perkz does still take the backside of the chain, but looks like he came out ahead in health with that one. Both have gotten their first recalls off. Maple TP to go back into the lane, so that is at least a cooldown down that Flash Wolves cannot use. Perkz otherwise equal in the lane, Maple the same.
I think both teams are happy with the start we're seeing right here. Like G2, they get to take it slow. Perkz gets his tier on first back. Maple can accelerate his basing a little bit with that first teleport. Sven and Mithy have a CS advantage, but then Betty had that good trade. So everybody is just okay with the way it's going.
Everybody gets a little something here from Krepo. Definitely true. Expect a half-life, though, after both top laners have used teleports now. MMG just used his to get back to base. Not unless the expected shove and then roam down to mid lane here for a little bit of a look.
The classic Hanser roaming from top lane.
Root, there's the anchor and a lot of damage on Maple. Forced to flash away and expect flashing to do nothing for the follow. I think he had already autoed, so what's he going to get out of that one? Missing a summoner spell now is Expect.
Yeah, until that extra expenditure of the flash from Expect, really good setup and what to expect, right? Really good setup here from Perkz. You talked about him going for the guaranteed plays, right? You set him up with the Rune Prison, sets up a very easy anchor there. And that is going to put some pressure on Maple. Here comes Trick to actually help push the wave as well.
And this is what Trick has always been good at, is just kind of visiting lanes and pushing out. Trick, even in last year's games, wasn't the most gank-heavy jungler. He was just trying to maximize efficiency. That's why G2's early games often were a tad slow, because camping in a brush for a long time to set up a gank isn't really Trick's style. He'll try to maximize his camps in between helping his lanes.
Nice juke by Betty, gets away from the Peacemaker right there. Pretty important. And otherwise, the bot lane's trading more closely to equal. Interestingly, Betty is going for the more aggressive of the keystones. Pretty much everyone does go Fervor. I think Caitlyn can easily get away with it. If you're against the aggressive lanes, sometimes you want to consider Warlords if you're Betty, but Fervor will be more damage. And he's actually managed to tie up the score pretty much. And looks like everything's going to be okay for the Flash Wolves bot lane, despite seeing the early lead for G2.
They're also running the Ignite. It also helps just kind of cover that disadvantage maybe. If you want to go sustain, usually if your support's running Ignite, you get a little bit more pressure in that lane. allowing you to get away with maybe some greedier choices.
Yeah, I actually love that the recent nerfs to exhaust did open up a lot of space for Ignite in the bottom lane. For G2, they're definitely taking the exhaust still for the assassins that Flash Wolves are fielding at the moment. Not only are Karsa and Maple star players for this team, but they are both at the head of very, very potent assassins.
We just saw a little thing done by Perks right here. You get, I think it's 1 minute for the Ivern's buffs to stay on the ground before they will time out on their own. And Perks says, I will recall first. I will maximize the duration of the blue buff by grabbing it later on the back half of that 1 minute timer so that I have it for a bit more time on the map. I needed to recall anyway, getting some magic resist going towards the early Spectre's Cowl to survive the Maple matchup.
One thing to be said though for this game, Flash Wolves definitely have a vision advantage at the moment. And Trick is sort of fighting this war kind of by himself at the moment, as everyone else is kind of pinned down. Flash Wolves, not huge moves that they're going to be able to make with this, but you have to worry because it is such, a step-by-step process in trying to get that vision back.
And this early Ivern hasn't really been able to do anything, and I think Karsa's definitely happy there. Once this game moves into kind of 1-3-1 formation, Rengar, that's where he will shine, right? Like ganking these side lanes, especially when they get longer, a few turrets go down, so that may actually be what causes the first one, because both these teams seem stuck in kind of a gridlock, just lane until the first gank comes out from Karsa.
And something that we can see kind of put a break to this gridlock is, will Trick actually try and use this Daisy to either force some siege pressure on bottom lane or even start up Drake? It's such a good tank for starting up Drake if you have vision, if you have control in this area of the map. As of right now, though, the control not there, so whoever does move in there first is going to be taking that risk.
Yeah, great play for G2. Could be just grouping Trick and Perks together in mid lane, push out, roam to the bottom lane, pop Daisy, teleport comes out, and go for the bot lane party. The problem is, Flash Wolves, their bot side vision is usually pretty solid.
We go a little bit of pressure in the mid lane, nothing going to do much.
Nice use there, Maple with the clone, blocking one of the Qs from Perks in the trade. Small things to get a little health advantages in those trades definitely do add up. Also have to keep your eyes on the purchase timings here. A bad recall at this moment, or a very big chunk in lane, can be the catalyst for forcing one of those moves like you're talking about, Crepo.
Yeah, not a fan of this Q max though on MMD in the top lane of the Gragas. I've seen Gragas so often dominate the Nautilus matchup with maxing W, going for a lot of trades in that melee matchup, but it seems like MMD just wants to have comfort in wave clear.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Q-Max get more and more popular, but yeah, against the melee matchups, I tend to agree. I really do like the value of at least a couple extra points into the W.
It's not going to happen right now, though, and it's actually Expect who's been able to wave clear first anyway, despite the higher ranked barrels, MMD, and you're going to see a nice little trade right there. Shields up, doesn't take too much damage, but of course the red buff means that Expect will be full health basically at all times, and just kind of inherent lane dominance as a result.
Path is well protected though towards that bot side. If G2 ever want to make that roam, they'll have to walk to a Skullercraft, 2 wards and a control ward, whereas if Maple can find a way out of this mid lane ever, he will go pretty much undetected.
Yeah, and the mid lane is actually pretty interesting because these are some very early pickups on the Mercury treads for both of the mid laners. That's a large amount of money to spend on tenacity this early on. Yes, there is substantial crowd control on both sides, but kind of gives you a window into the mindset of both these mid laners at the moment.
Yeah, there's 2 ways to approach it. You can go for the full Negatron approach, or you go a little bit more heavier on the mobility. I think definitely for Maple we can support these Merc treads. You're playing against Ivern and Rise, and if we saw what Nautilus was doing too, if any Flash Snare gets comboed with follow-ups, you see, you're going to be so happy you bought those Merc treads.
Exactly. He has bought time for his Flash to come back up. And Karsa, again, laying down that front line of wards. They still retain a little bit of an edge in that river.
And we'll see how it pans out in the future. 200 gold lead right now for Flash Wolves as a team. That's a fake clone going to the mid lane, and Perks goes, guys. LeBlanc's missing, but she's back in base, of course.
Is it a fake clone, or is it a real clone? A clone by nature is fake.
Not as, I don't know. I feel like clones are actually real. I mean, there's a clone sheep running around named, I think it's Betty. That was a while ago. Betsy. It doesn't matter. It's really not important anymore.
It plays in some league, whether it's Betsy or Betty.
I don't remember if you guys remember that story from like a couple decades ago. Regardless, we're not talking about clones. We were talking about League of Legends and Karsa back into the jungle. Both of these junglers still level 8 right now, and it's just been Rise trying to farm. And I feel like if you're going to play defensively forever, stacking a Patir and a Rod of Ages is probably the one that wins that.
Yeah, definitely. Loving these wards from Expect too. Every time a top laner can disappear and no longer be the selfish top laner, and ward just right next to your river, but you go deep in the enemy jungle, you neutralize the threat that the enemy jungler poses, and you help your team.
Funny that so often the top laners getting credit for those wards are the ones playing the Nautilus. Good shoving from him, though. Definitely well-deserved. And here we go. We are seeing the Ivern visit to the lane. Notorious. Not really full of action, but it definitely does get the ball moving here.
You have been visited by the Ivern of lane push. Say thank you, Trick.
But where's Daisy? Daisy has not graced us with her presence yet. And that doesn't. If she doesn't come out, then they're not really committing to it.
All right, now Mabel is committing to killing a ward and does get rooted, but no one's really... All right. No harm, no foul, and that control ward will regen out of being out of combat.
You can kind of see how tentative both teams are playing this too. And this also, we have to remember both these teams lost their opening game. Yes, there was a very formidable opponent, and G2 were probably expecting to lose their opening game to SKT, but also Flash Wolves, kind of reeling a little bit from their loss versus WE.
In most predictions, G2 were slaughtered for 0-2 today. That would be an acceptable result. The only thing people were kind of talking about is like, will they tilt if they indeed then go 0-2? And now they're taking an ultra safe approach here. But they're so comfortable in their scaling. Their late game is more than fine with the Ryze and the Caitlyn. And that's also how they have played so often domestically in Europe. Going for kind of the 80% plays in the early game, knowing that late game, especially putting their money on Sven and Perks, will net them the win.
Definitely true. With the way that the support items now work with shielding champions and the buffs that you can get when the locket starts coming in on top of the redemption, there is a lot of safety in this G2 composition later that they can rely on, and they're kind of looking just to get to that point at the moment. Caitlyn starts to build up the crit multipliers, and they just really have to rely on protecting her.
On the other side, if we've watched a lot of Flash Wolves, we saw great synergy and target selection. When these guys enter a fight, especially later in the game, like they can really take a guy down. So it's going to be really fascinating to see whether Karsa, Maple, and potentially even Betsy can all focus the same target fast enough to get to one iteration of shields, but kill them before the second.
Maple's LeBlanc specifically has been one of the most enjoyable LeBlancs to watch in team fights, in skirmishes, all over, in all aspects of the game. Very recently from him. It's incredible to see the openings that he can get with this champion and really make it work even against the more solid setups.
Wow, all right, well, you can see the risk aversion there from Perks. He's killing a ward and says someone might show up on the screen. Time to ult away.
Yeah, safety first, Yep. He does get the control ward, and that is when the game slows down, it's never going to go straight to a kill. It's always a war for vision first, especially with two teams that are so similar in their approach. Kind of top laner on the island, junglers that value efficiency, focus around bot side, but none of these mid laners are letting each other roam. They're just constantly contesting that vision, trying to get the push. It makes for a bit of a boring game, but the beauty's in the subtleties.
No, it's not going to be boring. We're going to have a record set today. Earlier, Faker was the fastest first blood in MSI history, and here in 25 seconds, we will have the slowest first blood in MSI history. 15 minutes, 7 seconds, the record here. G2 could set both in the same day. Oh, baby.
They're going for that Guinness Book of World Records strategy here.
How many records can you set in a day world record? That's got to be a new one as well.
Honestly, though, we should be setting up, the powder keg that could explode, right? This Flash Wolves team, when you look at it, you're like, yes. Freak's doing a very...
We don't have the live crowd here.
Yeah, great dance there. Glad we don't have the camera on him. But I mean, they've got Rengar post level 6 for quite a long time, and a double teleport set up for their solo laners with crowd control from the bottom lane. Like, there are a lot of options that really, could be the thing to really ignite this action. But again, still staying very safe. Another reason for that as well is that this is an Ocean Drake. It's not one of those Infernals to really force the early hand and force people into trying to take a bigger risk to go for it.
Yep, Infernal definitely statistically the strongest, and it's going to be Perks taking another route, but with Merc Treads, shouldn't dig too much on the backside.
Yeah, as you can see every time, blocking with the clone. He's also able to get his Thunderlord's proc. Karsa, this vision coverage that we keep on mentioning, keep saying, oh, they've got this extra line in the river. They've had it for so long, and he moves in again with that control ward, easily able to secure this Drake for themselves.
Yeah, Karsa.
G2 just going to take this opportunity to the base stand. They trade a Dragon for a free base, hoping to then get a little bit more advantage later on, but Sven ends up staying there. The pressure is slowly moving towards the Flash Wolves. They're chipping away that bot lane turret. They're getting the river control. As Rengar is scaling up after some slight nerfs on the Q. 7-7/7-8. That's something they will have to deal with.
As you mentioned, health lead for the Flash Wolves. Bottom turret. I'm going to check into the mid as well. And pretty much no damage on the Maples, and a little bit more actually has been dealt towards Perks, so mid lane turret pressure as well, and as I check the top, Expects is down to half, and MMD's barely been touched. So yeah, the slow laning phase, you're seeing the gold is practically the same, 300 up, but all three turrets have taken more damage, and of course that Drake lead as well, which will pay off at some point during the game, so Flash Wolves in very small ways are winning so far.
And it doesn't, they're not really concerned with the pace of the game. You can see everyone's buying a little bit of defense for themselves as well. Maybe because we're a little bit of another trade here with Perks. The only boots that we've actually even seen them purchase are defensive upgrades for the boots. The double Mercury treads, and then Betty with his love of the Ninja Tabby once again. Everybody getting at least a little bit of survivability for themselves as they prepare for this mid game.
So you expect starting to get pushed around a little bit here in this one. You saw him kind of anchor cross away down to half HP. Likely doesn't want to use teleport to get back to lane, but otherwise sitting in half health, not ideal. Good chunk on a sword art actually. Eat a trap and take so much damage. You gotta block that, don't screw it up, and Betty is gonna take over the shot.
This is what's tricky about these long laning phases that span well into 15 to 20 minutes is that as a support, you can no longer contest an AD carry. Early on, your base damages are very similar. Right now, this guy's sitting on BF Hurricane. You're not going to win that trade, so suddenly Sordo has to play backwards, which means it's Betty in the front, but he's just playing safe in his farm department.
It is worth noting, by the way, that Sven is going for the Infinity Edge style build. We still see a lot of Ruin King Caitlyn. Of course, we don't see here much overall, but it also means that that champion will tend to outscale. The 80% IE crit Caitlyn is a machine gun of damage. Which, with two supports, is what you want to see.
Exactly.
As
soon as you mention Blade of the Ruin King Caitlyn, I'm grimacing like, oh, I do not want to see that.
Have seen, but
yeah, all right, here we go, action, baby.
Ults it in, it's only Trick in the front, but he's Whimsy just running out of HP, and talk about efficiency, delivers first blood to Karsa.
Yeah, that's a communication error here by G2, because Perks was near Trick, they were going for it, but they probably said, you know what, the jungler's there, let's back out, but Trick did not get that memo, he gets delivered, and now suddenly 2 kills go towards the Flash Wolves.
Now 2-0 out of nowhere, Flash Wolves pick them both up in the 19th minute.
Huge mistake there on the miscommunication. You know, Trick did not get the abort call on that Rise ultimate, and it's still going on.
Oh, Redemption's not going to do much for him, but he still will go down. The trade kill is best as it could have been.
All right, so these are 2 reactionary plays. When your enemy mid laner goes bot lane, you never match. You go cross match through the top lane, find himself surprised there as well, tries to defend the turn and falls. Perks, returning from his first failed mission, just pushes up mid and goes back bot again. So this is then Betty and Sword slightly overstaying here. What a, honestly, comedy of errors.
Huge key as well on top of all this, though, when you take stock. Remember that force on the top side from Flash Wolves, they've also netted the first turret. Big objective there. Huge cash in on top of not only these kills that have been traded across.
Yeah, what that does for the map state, Gragas can go bottom lane right now. He can hold that turret. LeBlanc can play on the long lane. Wenger can lane gang for the LeBlanc. And Varus and Wu are more than comfortable playing in the mid lane.
And it is very important as well that the Gragas teleport was indeed used. All right, here, let's take another look at this replay, though, as this was the Sven and Mindy going in for the lockout and Perks roam down bottom.
Yeah, if you see your mid laner in the top lane, you should not be overstaying here. You should be happy that you already got the free donated Iron kill right there. So that is a mistake from the Flash Wolves. G2, they do take the only play they could make at the time after their mistakes, hoping to not get that gold deficit too big, but this is 3,000 gold for the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, so now really we're looking at, will G2 be able to manipulate this teleport advantage that Expect now has into some sort of action for themselves? They still are on a decent path for Sven, trying to build towards his IE. That is very important to really get a lot of value there, but Flash Wolves have jumped out to a pretty crucial mid-game lead here.
Yeah, it's 3,000 gold plus a Drake. This is a pretty solid situation to be in right now. Statistically, you're looking at like a 70% win rate with a lead like that, and it's pretty likely that Flash Wolves can keep running this one out. If Sven does start taking over the game, then great, that's going to be G2's comeback sort of mechanism, but with about 100 magic just on Maple, he's certainly not going to die to Perks anytime soon, and you can see MMD and Karsa building pretty defensively for magic damage as well. We'll see what happens as they're starting to take over this top jungle.
For G2, it's all about caddying. CC layering, you know, snaring the trap, you know, with another snare, hiding in the bushes, protecting Sven. He has shown great mastery of this. OG Niels back in the day.
Yep.
Is used to be playing around, but at a deficit, can G2 still do it?
First, we'll see a cleanse comes out from Perks. He's going to try to get away, and Jukes backwards, goes into the redemption. He'll stay alive a bit longer, but here comes Karsa. He's got the empowered Bola, and that's going to be 4-1. Flash Wolves find even more.
Yeah, Flash Wolves are rolling right ahead, and G2 still has some time to wait. The Infinity Edge and the Locket would come in at very similar timings for themselves, and that would be a big boost, but those are not there, and the picks continue to roll through for Flash Wolves. They've opened up the territory. Vision now just flooding into G2 territory.
And that is the win condition for this Flash Wolves composition in the mid game. You know, put the LeBlanc on a side lane. Rengar either ganking for Gragas or for LeBlanc, meaning that if G2 respect this, they hug the turrets, and then even then, Flash Wolves could just move into the enemy jungle.
Speaking of moving into the jungle, taking out Mithy pretty quickly, and that one barely gets away. Did empower his W to heal him up a little bit, and barely stayed alive. Flash Wolves still in control this one, 3,500 ahead.
And they also have a lane priority in the mid lane with the Varus too, so everywhere G2 by now is feeling so pressured.
And looking for pressure down on the bot side. It's expected a 1v2, knocked into the wall, rooted up by Karsa as well. Looks to run to the brush. Double stun comes in and expects to hoping that his teammates can come by. Here's the Ivern, it's going to be for the root. And the walk away Daisy here to buy a bit of time and expect actually going to flash. Unsure if needed, but did want to get away.
A bunch of flashes being blown recently here by Flash Wolves, pressuring G2, and they're just setting them up for this big double teleport collapse play. Their double teleports come back off of cooldown now. Maple is just constantly creating pressure all over the map. He can transition into the split push with LeBlanc. Karsa easily gets up to pick up this extra Draken. Flash Wolves, this is kind of what people were expecting coming into the tournament.
Ocean Drake does have some level of value, specifically for Betty, who, unlike in the beginning of the year, you're seeing a lot of tier that got us on Varus. This time, no mana regen, so the actual regen that it provides will help him maintain lane pressure for longer without having to recall. There's going to be some level of pushback for that. MMD able to split push the bot lane after forcing the flash away from Expect, had some alone time, and now it is 2-0 in turrets. G2 have only gotten 1 kill all game, the only thing they've gained the entirety of the first 24 minutes.
Well, Buddy loves these like hyper-efficient defensive AD carry builds. You know, the PD for the dueling potential, Tavis to come on top of that, so it's not the most damaging.
Yeah.
And he goes extra next.
And to be fair, though, MMD's winning his 1v1. Maple's arguably winning his as well, and Karsa's running around killing people. All you need to be is an ult bot at that point. So, I mean, this style will work. It's a style that Flash Wolves used all year.
Yeah, it's kind of what I mentioned before, where everybody's building a little bit of their own defenses. So they're kind of taking out the single kill over, going over to the other side kind of pressure there. That being said, if you're rooting for G2, some of those key items are coming in now. That Locket and Infinity Edge that we were talking about have come in for them. They have to still fight their way out of this hole, though. And right now for G2, it is defense mode.
Yeah.
Caitlyn traps, brush from Ivern. They're trying to hold on.
Keep that mid lane turret alive. That's the last bastion for G2 Esports. If they lose that, this style of pushing the side lanes and pincering and collapsing and moving into the enemy jungle from the Flash Wolves will be too much to bear. But if they can keep this up for maybe 5 minutes more, then we're looking at a completely different game. You know, the longer we move into the late game, Sven has the potential to carry this.
I do want to point out, it's actually a different build from LeBlanc as well. I feel like we've seen Gunblade LeBlanc almost exclusively for the last 2 months since the most recent round of nerfs. This is completely standard Merlinomicon, Abyssal Scepter to probably Void Staff third. Just it's not as much of that sustaining duelist, it's the conventional mage items.
All right, here comes the extra pressure from Flash Wolves, just trying to chip away at the turret. They get a little bit more of the damage, but G2 still farm for late mentality, defending as best they can.
And not a Flash Wolves, they need to constantly change it up. Move top lane, move mid lane, move left and right, up and down, constantly try and surprise G2, because that has been their main weakness even over multiple iterations of this roster. It's when things rapidly change, that's when G2 starts suffering, and the communication isn't fast enough.
Here comes the dive. Block is going to buy a bit of time. Solo redemption, but the turret's already gone down. That bastion has been destroyed, and G2 forced to retreat anyway. Flash Wolves still the team with the lead, taking over more of this map.
Crucially there, you know, Sven did get out, but he burned his flash. And they have a bunch of shields coming through, but G2 now, I mean, these things will slowly start to take their toll, and Sven is definitely the key to this composition, pulling off the defense here.
Yeah, but it's Flash Wolves who have been the ones pulling the trigger. It's Flash Wolves who have been winning this game. G2 is like, we'll wait and scale, but until that scale shows up, it's Flash Wolves just pound for pound playing a whole lot better on this one, hoping to be the heavyweight in this matchup. And now looking for a bit more as Mabel turns down and takes out Mithy by himself in front of Trick's face, doesn't even care.
Yeah, and this is actually very crucial because Flash Wolves are in a partial reset. 2 of their members are in base, loading up the stock, you know, getting the wards ready to insert into the enemy jungle, and they take out the enemy support, which means 5v4 in the map with full side stones. Flash Wolves can get control.
I think they were fully fooled by that clone there from Maple. Really good manipulation right there, and he does get the cheeky kill onto Mithy. Also reduces a lot of their ability to fight back in the vision wars here, as the war over this defensive vision is very tough when your support is not on the table for even a few minutes.
Yeah, we get to see, we talk so often about Karsa and Maple, the duo. But something that we then forget is that Sword Art and Karsa are also a great unit in terms of taking control of any area between two pushing lanes, and that's what they want to do right now. Deep red side, set up that vision, have Maple push that top lane. The more vision he has, the deeper he can push as well, the more pressure you can have to then put even more vision, eventually isolating this Baron.
All right, here we go. In with
really
the clone. He uses the other one to walk back and immediately changes directions with it. Usually won't expect, very quick changes in directions. You'll see that sometimes from Shaco players as well. Right after using your ultimate, you'll press R instead of actually moving your champion. Pretend to be a clone, fit right in,
See,
just like
clone.
Westworld.
Fake clone, all right, Kobe, that's what it is. We brought it back.
All right, there you go.
He was a fake clone in that one. It's the real Maple, and we are into this one. It's a 6,000 gold lead, says Flash Wolves. Looking to improve to 1-1, powering to be at least top 3 in this tournament. Some said number 2. They did lose to Team WE earlier, but Flash Wolves could still continue their chain of...
That's actually a really cool mechanic right there. The control ward in the pit will disable a ward, but if you play versus Ivan, you should always try and kill it, because he can put a brush around the ward, and then the control ward no longer works. And actually, really hard for you to then kill that ward unless you can go and sweep it.
Until the brush times out, right?
Until the brush times out. There have been some other changes to Ivan and Baron interactions. Sadly, we won't be able to see them because you used to be able to hide Baron in the brush. At least now you have to make a wall of brushes to deny the vision, because you can no longer hide epic monsters in a single brush.
Got even more like a smoke grenade here in this one. Maple still playing a bit of split push, not willing to attack the ward control, not quite enough in the jungle to feel safe. Turns out he did have some time, but again, it's a risk you don't want to take when you're already up 6,000 gold. He's going to retreat for now.
Yeah, right now the Flash was looking to get the mid push every single time. Now trying to challenge Trick here. He has to flash out, get a ward, go back to mid, push in more wards, and that's going to be the cycle.
Not even an ultimate used there, or one longer than the LeBlanc ultimate for Flash Wolves, and they continue to get these long cooldown summoner spells available, though.
Rooted pops the Zonias to block not a lot. Ulti used by Rengar running back to the bot side. They're going to find Trick on this one. Ivan going to run out of health. He's going to be taken down. That's a killing spree now for the Flash Wolves jungler. Looking for Sven as well, down to 1/3. Redemption's going to heal him up, but there has been no front line for G2 to stand behind.
And this is where G2 is not used to the way this is going. When you contest that deep vision, domestically in Europe, they would just see the team, retreat, go back for the mid push. Right now, Expect goes for a panic teleport. Well, get cancelled. The Flash Wolves, they're just powering on through. They're going further than most teams would have, and they're really tunneling on these picks.
Jungler dead means Baron Nashers the attempt. 6,000 health, and this one MMD waiting to push back the team. Maple buying some time against Perks. 5,000. Here comes the engage on a 1. They push then in a bit. He's cutting away. He's going to survive for now. He'll kill off 1, and he's safe in the back line. 1 for 0 so far. It's a 4v4. Expect rooted up, going to be taken out. No. Flash is first. MMD's going to chase in now. Maple still wants to find the target. A quick anchor in. They can take him out. He gets back just in time. Takes a summoner heal from Betty. Now MMD forced to run back half HP, and Flash Wolves are going to kite this one away, but G2 win a fight 4v5. This is what they were waiting for.
Yeah, the composition really shines in these kite environments. When Sven has his flash, gets out of danger, does not get one shot. That is when this composition shines. You can use the 90 caliber, the multiple traps, have Nautilus peel for you, and then win that fight. Flash will have to disengage.
Exactly. All eyes, are on Sven, and Karsa trying to dive him there, but such a good job by the front line holding everyone up so that it was just Karsa, and Sven was able to kite back there and take him down.
Perks here, though.
Maple, though.
Gonna land the E, a lot of damage into this one. Perks gonna take a ton of punishment, could go down shortly. The brush, the locket gonna buy enough time, he'll stay alive. Plenty damage dealt, and of course Perks using up his cleanse to get away, but fair trade for Maple's teleport anyway.
Have to be wary, because even though the proactive offensive play has so far found a lot of success here at MSI, one of the things of old that you used to worry about with Flash Wolves was kind of timing out in the game. And G2 definitely are inching closer and closer to their goal.
Yeah, so this is the initial play here. So often Perks would just be fine here. Look at Expect. He's trying to save his mid laner, using teleport, cancels it, and that just forces Trick to walk in the jungle. G2 were not ready for this play.
And remember, they had just blown Trick's flash without having to use any long cooldowns of their own. So that's why they are rewarded with the kill there. MMD very close to getting sent right into the center of the team. but he is able to get out, uses the heal as well, and then they can kite.
Then right after this play, an aggressive teleport gets used instead of straight sending MMD to the bottom lane. And that was a macro error from Flashwolves because they had about 2 minutes on that teleport where they have an advantage, but they had a pushed in bottom lane. And that was making them suffer. But right now they're trying to use that TP advantage.
Pushing in on Trick as well, plenty of damage. So the him heals back up with Redemption, and MMD only gonna get slow.
If G2 can get the reset here, this looks really good for them because they have Expect pushing in the bottom lane. He now has the wave prio and he has teleport, but Mithy's going low.
And Mithy's gonna get dropped right away, and Maple will get away just in time despite the root. He gets away, and Redemption heals him back up to an acceptable level. Ocean Drakes will help on top of that one, and yeah, Expect can push the bot lane, but this is gonna be another Baron attempt.
Coming up huge there. Maple and Betty, they land the snare, able to get a crucial pick onto Mithy so that they can actually force on the other side of the map, and the teleport is started.
It's a slow Baron so far, and G2 is contesting Maple half HP, so they have to reset. But at least they get Expect away from the bottom lane and they get his teleport.
Flash was once again able to find that single kill and maybe learning the lesson from last time. So the team fight after maybe not one that they want. Sven can cut through that front line so easily, especially when it's the Rengar who does not have any armor.
G2 though got their first turret of the game. So much of this gold difference is in this standing cold of these outer turrets. They've been getting lower and lower with every little minion wave that crashes down. Expect just before he teleports, builds up the minion wave just big enough, and they finally get their first one. That is some much needed cash that could really help inflate the counter move here. But Perkz actually gets circled in on.
That's not going to be healthy for him in any way at all. Back through the turret, going to get rooted. There's no way out of this one. He flashes for it, and he's going to try to buy a bit more speed. And actually, look at this one. Perkz running for dear life, but Sorad is here, going to land the pick slow. Perkz going to find some way to get out. Needs to land one more spell. There he is. The shield not going to be cast in time. The stun from MMD's body slam kept him from doing so. And that is the kill picked up on the G2 mid laner.
Thankfully for G2, Flash Wolves are not going to be able to have Maple at the Baron quite yet. He's rotating around for a snipe here. Another 4 versus 5 defense on this Baron. Can Flash Wolves actually pull it off this time?
Missing one of the carries though. MMD in the front line gets the Lulu open. Doesn't get any CC from it. Really Expect tank in the front nicely as well. And this 4v5 is working out well enough. Maple on the front. He can't kill Sven easily though. Shields are back on. Nice chunk out. Mithy's at half.
Now, Maple had to flash out there.
And it looked like they just used the exhaust on the Maple clone this time. He continually has them guessing with this LeBlanc, gaining so many cooldowns.
But they're also just respecting him. They don't have time to figure out the half second or the second it takes, like, is this LeBlanc real? Because otherwise he will show you whether he is. They're immediately turning every single time either Maple or his clone shows up, they're turning because they can. Because they're in the right formation. Expect is soaking in the front and there's simply not enough damage. And that makes us question this ultra defensive build from Betty. Because how often has Betty been under pressure? You're playing against a kite comp that wants to protect their AD carry. You're not going to get hit as a Varus. Like, who he's building?
I mean, you can look at Karsa's build for the meta game that the Flash Wolves are playing, and Karsa built 3 Magic Resist items before he finally builds himself the Warden's build. He does not have stats to deal with Sven.
Speaking of stats, we did look at, regular season stats. Oh, never mind. Let's get back into some tank matchups here.
Woo! Exciting tank matchup, Kobe.
There was an AD carry.
I know, you're right.
Back to the stats, though. Looking at the regular season stats of Betty, he did have decent all-around stats, but something that does jump out is the amount of gold that he was given by his team compared to the amount of damage output. The percentage of gold was over the actual percentage of damage output that he had, which is very unique for an AD carry. And it's because a lot of his gold is spent on defensive items and not necessarily on being fully optimized as an offensive champion. And it doesn't really cost you when you're very close to smashing most of the games and winning all the games in your league. But if you do come up where you need that extra bit of DPS, it could.
It's a question we were asked before MSI is, did Betting to step up to carry these games? We'll see as this continues on. A nice little attempted ulti just to buy some time, and it makes them reposition 3,000, 4,000 health, I should say, on a Baron. Perkz in the front line, not going to get body slam. Daisy tanks it up. MMD caught out. Down to 2/3. Redemption heals him back up to 3/4 and more. Quick Naga comes in, and Guardian Angel still on, though. Could mean MMD runs low.
And look at how comfortable G2 has been. They've learned that these Barons will go down super slow here. They don't even have their tank here. They're playing without Expect. He was setting up the push in the mid lane, and Flash Wolves, I think they ran out of time. Betty built too slow. They don't have too many carries here. Maple was too passive, and right now G2 is taking over.
Full difference, 4K stun into Betty. Nice wild growth buys a bit more time, and he will not get taken out yet by any of the back line. MMD gonna lose Guardian Angel, the shields, the heals. It's not gonna be enough. GA popped, And what can they do against Maple, though? It's going to be the clone once again taking some of the skill shots. MMD hooked in. That should be not quite the kill. They don't have the damage, just barely not. But G2 have control of the mid lane, still looking for mid lane tier 2. MMD must heal up first.
Doesn't matter though whether they kill them or not, because they have the sustained damage output. The only risk is great flanks, and as long as G2 is aware of where the Flash Wolves flankers are, like Maple right here, they should be fine.
2 more turrets for G2. Now can they escape with their money?
And MMD make the play happen. No explosive cast for about 15 more seconds. Gonna land another slow, which hits Trick. It's gonna be the root onto him as well. They've got a kite back. Sven's gonna get rooted. He just gets out of range in time, and now Carson's over the wall. Can't find him yet. Plenty of damage, though. Maple doesn't land the skill shots just yet, and Sven's gonna stay alive through the shields. The chase still on the top side. The kill does come through onto Trick, and Carson chases away Mithy. 1 for 0. The Flash Wolves TP pays off.
Incredibly important thing to keep your eye on in these team fights is something I've been trying to coin as the AD carry uptime, but AD carries kind of aren't a role anymore, so marksman uptime basically. Sure. But how much DPS Sven is able to get out while working around the crowd control that the enemies have to offer, and while they're kiting back, he's constantly throwing out the autos, procking the headshot, and trying to fend off Maple. Flash Wolves, though, after that pick onto Trick, are again back to the Baron. It's going down fairly slowly again, but they should be able to finish this one off. You know, G2 might get a stray Karma Q or something in there, but that would really be the only steal.
Yeah, they lost their jungler, so this is the one opening the Flash Wolves were looking for in an attempt to peel for Sven. Trick maybe underestimated his own value to the team. That should have been expected trying to peel right there. So in that sense, losing your jungle is now worth protecting your AD carry if it's so heavily centered around this Nashor buff.
And pushing power is something that Flash Wolves desperately needed to really kick this game into overdrive for themselves. We'll see what they do with the Baron buff right after we get back out of this replay. Like here, take a look. MMD trying to delay them, and the barrel barely gets the slow onto Trick.
Yeah, Expect wasn't there, but right now we're seeing the reaction Elder from G2 Esports.
Looking to rush it down. MMD is nearby. Karsa's in smite range. Ulti Azan's going to look for the play here, and this one explosive cast buys some time. Smite's going to go to Karsa. It's a 3-stack here in this one. The Ulti's going to be in. A lot of damage. First kill picked off. 5v4. What can G2 get out of this? They are stronger despite the buffs if they can push in.
Maple is still trailing them behind this river. It's definitely going to be hard for them to find an opening, but 4 versus 5 now. G2 no buffs, but the extra man advantage.
But they achieved their goal. They see the enemy take Baron for free. They start reactionary Elder, and the only goal is prevent the Baron push in the next 2 minutes, and they do exactly that by taking down the key member in Karsa right there. 4v5s, Flash Wolves will not be able to win the fight with their ultra defensive builds. So again, we're stalling for a few more minutes.
In the end, though, they did not come away with the actual kill on this dragon. Karsa gets inside, and him being able to secure that buff, while it does delay some of the Baron buff usage, now that Karsa goes back in here, we'll take a look at the smite. Wow. Incredibly close, yeah.
970.
He just got back inside the brush there, hopping in, and he does give up his life through the GC chain. Good traps there from Sven, but it kind of ups the ante, because even though there's less duration on the Baron, it's also an Elder Dragon on top of that. And they really do have to worry about the extra damage coming through.
There are some windows right here. Karsa was dead, just respawned. MMD's top of out teleport, and Perks does have the Realm Orb available. The flank play is a possibility. They can get behind Storyard or Betty. G2 don't find that opening, but the fact that Flash was pushed at all was probably a bit of a risk that didn't need to be taken. Betty now shadowing in the top lane, looking for the play on top lane tier 2. Should be going down without much of a hitch. G2's rotating, and Flash will play safe.
Flash is trying to keep all 3 lanes pushing. They don't commit to the top turret, and the bottom one is going to stall out. Neither is mid, so they're waiting for the rest of the reinforcements to come up, slowly take down the secondary turret. G2 should be fairly okay with giving away secondary turrets and make their stand at these inhibitor ones.
Makes the gold lead 7,000 right now. Karsa happy to take away jungle camp repeatedly as well. Certainly a slow-paced endgame to Flash. There's no way of pushing this one too quickly, as they continue to wait on the siege. Banner of command done for Mythic, can maybe help keep the waves in a decent spot.
Yeah, I really like that banner pickup, because there's already one locket available. Sven is staying alive, and the only thing you need in a game that has been so condensed, after Flash Wolves were always playing in the same area, is just slow pushes on the side lane, because it will free you up after Flash Wolves are so desperate for these picks.
Banner for Expect as well, so double banner really trying to spread the map out a bit more and allow the 5-man group to stay together.
There is one in the bottom lane, for example, so all G2 right now need to do is hold this top lane, and then Baron can fight its way out.
Rengar has popped the ulti. Cards, you can see where everyone is. Finds no openings though in the mid lane. Sorry, top lane wave going to be cleared easily enough. There's a defensive Zerat in the bot side as well from what I saw. Was that? No, it's a ward. I'm silly. Sorry.
Yeah, Maple still holding the Baron buff on the minions in the mid lane, though. They do get that turret.
Locket shield buys a bit of time, though. Turret's going to go down. A lot of CC on towards Betty, but he's not the primary threat. Minty forces a flash away. Maple takes him out of the back line anyway. The flash means nothing. That's a 1-for-0 so far, and Karsa stays healthy. Expect to be next up. Chain's going to be onto him. Going to get flashed away, but Karsa maybe overchased. 2 more attacks will do it, but Sven can't get the autos in. 1-for-0 so far. Still looking to keep the siege moving. So Baron is timed out. The Cannon walks in and takes the aggro, and we're going to keep pushing.
What a look from Maple there on the side, though. So much DPS coming from this LeBlanc. So many re-engages on the cooldowns, and that pick is enough for them to get inside the base.
So 5v4 means they can keep going with the turret death. There's nothing really nothing left to defend them. The Ocean Drake region going to help keep the front line a little bit healthier. The G2 going to look again for the 4v5 to kite them back. We know Sven can do plenty of damage here, and so far he's okay. A bit low. Once again, the ulti's back up looking for Betty. He's pretty far in the back line. MD going to get caught out. Going to lose the Guardian Angel. They finally hit him enough. And Maple low as well. Down below 1,000. This could be a killable champion. Here comes the re-engage towards MMD. Oh, a minion tanked the anchor. An explosive cast disengaged pretty nicely. MMD over the wall. He's going to be fine with this one. Roam over to chase. They should catch him out of this one. Rune Prison, if you get the vision, yes, they can. That's going to be a kill picked up. Once the Guardian Angel down, now G2 in a 5v4.
Yeah, we see the change in approaching from Flash. They can't take Sven down, so they're trying to attack the support system first. We're seeing more focus onto Mithy, onto Trick. If G2 can adapt for that, they can fight their way out here, because Perks and Sven were untouched later in the fight, and we also see once a few key cooldowns get used, Flash Wolves, they're running out of damage again.
Exactly. The key is target switching here. After you see cooldowns pop, after you see shields go up, and then Flash Wolves do a very good job at that. But it's right back at it. G2 striking back. They're able to chase down the front line, and that means that Flash Wolves have to open their doors.
25 seconds till the top laner's back up. They could go for a lot here. They won't go for Bruckner. They're not going for the end game push, just the mid inhibitor and back out. Sven cannot scale any farther. He is full end game build, full damage. Ruin King last. I think it's a great choice here as well. And so Sven can't scale anymore. The rest of his teammates can get some items though.
Yeah, but the team is being fed gold here with the bottom lane push. The turret in your minimap is falling, and here you see the chase potential as well. G2 have a great kite composition, but if they have a controlled fight, they can use that realm more aggressively, land these key CC targets in the front, and then chase the Flash Wolves down.
Very good key realm warp there from Perks to secure that kill and open up the mid lane here. Now they actually have the inhibitor, the super minions coming down, a little bit of extra lane pressure for themselves.
And we're on the verge of seeing potentially the favorite for second place in this tournament, deemed by a lot of analysts, start the day 0-2.
Sure.
G2, in a not so great way, pick up one of those games that they were actually slotted to lose.
Absolutely, and they looked okay against SKT. G2 might be the better team, a better team than we thought coming in, but of course it's still a 7,000 deficit to work through.
Meanwhile, G2 have done a pretty good job of funneling a lot of extra farm into Sven as well, and he has actually completely peaked out here. Full item build, already swapped out the boots for
100% crit chance.
Exactly, for the extra Phantom Dancer there, and he'll have to rely on that for the speed, but the DPS is going to be insane.
I wonder if Flash Polymorph from Sword Art is actually the key to win this game. Because Kaelin with all those items, if you can just get a Hex on her.
Yep, no Mercurial in there, no Mikhail's either.
Yeah, Mikhail's an Iron.
Okay, Iron
hidden very well. Deep in the forest.
Supports.
Deep in the forest, they hide the Mikhail's.
And we're about to have the third banner of command as well, as Trick is building that one as well, which means he'll be full build and running out of item slots is pretty much all of G2. So the gold lead stops mattering as there's only the support and half an item on the jungler left to build here in this one. G2 essentially are at endgame, and it's about Flash Wolves, whether they're Drake buffs and their prior map control, though that's going away with the inhibitor deficit, can do anything about this, or if G2 have now turned the corner and they're the ones with the lead.
This is where it actually becomes interesting to watch teams that pile on so many supports. You get to see the difference between good shield users and the poor ones. Here we go, they're starting up the Baron very quickly.
Yeah, but dangerous though, because Baron eliminates one kite angle, so Flash was taking a good collapse on the Sven. He can only run up here. He can't run into the pit, for example.
Yeah, they'd run into MMD. You can see he's sitting on that side, but gets jumped over with the blast cone. They can try to rush this one down. Maple on the backside, looking for the anchor in. They're going to find the damage to the Karsa. Root is there, but Sven's got to watch out for Maple. Kites back. There's going to be a stun on the Betty, pushing forward onto Karsa as well. Sven half HP. He's got to be careful. He's attacked on all sides right now. MMD not going to find the target, though. We're going to get lifesteal tanked as Birch pops Zonia's to buy some time on the top side of the fight. It's going to be Sword Art knocked down. That's a 1-for-0. Make that a 2 as Betty falls as well. Sven jumping forward to make sure that can happen, and G2 in a 5v3.
G2 safety in numbers, and they fight the wolves off from all angles there. Really good separation of the shields. Mithy shielding the top line while Trick on the bottom side there. They kept Sven up the entire time and never let anyone get isolated for that focus fire from Flash Wolves, and now they're right up the middle.
Maximum efficiency from these wind speakers as well. You know, 5 Karma shields here, looking for the base.
Here we go, in towards it. The buffed up minions here as well. They're immune to magic. Maple in the front line. Garza into the back, can't do any. Nearly picks out Sven because of Maple's Q, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Turret number 1 going to fall. MMD running out of health. Could be the second one to drop, and that will be a Guardian Angel. No, actually the kill picked up. They're all dead. It's over, and G2 get the comeback upset win over Flash Wolves, improving to 1-1 to close out the first day. Sven on your screen right now deserves hugs from the rest of his team. They were doing that the whole game as well. The shields, the bodies, everything. And Sven, deathless 2-0-6, but did so much of the work in the team fights. That comp pays off.
Plays utility 80 carry in the Ash, misses every single arrow. He's like, nah, let's go back to carry. But they did play it really slow in the early to mid-game, so it was quite a long, drawn-out game. And there is a world where Betty actually builds some damage, and the Flash Wolves just roll over G2.
Flash Wolves did give them a decent amount of breathing room, and it was just barely enough for G2 to hold on there. Really, really well done there until the end of this team fight. Flash Wolves were continuing poking and find openings.
Sven did about double anyone else in the game's damage.
As expected.
It's about a 3-way tie for second among Perks, Betty, and Maple. For what it's worth, Betty did actually outdamage Maple this game, but when you can see the kind of damage you can get out of the bot lane and the kind of damage you actually saw out of the Flash Wolves bot lane, you're seeing a very large difference.
And G2's composition, everything possible to get the maximum AD carry uptime that you could possibly hope for here. Should always be getting auto attacks out. If you play this composition with an AD carry that is too scared to get off the autos or does not track the short cooldowns of the CC from the enemy front line, then it fails completely.
Yeah, it's really just, it is difficult. At the moment you've got to make such great decisions here, and Sven was supported. The fate, the hope of Europe was with him right now, and he definitely put that weight on his shoulders, and he held up well. The man definitely squats. He was able to put on all of Europe into his shoulders, and with the shields it helped. And he was able to go
It's a team effort. Everybody's helping. They have great spotters.
Yeah, they're spotting, they're helping, keep the plates up and everything. But again, this was a team win for G2. But coming down to it, the hardest role was Sven's, and he played it well.
Yeah, he's just really. It's really fun to see him play the way he stutter steps. Get that up that Colby talks about. If you I've ever had the pleasure of playing with him too, and it's like you're playing with a perfect AI. You can set up a play and he will execute it to perfection in laning phase. He drops very few CS throughout the season as well. He was averaging, we tracked like perfect CS versus the CS he was getting. He was very close to those numbers while still having pressure, chip damage, and rarely dying in lane. So he's a very complete AD carry in that regard, and I'm really happy he finally gets to show it on the international stage, because G2 Esports as an organization, they were so desperate for more victories on international stage.
And again, this is against Karsa, against Maple, some of the guys most prolific on these assassins at looking for these openings and finding their way back. Yet he was always at the center of the composition, behind the Nautilus, behind the Ivern. And yes, Mithy had to sacrifice himself sometimes. He gets picked up. Sometimes Trick gets picked off, the stragglers, but it's never the core of the composition. They're okay with losing one of the shielders, one of the supports, one of the healers basically of the group.
But as long as Zen was alive, you never cracked an inhibitor. Baron was still difficult anytime you wanted it. 4v5, there were several of those victories there for G2. And if you take single games as properly emblematic of how good teams are, G2 is a top 3 team. Like, you have to come in power ranking these squads, and G2 is maybe 4th or 5th, but you beat Flash. I know it's one game, right? There's much more to be played.
I mean, Team WE
but
is still
taking
there.
this win, yes, which is SKT, WE, then maybe G2 is 3rd, right? Because I think you still put them above Marines, you put them above TSM, and you just had them beat Flash Wolves, so maybe G2 are the number 3 team this tournament.
Starting to like you, Freak. Europe top 3.
I'm
North
casting it with
America
you.
is still struggling here, so...
Hey,
my fault, my
I'm
bad.
not calling that one out either way, though. It was a great win right there from G2. So for more on that first win, MSI, let's get a word in with their man in the mid lane.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I'm joined by Perks because I absolutely wanted to talk to you. I absolutely wanted to talk to you first. Of course, you can enjoy the fans as well. What's kind of the first feeling or the first thoughts? Is it relief? Is it just happiness? Or what's going through your mind?
Well, I'm just really happy that we finally succeeded. Our all hard work, playing the whole split and the bootcamp before MSI has paid off because we had a pretty close game against SKT, made some major mistakes that they're obviously an extremely good team, so they abused it and they late game team comp was just better. And today, this game, our late game team comp was just better, so Flash was played really, really good early game too, and we made a lot of mistakes, but our comp is a lot less forgiving than theirs, so we ended up winning in the end.
You ended up winning in the end, and that was the plan, but it does seem risky because the Flash Wolves got very much ahead in the early game, but you seem to be quite confident in all of it during the game that you could close it out. Is that also the product of just what you've learned over the past year?
Well, we just try not to tilt and play to our winning condition, and our winning condition was Jasper with 5 items and Karma, Lulu, Ivan, sorry, and I'm also like a tank because we just have to all peel for Caitlyn, and Caitlyn will kill the whole team. So we actually knew all the time we got this game in the bag.
Well, talking to you now, obviously, is such a big difference from last year, and you guys have spoken all split about this is all that matters, coming here and showing something for our fans and for ourselves. So what does this win now mean in the big picture? What's the big picture for MSI, for G2?
Well, the big picture is always for everyone to win the tournament, even though against SKT is obviously the hardest opponent, and it will be really hard to ever win against them, I think, but we can do it. But first, we focus game by game. Tomorrow we have World Elite and TSM, which is not going to be easy. Like, even GIGABYTE Marines are a really strong team, and I don't know, we just have to take it game by game and slowly get out of groups.
Well, you guys, I said it before, you guys learned so much getting down here, but was there anything that you specifically used when you stepped on stage here today that helped you to keep your cool?
Not really anything. It just I just played myself. I was myself, and I just feel like I played the whole split, and it's fine. And the crowd is really awesome too.
They are awesome. A final question maybe. We know that you hurt your foot, and sometimes they say if you lose like one strength, you gain another, so I hope this hasn't been causing you too much trouble.
Actually, I didn't hear anything.
How is your foot?
My foot is fine. I just twisted some ligaments, and I have to wear this for like a week, and then I'll be fine. And the crowd is really insane.
Yeah, the crowd is real insane, so I think we're going to cut it short there. But fantastic talking. Congratulations, and now back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Fans so passionate, we can't even get our interview done. But in all seriousness, yeah, it is a great problem to have. In all seriousness, though, here, G2 with the perceived toughest schedule coming into the day, and 1-1 on the day, beating the Flash Wolves in the late game here. I mean, you heard Perks say they were confident all game long that they could take it, but we do have to admit that there was an advantage built by the Flash Wolves, maybe not pressed as hard as it could have been in terms of closing it out against this G2 squad.
Yeah, there was a big hiatus there kind of in the mid-game where the Flash Wolves were really indecisive about what they wanted to do around the map. It seemed like they were really keen on the Baron, which in theory makes sense, but in the execution, that's when things went sideways. Itemization, I know, Isaiah, we were talking about this all the time backstage. The fact that Maple chose to itemize for like the Death Cap, the Morellos, the Void Staff, instead of going more of like the Lichbane, the Gunblade, like having split push pressure in a side lane, meant that LeBlanc had to be there in those 5v5s. And if you're just ramming into the 5v5s and it's not working for you, you don't get to make use of the full birth of your composition, playing those side lanes, taking free towers, and tearing G2 apart.
I think as a continuation of the itemization point, you look at Betty, who was once again going very utility, very tanky for an AD carry build. Things like Mormar, Mortius, going for the utility rather than necessarily building damage. And then predictably, if you have 3 people building supportive itemization for Sven and Raya's basically being a frontliner as well, we did get to that point 50 minutes in where the burst damage from the LeBlanc tapered off, low damage build from the Varus. There just wasn't the damage to power through, and Sven free hitting with 100% crit. You know how that goes.
I mean, you talk about this low, Frost, and Isaac, I want to look at some replays here. You can help us work through them. G2 dealing with the Baron pressure, though, is very interesting throughout this game because Flash was kept going back to it.
Yeah, I mean, although Perk said they knew they had it the whole time, stopping this Baron was so massive because if Flash will win this fight, if they take this Baron, they probably close out the game from there.
And the team comp here, remember, is a variation of what TSM was running earlier. But then once again, you have Sven in the AD carry position, and his ability to find space, to always do consistent damage, to trust himself, go the 100% crit, didn't need boots in the late game when all the shielding was there. This is a meta comp. I think on this patch, it is the strongest possible way to play League of Legends because there's just not much of an answer in the late game with most team comps.
You got to get to the late game,
Exactly,
though.
you have to get there, and in general, G2 were disciplined where they need to.
Everybody wants to talk. I love it. I'm going back to Azale, then to Frost.
It's also an AD carry who has proven that he can play these sorts of comps. When you look at Sven, his success at Worlds, back in Origin, it was Tristana playing these protected AD carry type compositions, and he's one of their best players. They played exceptionally well, and I have to talk a little bit more about itemization just because I thought that G2
it was cool.
Did it so well. The fact that we got not only one but two, and a third banner was actually being built against two AP people who can answer in the side lanes. In late game, it gave G2 full side lane control. I think not only the 100% crit build, but having all the support items, double Knight's Vow for both Perks and their Caitlyn, because it's a two-threat team. Neither one of these guys can die or the team falls apart. So I think there were so many things that they did correctly. And inversely, you talked about the LeBlanc not building for split push, Betty not building an IE, not building enough damage to punch through the tank line. I just think this was really a story of one team itemizing perfectly and the other team not doing the best job.
Free side lane pressure in a game where you're down in gold. Frost, I'm coming to you. I know you wanted to jump in on that conversation.
I love the idea about siege composition. So I have this very strong opinion that I think that a siege composition is the absolute best way to play in League of Legends if it's done perfectly, simply because it's up tempo all the time. And what that means is that if you have a siege comp, there's never a moment where it's not like a cooldown composition. Like you don't throw the Ash arrow and then you no longer have that. You have to wait the 40 seconds for it to come back up for you to be relevant again. If you have the Caitlyn, the Ivern, you're always ready to go. You're always at your win condition. You just need to be approaching those towers. And if you have good flanking vision to cover it, because that's what siege comps are weak against, no one can stop you.
And it's all about positioning, right? Let's take a look at 35 minutes in. G2 taking a play out of SKT's playbook that happened against them just here in game one today. Going to contest the Baron, rotate mid for a turret.
So,
you go ahead.
The biggest issue here is this is like a perfect microcosm of everything that went wrong this game for Flash Wolves. Again, there's no real reason that they should be there. Like either commit to the Baron, don't be on the Baron. Maple should be in a side lane, split pushing. He doesn't have the itemization for it, but they just constantly are shoehorning themselves into this play, and ultimately G2 just get to walk up, push them off of it, and then use their siege composition how it was meant to be done.
They actually take two turrets there.
But by that point, there was no good decisions coming back to the banner of command. You can't go for that split push. You go for the team fight, it doesn't work. 53,000 damage just from the Caitlyn. That's Varus and LeBlanc combined from the side of Flash Wolves, but they had no good decisions. They couldn't go for the split push. LeBlanc can't get through that banner of command minion, and they can't kill anyone because the burst was outscaled as well. So
here's where I disagree, though. I mean, I think that the decision is what I think went wrong for Flash Wolves is they try to play the perfect decision, and there is no perfect decision. I think that they were around Baron so many times that they needed to choose their time to actually force it down, take the Baron, because if they took the Baron with their earlier lead, I think they could have ended the game. I think they played too risk-averse, too scared, and it cost them.
All right, well, clearly we got strong feelings about this game on the desk, but we got to push ourselves to a break. G2 Esports has picked up their first win here at MSI, and in a few minutes, SKT and GIGABYTE Marines will look for their second. Catch you here right after the break.
All right, here we go, action, baby. Ults it in, it's only Trick in the front, but he's Whimsy just running out of HP, and talk about efficiency, delivers first blood to Karsa.
Call on that Rise ultimate, and it's still going on.
Oh, Redemption's not gonna do much for him, but he still will go down. The trade kill is best as it could have been. This Smite range ulti, Azan's gonna look for the play here, and this one explosive cast buys some time. Smite's gonna go to Karsa. It's a 3-stack here in this one. He's gonna be in. A lot of damage, first kill picked off, 5v4, buys some time on the top side of the fight. It's gonna be Sword Art knocked down. That's a 1-for-0, make that a 2 as Buddy falls as well. Then jumping forward to make sure that can happen, and G2 in a 5v3. Nice! And G2 get the comeback upset win over Flash Wolves, improving to 1-1 to close out the first day.
Welcome back. The matchup between SK Telecom T1 and the GIGABYTE Marines is just moments away, but both teams, they've already earned their first wins here today in Rio. And look, we know how GIGABYTE plays. We kind of had the expectation of how they would come in. That's how they continued to perform and push the pace. Getting that win over TSM, I'm going to turn to you guys and ask, what do you want to see out of SKT then in terms of crafting a victory over the GIGABYTE Marines that might lay the blueprint for the rest of these squads to beat this GPL team?
I mean, first thought is combat these winning lanes, these pushing lanes. They love the Gragas, they love the Ziggs. Target that and ensure that you have pushing lanes, or at least equal pushing lanes, to not just allow Levi to have his free choice of lanes or invading. So don't allow Levi to be empowered is my first thought.
Yeah, just echoing that. I think Draft's a really easy one to hit that TSM kind of fumbled multiple times. And the fact of the matter is we've only really seen GIGABYTE Marines versus TSM. This is
very true.
The first time that we're going to see another MSI team take a shot at them. And I think Gragas, Stark in particular, you know, we don't really know the birth of his champion pool. So I think you start there as well as that Ziggs.
I think we also just have to look at the difference in players, right? Svenskeren has not been having the best performances in the jungle. Can Levi really have the same performance against Peanut? I don't know. I mean, Peanut is on a different level, and this guy is certainly able to match aggression and match play styles head up.
All right, well, while the Marines seem like the clear underdogs in this matchup, Optimus tells us how he isn't afraid to face the reigning world champions. Take a look.
Ngày đầu tiên thì cả đội của bọn em sẽ gặp SKT. Về việc ở vị trí đường giữa thì em sẽ nghĩ rằng em sẽ đối đầu với Faker một cách 5 ăn 5 thua vì em không cảm thấy rằng là anh ấy hơn em quá nhiều, cũng như rằng là em không hề lo sợ khi phải đối đầu với lại người đi đường giữa mà được cho là xuất sắc nhất thế giới.
Well, a bit of confidence coming out of Optimus, the mid laner here of the GIGABYTE Marines, and after a win over TSM and him saying that he's good enough on the 1v1, it's going to be a fun one to watch for.
Yeah, I love that they have no fear, and I hope they continue to play that way.
Yeah, but there's like a fine line between courage and stupidity. So I'm not quite sure, like, be like, nah, Faker, that guy? Nah, I mean, like 50.
Not even a good laner. Like,
I'll give him 50-50, you know, maybe 60-40, but so.
You can put on whatever face you want, but in your heart, you know, when you're going up against Faker, they're
you know.
hard to control those emotions.
It's funny just, as well, because we had the interview with Levi where she's like, you know, Levi's never killing Titans, and he's like, yeah. Then, spoiler alert, Levi dies at Titans, so my days are numbered.
He's trolling, though.
Yeah. So, you know, we'll see. And the thing is, like, we've seen so many teams where they didn't believe themselves to be the favorites, and yet they made it happen anyway, so we'll see what happens here. And this one is, the game has begun. We've got the Pixen bands ready, and LeBlanc band away. Same here for the Galio. That was played by Huni before.
Love me some Bard. Saw 10 of them on the screen right there. That was
yeah.
Great. LeBlanc, Gragas here. I think those are good bands against the Marines.
Definitely Gragas. I mean, Dumbledore talked about it a little bit as well. The top laner, super high preference for that Gragas. And did play a very big front line for them.
I want to see Huni go off this game. I want SKT to say, because SKT, they have the versatility to play in any carry matchup that they can. Like, they have 4 carry players. They can slide 2 or 3 up and take one guy in a supported role. Like, we've seen Faker go Lulu or Karma. We've seen protected Peanut compositions. We've seen Huni on tanks and carries. This game, I want to see Huni all the way up there.
I thoroughly enjoyed Huni's Galio play. I don't know what you're talking about. I do enjoy.
Well, Galio's banned, Kobe, for that exact reason.
I'm well aware. I'm just saying, I think he did go off already in game number 1. Definitely, let's see him rack up the kills, though. That's what you're looking for, the bloodshed.
We'll see the bloodshed happens here. Zig's gone off the table. Slay's probably never going to get that one this entire tournament, because honestly not enough teams play Ziggs you can scrim against that often, where at a certain point you just say, you know what, let's just not give you that one possible edge.
As a bot laner, it's also just, it feels kind of cheating. Like, this guy's playing only AFK wave push. Come on, man, at least respect the craft of the lane. Don't play Ziggs. I feel the same way about Karma.
Crepo over here.
Yeah, all these range supports just AFK pushing, like, where's the glory?
You're only allowed to play Thresh every game and Bard. That's all you're allowed to play every game. That's Crepo's world.
Give me that Alistar these days, man.
Yeah, Leona, Alistar, and maybe Tom Kench allowed as well.
Too bad. It's going to be Lulu, boys. Big surprise here. Going to lock that in. We'll remind everybody this is definitely a flex pick for SKT.
You can't just drop the F-bomb like that. You can't talk about flex picks all the time. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke.
That's fine. They happen.
Yeah.
I know how that feels. Karma Graves here is usually the reactionary rotation, because Graves strong early game jungler, and you don't want to give SKT both Karma and Lulu, because they've been shown, or they have been showing that you're quite good with that comp.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about AD carry uptime or marksman uptime or whatever. Bang has over 600 DPM in the regular season. Just absolutely insane. He is the pinnacle, you know, of putting out DPS. If you add speed and shields to this guy, it actually just becomes insane.
Because he's the one, we talk about 4 carries, well, he's always one of them.
Yes,
Never
always.
Sliding back right there. Peanut getting his signature Lee Sin here. One of the best champions so far. And Kobe.
Oh, Rumble. Well, I still have flashbacks to Huni Rumble. Oh, it was banned like 80% of the time during his stay in North America. Huni's Rumble is absolutely insane, and you definitely will see him way more towards that damage output end of the spectrum here, Crapo.
Well, now we get to see if Stark's going to be able to bring in some kind of counter pick. I know we think coming in Huni is significantly the better player, and certainly their pedigrees say that, but you blind pick a top laner, counter picks do exist, and we know Levi's a great jungler. The 2-on-1, the 2-on-2, maybe something can happen here.
Yeah, but Stark will have to bend the knee right there. He's going to get kind of screwed over in draft phase because Marines are like, okay, they haven't drafted a mid laner yet. We're 3rd purple side. Let's draft mid laner, ban 2 out, and give Faker at least a harder matchup so Optimus can truly prove that he is 50-50 with Faker.
Syndra is definitely one that so many people do feel comfortable on right now. Are some options open though?
Galavan Echo.
I was gonna say I'm a very big fan of this, particularly the Echo matchup, because it also does add, you know, that extra living on the edge kind of feeling there, the Tryndamere player style, and erring on the side of caution. We have seen recently to be advisable actually with those dives, but it definitely is a good matchup into Syndra. And anytime you want to take assassins into our, really enjoy that.
Yeah, but they actually end up opening with the Twitch ban, seemingly still afraid of this maybe Karma composition where they don't want to play the Karma themselves, and they're afraid that SKT goes for, you know, Karma Twitch, Karma Kog'Maw right here, and that's why the second ban is the Kog'Maw. But
the champions other than Karma still exist though, right? Like we saw TSM run with the Nami in the bot lane instead, and you can play Tom Kench for a different kind of flavor on it as well. So they're banning away the hard carry bot laners, hoping that they can soften that blow. Even if they do go for this kind of comp.
I mean, yeah, Lucian is still available, Ezreal is still available. I'm always a huge fan of Bang's Ezreal, even if it's not the first one that you jump to with, you know, attack speed steroids. Still Bang. Exactly. Yep.
All right, so Fizz off the table, actually. A couple of, you know, semi-carry top, and certainly one that's got a good matchup into Rumble. So what are the possible counter picks off the table? We'll see what the first pick ends up being.
There's still that Gled.
Yeah.
Gled combined with jungle pressure.
Ezreal's banned out, by the way.
Oh yeah, Ezreal's already been banned out. So it'll have to be Lucian. But Bang really had made a mark on that Lucian with the Protect Lucian comp too. And plus, SCT don't even have to go for that. They can play a standard mid lane and put Lu in support here. We're tunneling very much so on this concept. Yep. Yet the Marines seem aware of it, and they open up with the Karma here, leaving the counter pick for their top laner.
So Bear's going to be grabbed up, no surprise here, and it is going to be the Echo potentially that you guys thought about before, and there it's going to be locked in. Echo in the mid lane for Faker to deal with Optimus' Syndra.
Ooh, that's
gonna be a fun one.
That is bold.
Picking
Syndra and then not electing not to ban out Echo with your 2 bans right there. Ooh, I'm not sure if I respect at least the courage it takes to make that decision.
I mean, you respect it up until the point where the solo kills start coming through, right? And then you're like, okay. A little bit of hubris coming through, or you know, maybe just not particularly versed in the matchup. Honestly, though, one of the things I always look for in Echo matchups, in any Echo matchups, is how well they do CS, because so often you'll be trying to use the time march spam from the very beginning, and it always amazes me how the extremely good Echoes manage to land almost all of those last hits, because for me it's incredibly difficult, as you have to rely on that cooldown. But people like Jensen, who, yes, everyone's going to point to the dive that they weren't able to pull off, but he is just so good at that aspect of it.
We'll have to see on a scale from Kobe to Faker how well Faker will see us in this matchup.
At least a freak. That's going to be, you know, at least a little bit of an upgrade here. But of course the champs are locked in. If you didn't catch it, Jace in the top lane here for Stark. So it is going to be 2 highly aggressive top laners here in this one. It's going to be fun one to watch for. Triple marksman here for the GIGABYTE Marines, with the Syndra being the primary magic damage dealer. Optimus in the mid lane. Faker with, again, that bold pick of Echo in the mid, but he's such a good player. It'll be a fun one to watch regardless. You expect Faker to win, but to be honest, this entire tournament, people have expected the GIGABYTE Marines to lose, and yet they continue to upset the expectations. This is the hardest one yet, of course, but they have been known to upset.
And it could be an explosive game here. Not a single tank being drafted. Your top lane is Rumble versus Jace. We have a wealth of one-shot abilities, a lot of mobility right here. We have the Ash Arrow that can come out, so a lot of surprises could happen. So very excited for the first 10 to 15 minutes of this game.
I actually really do enjoy Rumble versus Jace matchup as well. And we'll see how well he does do on the non-Gragas, as it's definitely drawn a lot of criticism.
I got to think, in my mind, the 2-on-2 feels a bit SKT favored because for the GIGABYTE Marines, Jace and Graves are physical damage dealers, and early arm guard Huni works against both. If Stark buys a Hex Drinker, Peanut still does full damage to the guy, and having a mixed damage type, not only in top jungle, but also in mid jungle, also makes it hard for Optimus.
Also, Graves took a bit of a hit. Turgid no longer gets MR on it, so it's still really efficient versus AD users, but when you're playing versus mages mid and top, then Graves kind of falls off in a lot of these fights here. So I'll need to track if that ends up being influential, because SKT is so good at playing on the edge right there.
They are, and we'll see what happens here in this one as we have begun. Crowd chants always fun. Love Brazilian crowds. I've gotten to cast in Brazil twice now, and every time it's been incredible. Shout out to Brazilian crowds, absolutely. And we can see that it's been a very passive early game here. People sitting on their own brushes, and an early trinket ward come down to defend some of this.
The Faker already learned. Yeah. He's no longer peeking around the wall. He's in the mid lane brush right now.
Yep.
Being safe for that invade.
Nothing too scary right here. Thunderlord's no surprise on all the users here, and Fervor continues to be the, generally speaking, best keystone for bot lane marksman. Anything else is a bit unusual unless you're playing Jhin.
Yeah, strong defense here for the Marines to be able to defend the Raptors. Levi actually does, you know, take down the ward kill, and those do give experience. We'll track that, see if it is a big issue, because especially the top lane matchup. Now, Jace is a champion that can go for an early gank on that top lane, starting on this red side and just heading up there with the red buff. Doesn't have mana problems. And the Jace versus Rumble matchup, the Jace does have that extra kill pressure. The Rumble's trying to play it a little bit safe to farm for, you know, team interaction.
I wonder if Optimus gets level 2 on first wave, because he revealed the ward, which means he also gets part of that experience and gold. I'll have to see right here. Lost creep, because that actually could be a new strategy that we see with the sweeper on level 1. All right, hit the range creep. Optimus. He's obviously, yeah, he's level 2 on 6 creeps. That's actually a really cool interaction. Bringing a sweeper for a level advantage in a matchup. That's how you beat Faker. Gotta kill that ward early, man.
The extra ward experience coming into it definitely does spice things up a bit. Meanwhile, down on the bottom lane, decent trade there onto the support.
Happens.
Secret Service minion blocks out the gold player, and nothing comes out of that one.
And as expected, they're going super heavy on this top lane, and Levi's going up there!
Though. He's taking a whole bunch of damage, but really Levi's there. There's a flash chase, goes to David, picks it up, first blood into the Marine.
That extra ward experience! I've been waiting for months for this to actually come to fruition. Levi's able to get it off of the Raptors red into Scuttle Crab. And they head up for the top lane gank onto Huni.
Yeah, we need to track if he actually has an experience squint, because then the ward in the end did not matter, but it definitely helps here. And what we see is Huni, his evolution in this season was that he was much more tempered, much more passive. But against the GIGABYTE Marines, he's going ham in this trades. He feels so confident because of these 3 range creeps aiding him in the trade, but he gets completely surprised by a complete topside clear into gank from Levi.
Just as we cautioned, the Graves can go for that super early topside pressure. The Marines are rewarded, and man, they are off to such a good start here.
We can see that Peanut has never lost on Lee Sin this year. And we'll see 11-0, maybe he can make it 12, or maybe the GIGABYTE Marines can continue to defy expectations. And what I find extra compelling about Levi's gank, by the way, is so often when you gank early, the other side of your map gets taken away. And the entire jungle is cleared off. No camps were taken away from Levi here. This could have been fortunate based on Peanut's pathing. I didn't quite watch it all, but Peanut had gone Raptors red top side, and then was like, ooh, I can't take bottom jungle anymore.
Yeah, exactly. He was clearing his, you know, blue side quadrant, and there was an instant recall after the kill from Levi, so not time, you know, to get over there. Bottom lane mashup, wasn't quite sure where the push was on that, but it has a huge influence as well when going for those counter jungles.
Levi going to take Ellis away pretty easily enough. Early Smite Stone there for him. He can take away some vision control and try to keep Peanut under wraps.
But I love what the Marines are bringing to this game. Are they going to win out in the late game macro? Probably not against the multiple world champion. But they can perfect and optimize some of these early game things. They know there'll be a ward there. They get the sweep off. You know, they remove the vision. Few members get key extra experience. Early level 2 for Optimus. The guaranteed level 3 that Kobe so fawns after very often. And it helps a lot.
No MR for Levi, means he could be going down, and he does. The kill comes through to Peanut. Faker survives the encounter as well, walks away pretty cleanly with an assist in his belt. And that means gold lead now for SKT.
Yeah, pretty cleanly. It was a little bit touch and go there. Did have to burn the flash, and now he doesn't have that summoner for the roam from Archie, who has Ignite.
Powers the root to get a longer duration, can't get much for it though, walks away.
Optimus has to be careful too here. They don't give up, though. That is the good thing about the Marines. Like, so many people, they see that failure and they be like, okay, guys, complete reset. Let's go back to the drawing board. No, they still go for that roam.
Also, I want to touch on a little bit of micro interaction there. Optimus did an intelligent thing. As soon as he gets hit by the first part of the Lee Sin Q, he walks up. We'll talk about that later, though. Here is the 2 versus 2 as Faker and Peanut focus the enemy jungler, taking him down. That's generally the strategy for the early on 2v2s in the mid lane. Junglers will have less health, lower level, and they do take him out early.
Exhaust did go on Peanut there, though. Maybe debatable, though. If Faker gets exhausted, maybe goes the other direction.
Yeah, anyways, though, for the Lee Sin Q point for Optimus, he walks away from Archie, who's extremely low health. Didn't want to give Peanut the option, even, of taking that Q into the flash to try and get a cheeky kill on his support. And they are able to get out after that without any further casualties. Here we go on the top side, though, as the ward from Mahoney is going to see Levi just after the recall.
Yeah, interesting that Levi didn't actually stay to finish the rest of the Krugs off there. Wanted to be on the other side and picked up boots and a couple of long swords for himself. And we'll get back on the map. It's gold within 200. You're seeing a gigantic lead, though, for the SKT bot lane. Look at that, plus 16 right now. Showing no sense of letting up.
It is something you can do as long as you have other camps available to take. You take down a big Krug, get the majority of that camp out. That down to the bottom lane here, because they seem to be wanting to play 4-man bot side here, put some additional pressure to go against that laning prowess of Bang and Wolf, because they're already 20 CS up in that ball.
Yeah. It's going to be a difficult one to turn around from here for the GIGABYTE Marines, but still we'll see what happens. 500 gold deficit right now. SKT definitely landing better overall as a squad. Plus 6 for Huni despite the death earlier on. So again, across the map, you're seeing some great things. Faker has been splitting with Optimus.
There's 3 lanes pushing right now. GIGABYTE Marines. Huni looking for more poke at the start here. Going dangerously low.
It's a lot of damage here. Peanut comes in for the shield and won't quite be able to land into the skill shots just yet. He's got a long way to go. Does have flash though.
This is where Levi's suffering. Everybody's calling for help.
Not gonna do it.
Yeah, Peanut gonna close in there and secure the push off of this turret. Levi comes in.
Oh, Peanut.
Minuet wasn't there in time, so Peanut took a lot of damage coming into that one. And he actually only laid Levi. Oh, he's gonna take down Huni, who pulled aggro with the flame spitter. Huni donates the kill over.
Yeah, but he was trying to help Peanut. Peanut sold it out here. He tanked the turret. He flashes out, redirecting the aggro right there.
The domino errors here from SKT as Peanut starts it off and Huni following up to try and save his jungler there. Again, top side of the map, some more gold going over for the Marines here.
Ooh, Peanut's so close, doesn't want to flash for that Q.
I think he was in range, but yeah, chose not to. He has to wait for minions here, so he takes a free charge shot for no reason.
Yeah, and then he goes in.
He doesn't attack. He has no aggro, so Huni takes aggro for nothing.
Yeah.
Huni as well had flash, by the way, so didn't judge that the extra turret shots was going to be enough damage and flashed super early on. Regardless, though, that is going to be some more pressure possible. Goes right back in for this red invade, steals away the red buff as Levi doesn't get over.
I mean, that's the problem with this Echo matchup. The early levels are pretty tough, but Faker bang on even on CS, and now he can start pushing in and constantly helping Peanut invade, and every single lane is asking for help from Levi. That's why he's basing to try and go for pressure, and it also makes it much harder to get successful ganks off. They need mistakes from SKT right now.
And that invade was in large part due to that teleport that the Echo is taking in that matchup, and Faker uses it to get right back to lane for that extra lane pressure to help out with these invades. It's all about, you know, these solo lanes continuously pushing up to offer Peanut more options to invade. You can see every single time Huni goes back, another ward there on the top side.
Can you ever jump that wall? I feel like you, I mean, Faker tried, he must know, but like, that seems like way too short of a dash to get over. But either way, Faker tried and didn't get over. Nothing gonna be doing away against Optimus.
A mere mortal cannot reach.
Yeah, sorry.
I like
if you're
how
Faker, you're allowed to jump farther walls.
Exactly. I like how in your voice you're unsure because you're like
I've played a decent amount of Echo.
Humans cannot jump that wall, but Faker might be able to get over there.
Either way, I'm sure Scar is like, I don't know what he's thinking. Of course you can't do that. Oh, someone's watching and lets me know what it's going to be. Right now, the gold is still bang on equal. 10 minutes into this one, Levi not going to get invaded on so much right now. Does have his team's kills, and Graves is one of the bigger carries in League of Legends. The jungle role has to respect that, and yeah, Bang not going to be able to land the ulti. Bit of a fight still down on the bot side as Stark once again is dueling with Huni. Plenty of damage here. Did not go early. Hextech actually forcing the flash. Stark in the 1v1. He has got some help with the earlier kills, but is bullying Huni.
And this is needed for the game. to stay even, because the bot side is slowly, the 4-man unit of SKT is really taking control of that river. Could have a potentially started a dragon, and every time they push in, they can just move in together and do something. Deep Vision or Dragon, unless Levi can find an opening.
Ooh, he dodges the stun. Crucial by Faker to not get stunned right there. Chumps in. Look at the damage output he's got. Be careful. Holds back in. Not into attack range, though. The flash to follow. Faker's got no more escapes left, but look at the move speed. He's got the flash. The chase. Optimus gets it. Peanut will get him back for it. You got to imagine the 1-for-1.
Worth it. He killed Faker. Able to flash under the turret there, and that is what Optimus wanted. Meanwhile, though, actually, Peanut is the one left around to be able to push in the minion wave.
A lot of dodges from Faker, though, here. Gets the collateral damage to miss. Right now, Peanut resets the wave for the King, and then backs off.
Also, he was able to get not only that flash there at the end out of Optimus, but he uses the exhaust as well. And the Echo does have a large amount of kill pressure on the Syndra, just normally when they get back to lane. So that's going to be something he has to worry about for the future. Here's the dodge he's talking about. The extra speed on the Echo passive is actually insane. Optimus, it is risky going in for that, but he lands it. And is able to at least get the kill. If you go down, you miss that, and then get executed by Peanut.
Yeah, but he just missed QE. His jungle just missed R, and he still is willing to go in for a Q predict right there. I love the confidence that the Marines are bringing. Same, Faker goes back with the time warp. Levi immediately goes for a flash into melee range to get that Graves auto off. Like, there's no hesitation. They don't care that they make mistakes. They just keep going for these plays because they know that's the way they have to fight their way out of this matchup.
Yep. Yeah, now you do have to worry about for the future, though, the ramifications of that mid lane play.
Stun is there, though. Faker, no ulti's going to be a bit of a tight fight onto Optimus. Gets the move speed, though, and he's running for it, getting away. Nice job with the passive, and zones rest the team out. Just some damage dealt, and honestly, an equal trade against Optimus.
Screw your ramifications, says Levi. I'll just visit again. Like, my Syndra has no ulti or no summoners. Well, enemy Echo has no ulti either. Immediate pressure right here. And meanwhile, top lane as well.
Uh-oh, Stun's going to get him. Optimus is not long for the world. Time Winder's there. The trade kill not quite going to happen. Nice job with the ulti.
The ramifications.
Right back into it. A quick stun gets him away. Bang. Not going to find much more to do, but Peanut looking for the kickback's going to find it. Levi is gone. 2-for-0 SKT. Now they've got control.
What are you saying? That's going to change into a dragon as well. Both the jungler and mid now go down. You know, huge opening here for SKT. Wolf can move up, get some vision. There are just so many things. You see that no hesitation as well from SKT after a victory like that. As soon as they get a little bit of an edge, they're going to move right in, take tremendous advantages off of it.
Yeah, I was just talking about the ramifications of that mid lane play, Kofi.
Jeez.
Well said, well said. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Forcing the flash, Q's not quite going to land. The trade back and a bang, looking for the kill. Slay doesn't quite have the damage. He's going to go down. Another one picked up, and Archie's next up on the chopping block. Going to look for the Q. He's going to get flash tanked by Peanut. Tries to do this one, a knockback in from Stark. Peanut's one hit away from dead. Look at that in the bot lane. Peanut turns it around anyway. 7-5 SKT.
What a giant jumble of action here, boys. And again, Peanut is the one left around to push the wave. He's going to get even more into the turret for himself. This is all 5 kills going to the Lee Sin, not to mention multiple minion waves. This one is a cannon wave. This is a fed Peanut, boys.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of Game 3 where they play versus KT, where it eventually became Protect the Peanut comp. More action on the top lane here. Faker's in, Hooney's in, Levi's alone.
Here comes the dive out of that one. Going to get away from the equalizer for now. Looking for damage on a Faker. Misses the Q. Oh, he gets him back for it. Looks like the ulti was not even pressed. I think it was up, so Levi does get a trade kill.
Yeah, that's
a nice dive, I guess.
Yeah, the shadow came in, so it was available there.
All right, what's Archie? So like his AD carry goes down, but then he saves the play. It's almost a massive outplay from Stark in the end because Archie is juking literally everything, forcing Peanut to flash. If Stark gets another auto off at the end here, this could actually be a return move from the GIGABYTE Marines.
It was super close for him being able to 2v1 this. Comes in, battle rough, able to get the single kill, but Peanut has so much gold at the moment right now, and he is off to the races.
Very close one there. So Stark, you can see 300 gold up on Hooney right now on the top side. Peanut's going to keep the farm going. He'll wait for the blue. Not going to go for it just yet. Faker's not in the lane. A bit more time going to be bought. Hawkshot did reveal that Peanut's on that side of the map, so they know he's top side. They know blue is up and available. And we'll see when he goes for it eventually. Optimus going to solo this one as Levi's top side. And we wait around 1,800 gold difference. SKT do have a solid lead for themselves.
But we're seeing some mistakes being made by this SKT lineup because the Marines are just putting so much pressure in kind of these wonky plays where you wouldn't expect teams to be this adamant in the top lane as well. So now Faker fails that dive. That generally never happens.
Looks like first turret going to be right here, and Bang and Wolf, despite getting attacked several times by the rest of the jungle of the opposing team, they have taken this one out right now. And here comes the arrow, going to land a stun on a Bang. Here comes the power, the shield, the run, and they're going to look to take this one down. The flash, Slay goes on the side of it. They're going to take down Bang, but the first kill has come through anyway. It's a 1-for-1, despite the fact that it was an ulti landing. Now Optimus going for a bit more on a Peanut. Exhaust his zombie. He's kicked into range of Faker. His days are never gets the kill first off, so you can't complain about that one too badly. 2 for 2 overall, though.
Meanwhile,
equal.
In the top lane, Stark had to flash to cancel Huni's teleport because he was going to completely swing around that play in the bottom lane.
And that was actually a pretty big pickup as far as, you know, getting the kill streak ender there for Optimus, even though he does go down in the 1v1 and had to use his exhaust.
Stark looks for the damage, he gets it in the solo kill under the turret, survives it, doesn't even need a hex trigger, that's full damage. The man mode, Jace makes it happen. 2 turrets, the SKT picked up the mid lane. Stark could maybe trade, but he's got to worry about getting rotated on.
Exactly, he's extremely low health. I mean, usually it will caution against, yes, Jace can just destroy turrets, but actually Faker now with Slay in his sights, and remember, he flashed forward in the last engage.
Add an ED to the end, but it's going to be slayed right now. Faker picks him up easily peasy, 1 for nothing, not even a... Kobe's dying next to me. He's
that was terrible.
That was amazing. Optimus now left alone in the mid lane.
All right, take another look at this engage. Yeah, it is. You know, Flay just immediately doesn't hesitate to flash right next to Bang.
What he flashed for, though.
He wanted to cut off the retreat, I guess, or something. It's
like, I got you. I'm still hitting you.
Anyways, he was all hyped up for that one. Here goes that interrupt that you're talking about. He
flashed away.
Had to flash off of the red carpet.
Yeah, gets out right there here, but I love that they're just constantly fighting here. Even though Optimus falls, he gets the shutdown, as you mentioned, Kobe, so hashtag worth and all that right there. And somehow the Marines, they're still sticking in there.
Root on the Bang, does have heal, doesn't have flash. Ignite's gonna last for too long, and this one kill picked up 1 for 0. Here comes Peanut on the backside though, kicks him into the wall. Archie gonna take a lot of damage. That's the shield that'll keep him alive, and Archie's gonna survive. Just kidding, it's a Huni roasted Peanut combo to take down 1, and now it's Stark running out of life. Several kills now picked up. SKT looking to keep the chase going. Collateral damage, hoping that Levi is not that as he runs away from this one. Still advantage SKT, flash. 2 for 1. Good flash get away. Huni not quite in range, I think. And a bird comes across the map, and now Levi knocked into the air, still running away for his life, and he's going to survive it.
And these are not just random fights that the Marines are taking, though. Even though SKT has the answer ready, they get Bang's flash both at once. Hang on. Optimus with the confidence.
Flash ult should be enough. The Hex Drinker's there, though, and there's too much shielding now. Optimus with Ignite doesn't have the damage, doesn't have Ignite. Peanut survives just barely.
Just a window into the mindset here, willing to flash into a 1v3.
No, you can't, that's not the mindset, that's just back, Kobe. Like, you can't flash into a 1v3 as a mid laner.
That's the mindset. He's like, trade kills are good.
But this is the second time in 2 minutes they attack Bang on the side lane when his flash is down. That thematically makes sense somewhat, at least in terms of aggression play. The problem is, SKT always has the reaction ready, and now, I think, I was going to say Gigabate Bears, GIGABYTE Marines, they're getting stuck in this, like, vortex of chaos and just aggression, and they're losing track of where people are on the map. Like, this reaction play from Optimus is just too much.
And during that, you know, kind of chaos that you're talking about, I was watching the mini-map this entire replay, and it was Faker down there in the 1v2. They fired the Ash arrow at him. Optimus was down there when this play started, trying to follow up on that kill. Faker, not only did he draw out cooldowns and draw away 2 players' time, but he shoved up, and look, at the end of this replay, he gets the turret. I know we're not paying attention to the actual combat on the screen, but Faker takes his toll.
The Slay was moving all the way to mid lane and back, and then he was hesitating. It's exactly like that. The Marines are getting stuck in the chaos. Like, they're not working as a team. AD Carry has no clue what's going on the top side of the map.
I'm going to say Optimus, I think, missed some auto attacks there in that fight. Considering how low Peanut got at the end there, Optimus spent a lot of time saying, my spells will do it, and misjudged his damage output. So could have been a 1-for-1, but didn't quite do it perfectly. Now mid lane is under fire. SKT, 5,500 gold up. I mean, we've just seen fight, and SKT now with a sizable gold lead.
Well, look at the next play that they're prepping. They've got Levi behind enemy territory. They're targeting Huni. Optimus is going to try and shove him under the turret so that Levi can get in there for damage.
Plenty of damage onto Huni. Here comes the rest of it. There's the collateral, and there's one picked up. On the other side of the map, it's another kill. Just everyone fighting all the time. 26 kills in 20 minutes, looking for more on the top side.
They teleported Stark in, and he's joining.
Not going to get the stun to Levi just yet, but he's running out of health pretty rapidly. Still a lot of punishment. Faker's going to ult back in, gets the kill and a rampage on that one. Stun on a Wolf, but supports are not the ideal kills. The chase is through for Peanut. Looks for more. Stark can't find it at all. It's a double. Faker staying alive with the Zonias.
Now on to Baron.
The main consistency with these plans from the Marines is that there's no exit plan. They're all about focusing on the kill. Here we go, though. The only person left up for the Marines would be the Ashe, and no arrow available.
Also, the consistency in their plans is that their AD carry is not invited to the party. It's like it's a two-man collapse, but you got to look at the big picture. Who is going to join next? So right now the top fight is going on. Archie fails the blast on the Deny here. Mina just simply one-shots him with Faker coming in.
Yeah.
But look at Slay, he's zoned off. He's so far out of this play, he's not collapsing anywhere near. He's hovering in a brush right now because he's scared of Varus currently. And then topside, Faker wins this. He panic ultis, or he ultis when he's low, and he finds ultimates on his cone as well.
And Bank's able to get consistent damage out with that one. Peanut has just been an absolute menace, 8-1 and 6, and even a Majai's in for Faker. He's feeling good about himself, and honestly, SKT are running away with this game. Lead almost 9,000 now. Marines are bleeding this game right here, and SKT looking to make it a 2-0 end of the day.
Baron buff is going to give them a lot of that extra pressure as well. As you can see, bottom side is pushed up, and plenty of vision in this blue quadrant for SKT to set up.
Yeah, they haven't even had to show the strong point of their comp is when they have both teleports on the side lanes and they can actually start maneuvering these minion waves around. That's also what the Marines have been trying to attack. And every time any semblance of side lane dominance is being set up by SKT, they try to attack it immediately. Whether it's Bang with his flash down or maybe Huni on the side lane. The problem is, not everybody is ready for the follow-up play. They know that they need to attack the side lanes versus a 1v1 comp. The problem is, what's next? Slay is very often not privy to that party.
See if they look at this one. Still the 9K difference, and SKT has been stacking Drakes. They've got a third mountain on the way later on. At some point, they'll push with Baron, looking for it now. Root onto Archie, not going to be taken down with this one, though.
Yeah, they are just buying time there. They default into their 1-3-1. They got pressure on both sides, slowly take down the turrets. Now they can move in.
And they can remove cooldowns before they get to the base here. Faker will always be safe in the 1v1. He might even take Stark down here.
He's more than safe. Looking for the kill into Stark. He's got to be careful. Pops the Zonias. Ulti won't do as much, but the ulti back from Peanut won't do much either. Has to ult and stays alive through. The shields are there. Forces the flash out, and the turret's going to be going down for that one. Not quite going to find the assassination on the backside. Bang survives through the shielding.
Yeah, but all major cooldowns have been used by the Marines, and Huni did get access to that bot lane turret. It was a slight step over eagerness, though, by SKT. Faker was lost which direction he was traveling at one point. Still, it shows you that you could constantly move the pressure from lane to lane with 1-3-1 and Baron buff here.
And the last defenses are all that the Marines have here. Inhibitor turrets.
Yeah.
The keys here into the base.
It's worth pointing out, all they've been able to do really is just get the kills. 0 turrets, 0 Drakes picked up for the Marines. They've been able to skirmish okay, I suppose. It had some nice fights, some nice looks, but the macro play, you can see the amount of difference between a team like Marines and a team like SKT, where those fights turn into turrets, and the wave pressure's there so that those turrets can be taken.
Oh, teleport here from Faker, actually collapsing on Stark.
For the surround on this one, he's going to be running out of life pretty rapidly. Here gets a knockback on a Huni. Knight's going to land, and here comes Faker to make it all happen, and Bang gets the kill credit.
And that's the difference between SKT and the Marines. For SKT, they may get kills on the way to the objectives. For the Marines, the kills are the objective.
And the minion wave not far behind. They have it in tow, ready to push in, take full advantage of this 30 seconds of the 4v5 power play.
Grab this one. Peanut looks to threaten, goes for the play. Nice damage on Archie. Won't go for the kick just yet, but already the depth of the mid laner is there, and Slay forced to retreat as well. Faker wants in, gets the double kill, looks for that one. Peanut, the knockback, the chase through, gets a third of this. Into the back line they go, a miss in the collateral damage. Faker running low, pops the ulti to stay alive a bit longer, and now forced to retreat away. Pulls Zagger with the Q, a couple more shots will do it. Levi can't quite get the kill picked up, and the inhibitor goes down. It's already been the 4 for nothing though, and there's nothing else to do. SKT able to walk away with the base and shambles.
Just like that.
Inhibitor down as well means that there will be very little time for the Marines to breathe here until SKT return.
Yeah,
Here goes another look at the dive ball.
We saw an exciting game so far with a lot of kills back and forth, but in the end, it's nearly 10K gold ahead at this point, I think. 24-minute inhib down, everything set up for success. So while the journey may change, the destination is still the same for SKT here at MSI.
2-0, the pre-tournament favorites, SK Telecom T1, have had some interesting ones. G2 Esports had run them around for the first 15 minutes or so, and GIGABYTE Marines had some small edges here, but SKT, you look at the final scoreboard and you're like, oh, 7 turrets to 0? Yeah, it looks like what SKT would expect here. But the 11 kills
so maybe a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I mean,
2-0.
the Marines had some edges at some points, but Faker's got pages now. He found 10 more of them inside the Marines base. Full stack 20 here for the Medjais, and he's looking to use it.
Yeah, looking to complete that. Goes up to 25 these days, right? That hasn't been changed?
Yeah.
And we don't see that many times in Europe. You know, when G2's playing these slow games.
Still remember the, was it Gambit against, like, Copenhagen Wolves? Like, what was the game where, like, everyone bought Snowball items at the end? It was, like, in 2014, I remember. It was, like, a sort of the occult rip and piece that item, and
Ultimate Bravery?
Steal. Ultimate Bravery, yeah. SKT can do it at this point with their gold, they probably still win this one. 14,000 up, and all they have to do is close the game out in sub 30 minutes. Shouldn't be a problem for them here as they move to kill towards the triple Mountain Drake. They'll kill him fast. Not going to get the stun, but Faker on the back line will right back out and says maybe it was a bit much for him. Even now, Optimus found out here. Force of Flash Wall still burns down. Huni gets the kill. 1 for 0 so far. Turret still in there. Sights hasn't taken too much damage yet, but it will shortly. Another shield in for Faker. Looks to go to the back line. This time around, though, no ult. He's got to be a bit more careful. Is rooted. Sonya's on, and not going to be enough damage to kill him off, and the kill comes through. 1 is traded back by Stark, but it's 3 for 1 so far. With a 4v2, and into the Nexus turrets they go. SKT going to close it out. Going to start out the mid-season Invitational 2-0. They've only got a few more opponents left to kill before they ensure themselves that first place spot so far. GIGABYTE Marines did get that upset win over TSM earlier. They will end the day 1-1. But SKT take care of business. The perfectly synced Flare is there. 2-0 SKT.
And the last fight was, while they were super far ahead, a good example of why SKT is so dominant, because they move so fluidly in and out of fights. It seems like one guy is always controlling these 5 units, and the end result is that there's always so much space being created for the AD carry to have his mark on that game. That seems to be the one consistent part here. Bang and Wolf working together as Faker dives in, Huni dives in and out, but he's constantly having that real high uptime that Kobe loves to talk about.
One of the things I hear most often when I talk to the pros after they play SKT, one of their biggest complaints is it feels like you don't have time to think when you're playing against SKT. So even when you're trying to play this high tempo game and you're trying to match them, SKT, before every move they're making, they're pushing up a minion wave. Every 30 seconds, they're pressuring in some way. They're setting up, you know, to try and take advantage there.
And that's exactly what they did against KT in the finals as well. They were constantly changing these lane assignments. Like, nobody would stay in a lane for longer than 2 waves. Faker is mid, suddenly he's stopped, he gets to catch bot lane, Huni will drop, and in those map moves, a turret unlocks. But we didn't exactly see that this game, because the Marines, they're like, nah, no, you're not going to rotate, you're not going to move around, we're just going to fight you somewhere, maybe we'll win, but at least we'll die fighting if we lose.
And Kobe, to your point about not having time to think, a lot of that is the pedigree of SKT. When you've ingrained a lot of these lessons about how you should play lanes, where you should pressure, when you should join your team, if all of this is second nature to you now, where your habits are always built around playing the right things, and you go for kills when there's an objective to be had, now you can spend your actual brain power and your actual thinking about, like, oh, how can we outsmart these guys? Now that we know what their play style is, what kind of things are they going to be doing, and you can play that one step farther ahead with your actual sort of mental acuity.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the mid and late game to SKT is just second nature as far as making these decisions.
Right, and that's what it comes down to. These guys have been just absolutely phenomenal. SKT 2-0, they have secured their record so far here in Rio, so now it is time for the analyst to break it down for us.
Thank you very much, Freak. I mean, what a crazy game. SKT come out on top as expected, but exciting to say the least. Before we even try and break this one down, I just want to say there's no shortage of action in the early game, so let's go ahead and take a trip down memory lane here, brought to you by Acer. Let's take a look at this back and forth.
I mean, ultimately, what we learned today is you're going to just see a B-roll of carnage after carnage, is that the GIGABYTE Marines will drag anyone down to their level, but unfortunately for them, SKT will beat them because they're better.
And SKT definitely opted into the crazy. It felt like solo queue at times, early Medjais for Faker, action all across the Rift. You wondered, okay, how will SKT deal with the relentless aggression of the GIGABYTE Marines? Well, they played their control style. No, they wanted to come in. They wanted to make the flashy plays. You have to feel like SKT, 5 members are smiling, and Coma somewhere is seriously furious at this game where 37 kills in 27 minutes in an SKT game. They are not known for kill a minute in the LCK, and certainly not with SKT, but it seemed like the boys were having fun on the Rift.
To be fair, they're not known for that in the super serious games, but they are known for being willing to match the starter playstyle anytime someone wants to have a fun game in an international tournament. the former wildcard teams, when they would play against SKT, you see a lot
Olaf
of games
mid.
like this where Faker is willing to play something fun. Their laners are willing to play something fun, and they're willing to have just a brawl.
No, and that, honestly, that is part of what makes this game so exciting is being able to see SKT take that moment to show us those mechanics, because we heard the casters talking about it. This team kind of operates on a different strategic level from everyone else, and we know that they can live there in that high-level strategic place. But it's fun every once in a while to see Peanut on Lee Sin just making crazy things happen.
And I'm just used to it being the art house film with SKT, where you sit back and you look and you're like, oh, it all saunters over you. But this was the popcorn film. This was the Pirates of the Caribbean moment here, where they just decide to brawl, the action everywhere. I don't know who the heroes or the villains were, but it was fun. It was certainly fun.
Yeah, and within all of that, I will say, once again, if we're going to commend the GIGABYTEs for anything, as you mentioned, it's the fact that they're not scared of anyone.
Nope.
Right? And we've said this with, teams in the past as they come in as underdogs. All right, I don't think anyone expects this team to run the table and take the tournament. No. But the least, or rather the most we can ask of them, I misspoke, the most we can ask them is that they come out and they just give it 100% against every squad. And that's what they did here. They did push SKT to limits individually and mechanically within all of those skirmishes.
I mean, at the end of today, there is still definitely hope and expectation that they could be a top 4 team at this event and have a pool 1 seed for the GPL, something that, 3 weeks ago, no one would take that seriously. And we're getting close to that moment because, okay, this was against SKT, but they go at the end of the day 1-1, and definitely one of the better performers on the day.
And I think it has a lot to do with kind of their volatile play style in general. Like, it's super exciting. Like, by the way, where's my close-up there? If you like these Carnage games, have I got a region for you? That aside, like, it's just so snowbally. So sometimes things just go sideways. You can be the better team on the day, but in a best of 1, these guys will mess you up.
Very much so. So, I mean, as SKT does come out on the day with that 2-0, they'll be confident moving forward that they have pretty solid control of the tournament. I mean, we mentioned they can be relatively slow starters, but this is not a slow start. It's not maybe a normal start for SKT, but it was fast as hell, I tell you that much.
I mean, you just had to listen to Huni talking in the interview with Shox earlier, how ridiculously confident he is, and I think that the team has a right to have that sort of confidence, almost arrogance, because they're so good, and they've been so good for so long that until someone shows them otherwise, I think there's no reason to believe they won't continue winning.
Well, SKT to 2-0, the GIGABYTE Marines 1-1 on the day. That's going to do it for that series. Very fun one. We've got one more game left around the corner here on opening day of the MSI group stage. TSM versus Team WE is coming up next.
Going up there! He's taking a whole bunch of damage, but really, if I say there's a flash chase, goes to the damage, picks it up, first blood into the Marine. Gonna look for the Q's, gonna get flash tanked by Peanut. Tries to do this one, a knockback in from Stark. Peanut's one hit away from dead. Look at that in the bot lane. Peanut turns it around anyway.
He does go down in the 1v1 and how to use his exhaust.
Stark looks for the damage, he gets it in the solo kill. Under the turret, survives it. Optimus with the confidence. Flash ult should be enough. The Hexdrinker's there though, and there's too much shielding now. Optimus with Ignite. Doesn't have the damage, doesn't have Ignite. The kill and a rampage on that one. Stun on a wolf, but supports are not the ideal kills. The chases through for Peanut. Looks for more. Stark can't find it at all. It's a double. They will end the day 1-1. But SKT take care of business. The perfectly synced flare is there. 2-0 SKT.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final match of the day. We're about to get to our second look at TSM and Team WE after they had two different starts to the tournament. TSM dropping another game to the GIGABYTE Marines. Team WE upsetting the Flash Wolves based on most power rankings coming in. I shouldn't say that so definitively. But when we look at these two teams then, my question for you guys with TSM is what do we want to see in terms of them bouncing back? Because even for us, those of us who have seen them more in the domestic region of NA, it doesn't feel like they're playing to the same level that they played even within their own region. So is it getting back to that play style of playing around the solo laners more?
To me, it's not about draft. It's not about play style. It's about playing to your current level, playing up to the expectations, because Haunter is a guy that was crazily good in NA this year against a very strong field of top laners. He has not shown it here. He has not shown it at Worlds last year. I just want to see these players playing the best that they can, and I think drafts aside, that is what has been the problem for TSM, both here and Worlds.
Oh, let me sing you the song of my people, Azael. I know exactly how you feel when you send teams internationally. You see them do great domestically, and then they just fall apart at the seams. Fortunately for me, it started out good today, but that said, I just have a terrible feeling about this game.
Talk about it starting good for you. Team WE and 957 putting up a huge showing earlier today against the Flash Wolves. Again, we were looking at more Mystic Condi, but him stepping up in top lane, that'll put a test to Haunter and his ability.
And the pick bans will be really interesting because Kled already looms as someone that does really well with the tanks that we've mostly seen from Haunter. I really want to see Haunter. It's kind of a double-edged sword because you want back to basics, which for TSM is a tank top, is playing around mid lane largely, getting Haunter a little lead and going from there. But you kind of want to see Haunter extend himself onto, say, the Kennen, for example, that's been largely banned or overlooked today, because playing around the solo lanes has always been a TSM way. It's the percentage play as well, and they tried to throw that playbook out, play around Turtle. I don't think returning to that strategy is going to help them against WE.
I would say, though, although Haunter is known for playing a lot of tanks, he was fantastic on champions like Camille this year and Rumble, and last year he had a fantastic Aurelia. Like, he can play carry champions, and he can be successful on them, but we need to see him be able to do that on the international level, right? And I think that just honestly, it's like Bjergsen is obviously the main carry of TSM. People are going to look to him, but with the level of competition in mid lane, I think there's more pressure on Haunter because the field is not as strong. You're not going up against Faker and Maple and Xie and guys like that.
So the expectation is higher.
Yeah, I think that Haunter needs to be the person carrying these games if TFN is supposed to win.
Yeah. I'm actually going to back it up a little bit. Like, while I agree with you, I think that if you're always going to win through two strong solo lanes, you need to have a jungler who's the primary snowball mechanic there. Yeah. And that means you need to look at Sven, and unfortunately, I think that they have bigger problems than Haunter right now in Sven's performance, which is just so hot and cold. Like, this dude's literally Katy Perry right now.
I mean, it's a tough. I totally agree. Like, I totally agree. But my thing is that it's like, this is Sven. He did not play amazingly in NA, right? So I'm talking more about players like playing to their higher level. I do agree that it's not all on Haunter. It's not all on any of them. They are winning and losing as a team. But I think that Haunter is someone who has not played up to his level internationally ever.
Yeah, I mean, and then you talk about with Bjergsen, perhaps with a deeper field in the mid lane, maybe can't make as much happen, but he's definitely not going to make stuff happen if they're putting him onto picks like Lulu. So once again, in contrast to the strategy they pulled out earlier today, I think the expectation is, all right, go back to putting Bjergsen on a playmaker of some kind.
But even if you do put him on a playmaker, now if we look at the other side to Team WE, Xie is known for being kind of a more defensive mid laner. He likes to use the flex karma pick. He'll play the Talia and he'll just try to beat you out into side lanes, play that pressure game. He's not going to be one of those mid laners that if you get kind of the, not necessarily an assassin, but more of a kill or 1v1, 2v2 in that mid jungle duo though, he's not going to match that. He'll just absorb the pressure and move it elsewhere.
But I don't think you can go the cleanse Lulu, which is what we saw, right? Where you go for a utility pick and you don't even have a global impact. I think you either go the TF route, go for a global champion, whether that's TF or taking teleport on your mid lane, or you go for an assassin because you need something new. You need a spanner in the works, and Bjergsen is the person talented enough to make that happen.
Now we got a lot of talk about what we want to see out of TSM to come away with a victory, but my question to you is whether or not you think they will come away with the victory. It's prediction time. Azael, starting with you and coming this way.
I just can't bet on TSM. After the performance they showed against GIGABYTE, I had pretty high expectations for WE already coming into this tournament and then taking down Flash Wolves. I think they showcased a lot of their strengths, and I think that they are the more solid, well-rounded team.
I think if TSM goes 0-2 today, it's a big thing, but you have to go on WE. You just don't have the evidence. There's no runs on the board for TSM, largely domestically and certainly not in their first series today. So I think you have to be a skeptic until you see signs of life from Team Solomon.
I mean, Froskuren, we came into today saying we have the expectation that Team WE will be comfortable in late game situations. Well, it turns out they're also comfortable in early game situations, as proven to us by the first game of the day. So they seem to have their bases covered. Are you confident in their ability to take down TSM?
So here's the thing. I did pick Team WE to win this match. That said, coming into this day, without seeing the prior performances, I actually favored TSM. Because again, stylistically, I thought that a team that can play early game plays a bit more up-tempo. You can't give away that much free gold, and Team WE tend to give that away. If WE continue to play how they showed in the first game and how they showed in the LPL finals, heavy favorites here. But I didn't expect it coming into this tournament.
All right, well, there you have it. 3 votes for WE across the board. The teams are just about ready, so it's time now for us to throw it back over to the casters for our final game of the day.
Thank you very much, Dash. It is time for the final game of the day. North America versus the Chinese LPL. And yeah, TSM, if the thought is that they're not showing up anymore, if they're not playing to their level and WE's playing above it, this seems obvious.
But if you're failing, what you need to do is VOD review. And if you're TSM, you don't watch your own games. You watch other people's games. So you saw G2 show you how you protect the AD carry. You saw SKT show you how you beat the Marines, you know, so they can learn from both those games and hopefully bring that into
all the problems are solved then, Crepo?
Yeah.
Is that
I think it's solved. I think you just tell Turtle, play like Sven.
Oh, yeah, great.
You tell TSM, play like SKT, and you're problem solved.
Seriously, though, one of the big things to me coming into this is that WE's win over Flash Wolves was fueled by so much mobility. They had an intense amount of pick potential across all roles for their squad. So I'm very interested in their draft if they tend to go with the same line here.
But also momentum, because like these mobility comps, they can go both ways. If you don't snowball early with an early gank top, then the game looks much different as well there, because they were often playing in 45 scenarios.
This looks like an early Rumble pick here for TSM. This early Fizz ban is a little bit atypical, known as one of the counters to Rumble. And Hanser, if he's supposed to start carrying now, this looks like Rumble, and he can start taking over the game.
Right off the bat, though, you know, VODs are available to everyone, Crepo, and the Ivern is banned out, which was, you know, one of the crucial parts of that shielding comp.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also one of the jungles I actually liked Svenskeren on. What is he known for? Dying in an invade. Who invades much faster and much better than any other champion? Well, Ivern, and he also played it in the finals, I believe, and it was actually one of their better games versus C9.
Exactly. It's something that, you know, TSM actually have used well. Jungling such a team, you know, objective here, especially in the early game, and both of these teams have showed strengths and weaknesses. Actually, you know, one of WE's losses was to EDG due to a jungle invade early on. Regardless, though, again, we are going to have that Lulu, so maybe you will get your wish.
And interesting to seeing Lulu picked over Asher, because Karma is the obvious answer that almost every team does. But Mystic's most played is Ash, and I know he has other backups as well, but we had seen so many other teams first pick that champion.
Yeah, the problem is, though, if you run into a team with Mystic as an AD carry who's a really good hyper carry player, they just pick Lulu and Karma, and suddenly you're struggling for late game.
Also, though, with WE, Karma has an extra value because they are so fond of playing her in the mid lane.
She is second most played, right behind, I think it was Cinder, I checked a second ago, but certainly, yes, they are very fond of playing double support, so you're right. With the context of how WE plays, I rescind my statement. Lulu makes way more sense.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. Same for TSM. They seem to favor Lulu quite a bit there as well.
Also, you know, with Xie's Karma being so prevalent, we've seen it a lot with Condi playing, you know, Lee Sin or Elise. And Karma, even early on, can spam Qs and try and push up a minion wave and try and get some of this jungle action going early. So, you know, this looks like they may be going with a similar style and try and take it to Svenskeren.
See what happens now. I know that Sven is hovering Sejuani right now. Just keep in mind, everyone watching at home, this is still 7.8. There is no tank reworks on Sejuani, Zac, Maokai, and there's none of the new items as well. Looking like it's going to be maybe Ezreal for the bot lane pickup instead. That's locked in.
Wouldn't mind Orianna here from Bjergsen either, potentially. They do go for the jungle choice, so that goes down the drain here. But they get a comfortable jungle on Sven as well, because coming to the tournament was either Ivern or Lee.
Exactly. That is key, too, because the Lee Sin plus the Elise is not something that, you know, all junglers have equal, right? These are two junglers that are very similar in their early power, but, you know, I like the Lee Sin from Svenskeren so much more than his Elise.
Yeah, definitely so.
Both these players most played of the year, and we're going to see what actually comes in after this one. The Elise still going to be hovered, and might be the lock-in after all, and it will be a set of equal roles and somewhat similar champions across the roles.
Yeah, role parity right here, double support. That's also being able to be flexed here. So usually what we see is either an early tank pickup, on the side of WE or counter pick for top lane. It depends what direction you want to go.
Now, of note, we haven't actually seen any Lulu out of Xia yet in the mid lane this year. Not that he can't play it. Of course, we've seen players start picking up that style, but it hasn't been something he's shown yet.
Well, he can't play it this game because Bjergsen is would be the mid laner to take that one. And these are both flexible picks, right? Both of those supports could either go into the mid lane, as we already have seen, or down to the bottom. So that does, put a little bit of an extra pinch onto the second round bans here, and we're already seeing them go for the mid lane.
And if you want to keep that flex alive, I think if you're WE, you're looking to early pick your top laner, right? And then you last pick your support to see what's going on the side of TSM. Then you need to figure out earlier what you're going to reveal.
As soon as you started talking about top lane, I was like, oh, Kled, yes, 957, and instantly finds himself on the ban phase.
Yeah, and that is usually where it is banned against him, though. It's very rare for him to pick it in the first 3 picks. Everyone's like, oh, you gave 957 Kled, what are you doing? Don't you watch the LPL? It's like, no.
You only get 3 bans to start out.
Funny how everyone sees a game where a guy's got like 7 and 0, and they're like, yeah, you shouldn't have given him the champion.
I've watched like 5 games of LPL. He's really good on Kled. Like, no, it doesn't work that well. It's a really good second phase ban, and it's also not a super power pick here. We do see the Ryze and the Orianna removed, so Bjergsen will have to start digging a little bit deeper into that champion pool.
Well, Syndra, no, of course, that's gone as well. So yeah, a lot of the popular picks for Bjergsen are off the table here. Final ban for TSM, and then it's WB to get first pick, followed by TSM finalizing their composition. Seeing what they ban as well as what W wants to pick early on is going to be interesting to note.
And I love this mid lane pinch, actually.
No ban.
Ooh, so they don't know.
It feels like it's got to be a mistake. Like, you ban another support, right? Like, ban Nami, because you're clearly not going to play it, and they might, right? There's some obvious one-sided bans here, where you ban supports because Karma can flex. There's no reason not to ban anything.
TSM is much more likely to put their flex pick in bot, and Team WE is much more likely to put that Karma in mid. That's why these mid bans make so much sense. When you remove the top 5 strongest mid laners, Karma just goes up so much more in value. Also, if you play against Bjergsen, you can end up playing a Karma versus Lulu matchup. You're winning out thematically because he is the one consistent point on TSM.
And another flex. Another flex pick here. You still don't know what the W composition is. Karma mid or in the bot lane, Jace top or mid, you still don't know what's going to be.
Or support if you're Mata.
Well, the lane assignments you don't know, but you're very well aware of what the comp is. The comp is taking shape for them very clearly. They have all range champions currently and are very well equipped to go for the siege, go for the picks with the Ashe and the Elise.
Ooh, and they're going to go for Kennen over here in the top lane to go alongside the solo lane Talia in mid. So it is a pretty high-tempo team. You expect Kennen to have lane pressure most of the time against most of his matchups. Talia's supposed to get some shove pressure as well, and remember on the map. But the question is what they're going to roam into, though, is bot lane's not a ton of pressure.
So TSM are raising the tempo of their game here with the switch in their champion select. Talia, super interesting matchup as well. We'll get to see one of the... Never mind. You go ahead on the Nami there.
No, it's just the Jace lock-in is so likely to be top. That's why they match it with the Kennen, who lanes fairly well into it. This is a matchup we saw last Worlds as well, where Jace was seeing a resurgence. Kennen was a great pick into it. The problem is, I feel, for Team WE is that Bjergsen has shown some proficiency in roaming with this Talia and can start influencing these very fragile side lanes.
Exactly, but again, with the Nami pick, it just reinforces the direction Team W were already going, right? Now they have sustain for their siege comp. This is totally geared towards, knocking over the early turrets. That opens up more space for the Ashe arrows to come through, the Elise picks to come through. This is a full range composition, so it's all about focus fire and swapping targets.
You mentioned being full range, no tanks in the squad right now. Svenskeren can pinch hit later on, but it's going to take him some time. Condi the same, but they're going to be squishy for the early game.
So we're looking at thematically a very squishy siege comp. The usual answer is hard engage, but there's very little on that on the side of TSM. They really need to make use of kind of the walls and maybe at least in flank kick, but in terms of like the old school, like say like a Moo engages, Dragon's Body Slam Flash, it's not quite there because this is going to be an 80 cannon. That ulti drops off pretty quickly in the late game.
It drops off in damage. To their credit, it will be a large stun, and maybe a Talia wall can block them off. Like, there are, like to your point, it is not easy. Yeah. TSM do technically have ways of cutting off the team or crowd controlling them, but it is difficult, which means on average, it is not a great engaged team. The tools are there, but they're weak tools. They're a bit old. They're from the Bronze Age, maybe something like this. And can TSM get into them? Maybe so. Of course, you look at the GIGABYTE Marines comp, only 2 of them have really like hard ultimates. They've all got an R button, but it's only Mystic and Ben who have long durations.
And the hopes are dropping for TSM. One of their local casters just called them bronze. I mean, come on, freak.
I don't know if that's really what I meant by that.
Like, I heard TSM and bronze. response in the same sentence. I think that's a little savage. I think they have a possibility to fight their way out, but they'll need to show it with some skilled combos. Like, they can't just play a super easy composition here. Definitely complex game.
We'll upgrade it for you. TSM have 2.5 thousand gold in this game. They're moving up quickly. The challengers in this one, they're down 0-1. WE up 1-0 so far in the group stage. So now maybe they can carry for the North American LCS and the Midseason Invitational.
All right, checking the brush here first for TSM as they move in. Yes, I think there was a little bit of vision first, and the ping's already come out.
All right, Turtle taking a couple of arrows to the face. Backs up against Mystic, and Ben over the wall, going to get himself 8 gold.
I actually think Ezreal is a good pick, I feel, for Turtle. Much better than these kind of low mobility static AD carries. The Twitch wasn't really working out, but let's not forget, he knows how to play AD carry.
Coming back to the mid lane as well, and that Talia pick, I also think this is an intelligent pick from TSM because one of Talia's biggest strengths is the early shoving.
Yeah, playing as a champion that only wants to shove as well.
We'll see how the shoving goes in this one. Minions have spawned, they're walking into the lane, and looks like it will be the standard 2-on-2s in the bot side. Very rarely do we see lane swaps nowadays, but saw a couple in Europe. Look at this though, invade for WE, 3 of them coming forward, the entire bot lane plus Xia. Xia looking to stop out on these Raptors, and this could be successful. They get away one, that'll slow him down at least a little bit.
They're leashing the big one for him. He can just smite that away right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of trade-off there. I mean, you take away one of the small ones, that means off the small ones, you're not just going to hit the level 2, and he's going to have to clean up the entire camp to hit his level 2. Meanwhile, though, focus on Condi, right? Because we talked a lot about, you know, how Condi wants to take either the Lee Sin or Elise with this, push in, go for some early moves. He has started on the top side of the map, on the red buff, rather than, you know, taking a lot of damage for Raptors.
Yeah, and I think we'll see him visit bot lane very early. There's a couple of things you can do with Elise. You can go level 3 and then Blast Cone, repel Blast Cone over the Dragon Wall and get behind enemy bot. Even just showing up in his bot lane will be needed because WE lost a lot of the push here because Turtle and Firefrost, they were in this lane zoning for early experience while they went for that Raptor invade.
But if Condi shows Lee Sin from Sven can steal away the jungle, he's on the top side already. Ben, wow, at 5 HP, that could have been Summoner Heal worthy. Stays alive though.
Intelligent ward here moved from Bjergsen as well from the mid lane because yes, bottom lane is an option with this Blast Cone. They've cut off the top side, so this is the only option, and TSM should be playing accordingly, but they're not.
3 versus 2, here comes Condi, he's gonna get flashed away, Firefrost gets out, Exhaust is on though, the slows are there, Wild Turtle could be attacked, Repel's gonna land into this one, and Wild Turtle's got no way out, escaping, and that's first blood coming through for Condi.
Yeah, and it almost seems too easy for Team WE. You have to expect the level 3 Elise gank when you play with such an early aggressive jungle. You have to be ready for it.
One of the first things that you do when you see a bottom lane pushing up, actually they might even go for more here, Bifrost, remember he used flash already.
Wow, that's actually in range of the Cocoon, lands the stun, gets a bit of damage out. I don't think he's gonna get the kill, but he does stop the recall for a bit longer.
One of the first things you do when you have a pushing bottom lane like that early on is move up, ward over the wall to blow up the Blast Cone, especially against early junglers like that.
Or at least you ward the brush, or you have to respect the possibility of the gank in one way. You know, some teams like walking up for D-Vision on Grom, others want to get that Blast Cone down. It depends how much time you have. The thing is, TSM were just simply disrespecting the possibility of Condi being there against a jungler who is prone to ganking bot side. WE stylistically as a team plays so heavily towards the bottom side of the map.
Meanwhile, along with that team theme, you can see that ward there, top lane, getting more information, seeing Svenskeren as he tries to answer. Here's another look at it. And remember, the Elise Repel goes off, and he instantly follows there with his own flash to secure the kill on Turtle.
And you still see the aggressive part of Exhaust in ganks is still there, because it just slows people down and allows you to get there. In the 2v2 trades, Exhaust lost a lot of potential, but right now it's perfectly valid if your jungler shows up, even when they flash. Exhaust is the more valuable summoner.
And Sven only took 1 camp away from Condi. He took Krugs exactly, didn't get onto the Raptors at all, so really not a lot punished there from the Condi roam to the bot side early game.
Yeah, what he does get is more continued vision, more intelligence for the team. So it really narrows down the possibilities of where Condi could be.
He has to be
future. Exactly, narrows them down, and they have to play accordingly though, because they've been doing this before.
They're picking the wave. They're waiting for the wave. They're being ultra patient. This is a very big play being set up here. Like, they're waiting for a long time here. If this does not pay off for WE, they're losing so much momentum.
See, Mystic maybe wave clearing a bit harder than he should, though. It keeps him from pushing a bit faster, but here we go, looking for the attempt there. Bifrost juicing back and forth. Stun lands on Wild Turtle. Gets back in range. Nice bubble's going to land, and Ben gets the kill credit here. 2-0 in the bot lane for WE.
Almost a perfect save from Turtle. He took the Cocoon and then shifted, buffered the shift right there, but it just wasn't enough. Bifrost still falls.
these are the types of things why they were talking about how Condi, oh, never mind.
The play, can they get Xie? A lot of damage here in this one. Gonna go for the knockback, Not's gonna land it. Xie just stays alive with an empowered root.
Yeah, it's the Mantra W is so deceptive in terms of sustain, because while it channels, it gives you something, but at the end, gives you bonus sustain as well here.
Yep.
Really strong against jungler ganks early on.
Yeah, Svenskeren, again, after that move, he takes a little bit of a venture into WE's topside jungle, but aren't going to get a huge reward out of it. And then take a look again at the camp from Condi. They know all the summoners are down.
I really like the shift from Turtle. Like it's so good to protect your support, but Bifrost, he kind of juked himself into death right there, and it was a great hold from Condi. Holding Cocoon for a fraction of a second longer, guaranteeing that Bifrost either jukes or dies.
Twice. He juked twice to get away from Cocoon because it's such a fast skill shot. You have to do it on prediction. You can't reactively dodge Cocoon. It's just not really possible.
I can't. Maybe Faker can. But
Okay, Faker can. He can't jump over walls, which are possible, by the way. I learned that thanks to Twitter. You can jump that wall, but either way, it is a nice set of ganks, and Condi has set bot lane up for success. Credit to Turtle, though. He's still up farm despite the death, so that's at least a positive.
Yeah,
It is WE up 500 gold.
And here we see WE start pairing their jungler into support for the invades.
That's definitely crucial for them in getting that vision. Speaking of farm, though, it is important to, especially when you are at least in your snowballing like this, keep your eyes on the camps with many minions in them, because if you're able to get a Raptor camp, you catch up on experience very quickly there. And because he's been ganking so much, you can see he's only level 4, so you have catch-up experience available if you go for one of those camps with a lot of monsters.
But it's worth pointing out in catch-up gold as well, Svenskaren's only 100 gold behind Condi, who got a 400 gold first blood and a 75 gold assist right there. So Sven has farmed back a lot of that gank advantage. Again, this game only 600 apart despite 1,000 gold worth of kills.
And in terms of stopping the bleeding combined factor, we see a Sheen rush from Turtle. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to you early. So in terms of power disparities, this game is very even still. It'll take another domino falling to really get that snowball effect going.
Still a close game. Again, WE kind of known as the Elder Dragon team because they usually play for the late game. And right now at the Midseason Invitational, they've had good early games as well, which makes them a very threatening squad.
Yeah, it's also why they were kind of, for me, really hard to judge, because if you look at them, oh yeah, they made it here, they beat the finals, beat RNG, but they came back from 2 7,000 gold deficits, and you do that because one, you're great in the late game, but also two, because the other team was kind of helping you a little bit, and you still got behind 7,000 gold too. So they definitely have flaws in some of their plays.
Yeah, moves like this though, early games like this where they are using Condi in this way are some of the reasons why Condi got so much praise this year, and accolades and people talking about him being even the best jungler in the LPL.
And he may very well be. Plenty of people say that about him. Hanser taking a rough trade. 957 do a nice job of forcing the ult out and then disengaging properly. Xie gonna grab himself a blue buff to continue playing in this early game, but the gold is up to 1,000 up now. WE playing better as we get into this 8th minute.
Yeah, and WE really putting the onus on his vision control in the river here, and that's a really good setup. The next breaking point could also be Xie and Bjergsen. As they get higher levels, the waves are disappearing faster and faster and faster, leaving more time between those waves for these guys to disappear into Fog of War. They don't have to roam. It's all about the implication.
Exactly. The implication, also, it's all about the cooldowns, because the teleport,
Cooldowns is going to be Biofresh with his flashback available, gets away.
Teleport cooldown is a lot longer, obviously, than the ultimate there from Talia, so Bjergsen could make more moves. The only way you gain value out of that if you constantly are using your ultimate cooldown to actually gain ground.
Look at that War Kobe. Isn't that great against the Lee Sin?
And recall stuff.
Yep.
And he times out and he's like, yep, there's a ward there.
There was a ward. At least you get the information.
Yeah.
You know he's not guessing. You know it was there. It's also something you can technically communicate from mid to jungle, and it's all these little details that make the games much more efficient.
There disappears another minion wave, though, as you guys are talking about, and now Bjergsen has the freedom. What's he going to do with it? A little bit of a feint top. Another one
he's
of
going
those
top,
wards.
though.
Well, Hanser's 20 seconds away, so it's going to be without the Slicing Maelstrom for this. Controller's going to see the Lee Sin, so it's going to take his time to clear that one away. And Bjergsen attempted the roam and said, well, there was wards, we got stopped. I will go back into this one.
But now Xie has mid lane priority, and he can actually push up and potentially disappear into the bottom lane. One Mantra Q, one more Q, and he can start putting river pressure with Condi.
And it's bot side.
Constantly tilts, one guy will go stop, then the next guy gets the option to go bot, and you really have to cash in on the play, or else you will get counterplayed.
TSM looks to be abandoning in bot lane and going top.
This time Slicing Maelstrom is there. The flash kick, the follow is in. Slicing Maelstrom makes it happen, and Svenskeren gets the kill now. The bot lane pressure that was in.
Now the critical backswing of that play, as you're talking about, weak side of the map now for TSM is bottom side. They do back off this time.
Good 21 kills, 500 gold lead, and WE gonna go for first turret gold. How fast will the wave die? Fast enough, actually. This might be just enough for TSM. No, they've got to wait the next wave as well. And it looks like W's gonna push faster. Wildcard does not have an ulti to stop this with. Maybe he can bait himself out. The rush is in, and it's actually going to be TSM a bit faster on the play. Nami had actually run back, and not enough damage was done by WE, so well played to the TSM duo staying for the turret.
And when Condi was spending so much time camping in the bottom lane, Sven spent a large amount of time setting up that top lane dive as well. And when they knew Condi was around the bottom side of the map, it was so easy for TSM to capitalize right there, and they just fought their way back into the game.
Crucially, it was the repeat roam. The first one got control over that tri-brush ward. Then the repeat was when there was no wards left and got the kickback.
All right, we'll take another look here. Sven, he had previously cleared out all the vision in that tri-brush, heads through, doesn't hesitate, ward hop into the flash.
And we also see one of the weaknesses of 957, because as long as our spectator UI is correct here, his flash was up. And the second you see a Lee Sin come in your lane, you flash first, think later.
Yeah.
You don't need to know, is he going to get me with kick flash? No, he will.
Yeah,
flashing there will always be worth the respect, and that actually has really big ramifications, because if you can slow down the push afterwards, that would be the first turret for WE.
Now they also have to remember about picking up the pieces after these traded sides. You have to assume that the enemy is going to leave behind a tremendous amount of vision in the side of the map that they just previously controlled. Bottom here for WE and top side for TSM.
Yep, lots of nice aggressive control wards and red wards there for WE. You can see them, in aggressive brushes that can watch the path in. Nice ward over the wall by Frost. Realizes that this is a dangerous location, but Mystic securing a control ward. Shout out to him for having vision.
Yeah, should split the map up in two. TSM can play top side, pressure the tier 2 turrets, steal away jungle camps, maybe get Bjergsen up there for a dive into top tier 2, whereas WE obviously have their eyes set on this Mountain Drake.
Notice also that because this is the weak side, because Turtle is going to have a low income for this one, he is not going for a tier build. He is just trying to build into the Triforce to have that baseline effect.
Seen a lot of different Ezreal builds. Some will go tier early, some go Rune King into Triforce, some Triforce first, and there's going to be Triforce first and almost definitely Rune King second. And we'll have to see what his mana pool looks like, but if he's the primary Poke champion, he's going to be running out of mana a bit more rapidly. Poncer still with control over top side, 20 minion lead. Sven here to help make sure that can happen. A lot of damage coming through right now.
Yeah, this is completely the expected behavior of this game. We see an arrow going completely cross-map. If it connects, it could change things up.
Looks like a delay arrow. They're not committing any other members, even if that did hit, yeah. Anyways, though, exactly like you're saying, Crepo, those two sides, we expect them to trade. TSM, the objective on top side is another turret. It's in trade for that Mountain Drake, and the important thing is that neither of them are giving a lot of ground in the mid-turret.
Yeah, the one thing, though, is Condi is falling behind in experience. Level 7 right now, even Sven's level 8. The enemy mid laners, generally, you can judge jungle XP by contrasting it to mid lane. He's 3 levels behind the mid lane, so it's the Cocoon has to stick. Otherwise, he's going to be very weak in these team fights.
They can get on this one as the ward's going to be going down. WE still playing for this bot side. This time there's no Drake to kill, so it's only the tier 2 turret. Not going to get it yet. Nice jump back for Sven, but here comes the TP, and look for the play. TSM not going to cut them off with the Weaver's Wall, though in Hanser's TP means absolutely nothing.
Oh, that was very close to being very good play. If Bjergsen can channel his inner Moses, split it up off on each side, that would be fantastic. But he ends up just shutting out Hanser, who now loses the top lane push. It gives 957 breathing room to get back in the game, get the slow push, disappear, and then put pressure maybe somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's not complete devastation, as there is time for Hanser to get back up there. They're not going to lose any minion waves. And 957 did initially start a counter teleport, ended up canceling it. Is going to be that lower cooldown, but exactly, the ideal play they're looking for is that perfect wall.
Yeah, it's when we talk about tempo, which is such a vague concept, it just means 957 gets the first push, the first base, the first option to go somewhere else, and TSM are forced to react.
And the micro lead that TSM did get out of that was the super early flash from Mystic on the Ashe, so no mobility really left from Mystic aside from a small speed boost from his heal, and that might be one of those small windows that you do look to punish in the next confrontation.
See if we can get out of this one right now. TSM, though, 1,000 gold lead because they didn't go for the Drake play, and Mountain is the worst early Drake to get. It doesn't do anything unless you're actually looking at a Baron or actually getting some turret pressure, so no incidental leads for WE just yet from that.
But if you're a late game team,
sure. If it goes 35 minutes, but you have to play the next 20 minutes in the first place. So if they lose a team fight because it could have been an Infernal, or if they're losing a laning phase because it could have been Ocean.
But it definitely fits the WE style,
Sure.
It's like ahead early, great. Not ahead, not the biggest worry, They're aiming for the late game here.
Can still win the LPL if we're not ahead early.
I'm glad that you had that whole discussion without making a very cringy Drake reference. Well done, both of you. I'm so proud of you two. Meanwhile, we are going to have a collapse on mid, as both teams have been really heavily favoring those two sides that they split at the very beginning. Yet, as we keep saying, the wave clear in mid is intensive, and neither of them are willing to give up any ground as far as the vision around that mid lane.
Again, WE, I've seen this exact clip 17 times now. Into the bottom jungle, putting aggressive control wards down, playing for this side of the map. WE is still looking for this as their bastion of power.
It's the foundation of making picks, removing vision out of the ADM jungle, hiding in the multitude of brushes. The possibility to be everywhere.
We'll see if Bjergsen can be everywhere he needs to be, looking for the bot lane on a Shie.
They have the option to continue to chase this or try and shove mid lane. I keep talking about the importance of this mid turret, and TSM do eventually make the call to cut off that chase and focus on the turret.
Oh, great Weaver's Wall here from Bjergsen. That's how you use Talia too. It's
and he can't even satchel over. It blocks off that side of the plant. Now here comes the attempt. Not going to get it though.
Seen that one before today as well. Not many arrows have been hitting.
Nope. Yeah, he didn't qualify for this one. It's TSM who went instead of P1, and so I'm not going to have that one here. Kobe is groaning. Kreppo is smiling. Exactly the audience I expected here. And it's just another delayed game for now.
Meanwhile, that crucial, 5 seconds or whatever alone with the turret did take a bit of the toll. And if TSM does continue to make moves like that around mid lane collapsing, that is what really opens up this map, where we actually start to see a lot more of the hard commitments to these engages.
And that's what WE want to avoid on their side, because if they can get their Ashe and their Nami in the mid lane, put Karma on the side lane, they're playing a double TP comp. Yes, Bjergsen can move from one lane to the other with the wall, but it's still slower than a TP potentially switching it all the way to the top side. So eventually, WE will want their Karma on a side lane for Bjergsen to match, and then TP out of that lane.
Here we go, the attempt on Akandi, forcing the early flash out of him. That is an important cooldown gone. As far as Slicing Maelstrom's cooldown, it'll be up about the same time as a Drake. It'll be missed by about 30 seconds, but TSM delays will have the ulti back up, and Kondi will not be having flash for a while.
Meanwhile, there is a ward behind Mystic right now. Hanser still has a good 15 to 20 seconds left on this teleport, but that is a position where you don't think WE have been timing that teleport that exactly. And this Ashe still doesn't have flash from that last engage, so those are very slim margins for him to push up that far, but that's kind of how confident they are in their matchup with those AD carries.
Yeah, they play side lane to see everybody, but it's so easy, especially once the lanes get longer and the map gets switched up, to forget about some deep wars being placed somewhere. But then it's always also up to TSM to capitalize on that, pull the trigger. And a team that has been struggling both with expectations and performance may not be willing to just pull the trigger that fast. Ask maybe one more time, should we do it? And by that time, Mystic's out.
On the same side, can be bitten by the exact same double teleport ready here for WE, and an Ashe arrow that if it catches somebody, buys you plenty of time to complete those channels.
We'll see if Mikhails comes in ever. Biofrost be the one to buy it, but you likely see Redemption come out first for it. See if they can play around the crowd control well. They're not looking for the play into the mid lane. Shie forced a flash, but the Ruin King slow is there. Not going to get much more, though. Of course, Ben had the tidal wave if needed, but still, that's 2 flashes down now, both forced by Hanser.
Yeah, good angle on that flash. You're utilizing the wall, getting away here, but still the pressure from TSM. They move from top to mid, whereas right now, WE, they can just stall the Drake while 957 matches the push in top lane.
Yeah, he's pushing top lane, plus they just let Mystic shove down on the bottom side. So both side waves controlled here by WE, while TSM are choosing between that mid objective that they started earlier and then retreating back to the Drake. Whoever wins the next team fight has a lot of rewards that they could take off the map.
Let's see what they can do with this one. 400 gold difference. TSM certainly playing a much better game than they did in the previous. WE certainly not snowballing as much before, but again, we reiterate, they don't really care about the early game nearly as much. And we see the end game goes.
We see the flow of the game as well. You have control for a moment, but that means the other team is probably fixing their side lanes, and now you have to react if you're TSM. And remember, neither of these teams are really teamfight teams. They don't want to stand at this dragon and just have a massive brawl. It's all about creating picks, and that's why side lane pressure is so important. Removing a few members, forcing them into predictable paths can be the catalyst towards picks.
Exactly. That small minion wave that we talked about, Mystic pushing, 35 seconds earlier, Turtle goes down, he picks it up by hand. Now keep in mind, there are, slightly riskier tools that you can use, Ezreal Ultimate, to try and cut off the ranged minions and cut down the DPS on those, cross-map stuff that you can try and go for. But as you said, are they willing to pull this trigger? They have had a slow start.
Yeah, or you just opt to lose farm. That is the whole reason why side lane push is so important. If you can then match the objective, well, they lose 2 waves to the turret. Great, and that's incremental values in ways of getting ahead. But right now we see TSM at least 800 gold up. They were behind earlier. They are definitely crawling back.
About looking to make the big plays as Kondi and Ben gonna get control of their own jungle. Nothing much to do except kill a ward, but that's something to do. Not gonna go for that play. Svenskar not gonna follow through. This mid turret very, very low on health. 2 models will do it. There's the turret down, but Biofrost chunked out by 957.
Here they go. Misses on the cocoon. You could see how much they gained from just landing that Sonic Wave, though, because of the fact they forced Xie's flash earlier. He has to respect it.
Like, yeah,
he backs off.
I gotta do it. I gotta walk back here. Can't defend it. And the range creeps were all in one hit as well, so somebody didn't buy enough AP to clear them out.
They're gonna get it though. 1,500 gold TSM. Actually with a solid lead for themselves. It's been a slow-paced game, but honestly, TSM can be happy with how this one has been going out. They were never that hyper-fast-paced of a team back in North America, even against somewhat weaker opponents, and they are grinding out solid leads. You had Sven out-farming Condi. The bot lane has done okay despite the early ganks, despite the fact that, you know, they're both best in the team so far. Hanser has remained this plus 17 minion lead, which is not too bad. He's been part of the turret pressure game as well, and hey, plus 2 turrets for TSM is a good place to be.
Yeah, and for me, TSM's identity seems to be get a pushing bot lane, self-sustaining, and then play around the top side of the map. But with Camille being nerfed, Hanser had a hard time finding a new carry. He now tries to go back to the Kennen here. But Kennen is an incredibly slow pick in the sense that it only wins by side lane pressure. And maybe you can bring it into the fights once you get a Runons on 3rd and 4th. But it's not like AD Cannon in the bottom lane where you get Runon 2nd. You get this 4th. Yeah. And it takes a very long time for this pick to really have an impact on the map.
Malice 2nd for him, looking for the dive. Hunter's 957 still has turret dagger though. Gotta be a little bit careful in this one. Hanser a bit injured on this, and turret down a bit low. But they do force the flash at a 957 as the minion wave falls. A chase in for Bjergsen. One more hit will do it. Bjergsen gets the kill. Nice job of the TSM solo laners. Pick that one up and go for the turret afterwards.
They've also sent Turtle up topside to delay this push. This isn't really about fully stopping. It's a 1v3. He's just throwing out a little bit of poke to try and delay them, dissuade them, and get TSM a micro advantage.
Yeah, and he's just going to catch that wave and push it back if they leave right now. He's ready for the next phase in that play because the lead is and the tempo is already on TSM side. We need to know what happened to Xie's teleport because WE as a team, they seem confident that was going to land. That's why 957 stayed around. He was so confident they could turn that around, but Xie got cancelled. Maybe it was a polymorph.
Don't know exactly what it was, but either way, it wasn't good for him, and now TSM up in a decent way. An extra kill overall.
It's Lee Sin kick, yeah. Svenskar went in, dash, flash, kick. Really good move by the jungle. That's the way you can still help the side lanes right there.
Exactly, does earn them pretty big momentum advantage. And TSM, as you know, pushed in very quickly for that extra turret.
Blue buff gonna go to Sven, doesn't want to wait for Bjergsen to grab it.
In the end, even though it is delayed, they are able to take the turret and chase TSM off of the mid lane, but such a big advantage. We're talking about the mid lane turrets for so long. You know, when there is this threat of the picks with the Elise and the Ashe arrow, so much more secure for TSM, and they can really build out their vision from that mid turret.
Yeah. These mid games are also super interesting to watch around Asher because extended Baron baits really hard because nobody can actually tank the Baron, so you can't make the play where you force them to come towards you because you just get annihilated, but you can burn it down real quick if you're not paying attention.
Exactly. There's so much damage flying around right here, especially range damage. You know, going to check these things, you can take a beating just by merely getting close to an objective. Shock blast, you know, volleys, these types of things.
But you can never really start the Baron if they're close and contested, so it's very binary. Either you go all in on the Asher and you flash out and reset, or you get caught and you die and you throw the game and you hand them the Baron over. So it's very quick shot calling that is needed.
And it's still very squishy teams. You mentioned how much threat is there from the poke. Sven's gonna look for the kick into the wall. Plenty of damage here. He's got every damage that he needs. It should be enough. And 957 goes down. Hunter still got aggro. He's gonna walk away cleanly enough. TSM finding these split off kills.
TSM is playing around their strength in Hanser like they did so many games in the season. And they're also exploiting one of the weaknesses of Team WE. 957 not rated that high. It's all about Condi, maybe Mystic, and then Xie. So 957 being exploited here.
He had one of the best games that we've seen in a while on the Kled earlier today, but he is being focused super heavily and rendered 0-3-0 in this game.
We finally have Hanser stepping up like we'd expected. This was so much of the community was mad that Hanser wasn't the MVP of North America. They're like, no, this guy deserved it. He played the best in NA. What a supreme top laner. And he didn't. And it was contentious. It was debatable because not everyone voted for him. Obviously, he didn't win the title. A lot of fans thought it should have been him.
I voted for him.
Okay, well, Kobe thought it as well. Apparently, he's the TSM homer for this one. But it's finally a game where he's actually playing somewhat to his level, where he's up against the #1 team from the LPL, winning his lane, being the lever by which TSM are winning the game.
But it also shows you, if a top laner needs to shine, like he's very rarely going to do it on his own. Like, how is he going to get those kills? Bjergsen needs to roam towards it. Svenskeren needs to help him. And then the other side of the coin, when top lane is getting held, bot lane needs to not feed. And that is really hard in the current metagame, where it's so much easier to roam 4-man bot than to really exploit these roam stops.
Exactly. Even so much of this action is taking place in that side lane and their collapse on him. Svenskeren, remember these plays. He's the one helping collapse for these kills. He's the one who goes in to stop that teleport that earns them that extra push.
Yeah, it also makes you wonder why in an international tournament where TSM is suffering, especially around jungle, is Svenskeren playing Lee Sin. Ivern Lee Sin should be two hard bans against TSM.
Play is most played. He's having a decent game with it so far. Gotten his team 2 of the kills.
They know there's a hawk shot that came out, but there's a weave as well.
Buys a bit of time. TP is coming in from the Karma and probably from the Jace. Not yet though. It's just Xie on the one side. 1,000 HP on the Baron. Can he get the snipe? And he's gonna. That's Baron in for TSM. Ensuing team fight is here. Sven though. Hard CC gonna be killed off, but not before he can take down 957. And actually, he gets away with it. Delivers his own escape path with the kick. Redemption not gonna find him. Somehow everything goes right for TSM.
That was actually insane. We talked about basically the firing range that Baron is in this matchup, and WE do collapse on that with the teleport, but able to just barely escape.
I think Bjergsen was the MVP of that fight. The way he controlled and forced WE to adapt their movement was just fantastic. Weaver's wall and then putting the field down and really creating space for Sven to get out.
And it's one of the big strengths of Taliyah. And as soon as you see that wall go down, you get a Lancing and you're like, wow, they are actually going to just go for the burn there and try and run away. You expect there to be some casualties, but they even came out with a kill lead on that one, and that is a huge turning point.
It absolutely is. Now tank stats finally in for Svenskeren. He can be a bit more of a frontliner, but Treads Plus, now that Dead Man's plate is completed, we can watch this fight again.
I mean, they're all queuing up for the party here. Turtle eats the arrow, there's a wave coming in. But Bjergsen, look what he's about to do right now here. He single-handedly turns that fight. Is that a 3-man knockback on WE? And then Sven, he's not supposed to live here.
Yeah.
He's like, get your body over there. I'm going to use your... Oh, never mind. He's dead.
And this time he's got a ward to jump to, still stays alive. Svenskeren, escape artist in this one.
Yeah, dodges the Grim Reaper twice here. Turtle has actually been setting up side lanes for TSM very well this game. So while he catches a lot of flack, a lot of their pressure is being moved from one lane into the other, and the guy that's always setting up these side lanes has been Turtle on the Israel. He also played around his early deficit by delaying the tier. Now he needs to dodge the skill shot, so that's still tough for him.
Arcane shift and a bubble into the flash. Root's gonna come through. Mystic getting the kill credit on this.
2 out of 3. Just as I'm praising him, I'm like, hey Turtle, it's not all that bad. He eats an arrow and the push slows down.
Still a 5,000 gold difference right now. TSM still pushing and looking to stop. TP's not going to get that one yet. 957 will join to prevent Haunter from getting much more, but the turret still goes down, stretching this lead now to almost 6,000. Chase still in for WE, looking for a target, but not going to find it. The duel with 957 and Haunter, though, with the damage output coming through. Ruin King is there for the slow, but now Xie is in for the chase. Can he get the root? No, it's going to force the flash out of Haunter. Get away with this one. Turret and the kill to pick up the other side.
Yeah, TSM still keeping up pressure, even with Turtle going down there, because of how powerful this attack damage cannon is. With the auto attacks, they're able to get inside the base, even with 3 people collapsing. Bjergsen has his back, and they do escape.
Yeah, we really get a nice lesson in how this composition works. TSM, they want to fight on multiple lanes. When WE aggress, they want to just hold them there and play cross map. Hit the other side of the wall. That's why it's so unfortunate that arrow actually killed Turtle. If you could disengage there, it was over for WE. They used their main engage. We saw how 957 was just melting against this cannon in the 1v1.
Let's see what can happen next. 6,000 gold difference. WE hoping to fight back from the deficit. And this is about the time this team comes online. This looks like basic WE playoff games where they went off and took the title anyway. So this is where it starts to be the real test. Can TSM win against one of the great late game teams at this tournament? Right now looking okay, 7 turrets to 2.
One of the things though, when you talk about tendencies of teams, team composition plays such a huge part in it. And a lot of the comebacks for WE, I look at all these flank plays that they come from. They're holding on, playing defensively, and then they get this big flank. This is not a flanking team. This is a full range team. This is a DPS team.
And it's also the Karma build is quite peculiar here for Xie. It's not catered around buffing up Mystic. You usually see Karma Nami like, oh great, Mystic is going to get so much protection, but it's a Liandry's Luden's Karma that's not spiking on a 3rd Rabadon's. There's no Ardent Sensor in there to really buff up the Ashe. The Ashe is also not building to get the maximum benefit if there were an Ardent Sensor. So definitely all things to be considered here. It's not the typical protect the Ashe comp.
Absolutely not, but Mystic had been one of the big carries. It's not going to be the style this time around right now. GA, of course, great poke power. Both Lutz and Leandri is good with that kind of play style, and if that poke can weather the storm and buy them the time till they get there, maybe it works out.
But poke from behind is not historically not that great, right? Now Svenskeren dodges a cocoon.
Yeah. A bit of traded damage though, Sven's going to stay alive enough. Bjergsen taking a bad trade against Shie. He's actually dueled pretty well, but Hanser once again in the side of the map looking for a duel versus 957. Redemption comes down just in time, but he's still caught up by Weaver's Wall, and the final shot comes through. It's a crit for Hanser. Cocoon's not going to land either. Bjergsen's going to buy him the time to get away, and that's a solo kill. Nicely done through the Redemption. Well played.
Another extremely good wall from Bjergsen there to corral that extra kill for Hanser, and he's able to finish off just in time. Now they've got pressure on the open and hit.
Yeah, they can use their numbers advantage to just move in here. Hanser, he gets his free cage fight right there by Bjergsen, set up for success.
And here we go, on to the inhibitor it is. That's going to be dropping down. It's a 5v4. No chance for W to fight this one out. It's going to be the quick disengage. Bubble means nothing as well. And the game is going more and more TSM favorite. 7,000 gold up, and we know Hanser can solo kill his opponent.
Completely different take on the game this time around from TSM. They open up the tournament with a fully turtle-centric composition all around this AD carry. Protection, bottom side, focus. They fail with that one, cross it off the list, and they completely flip the script.
They sweep the flitch all over, Kobe.
The switch has been flipped.
But you see it in the kills as well. Like, there's 5 kills on the board. All deaths belong to 957. Like, there's the bottom side of WE has been surviving for the majority of the time. It's just complete topside dominance from TSM, and their bot side has been surviving.
There's one important power spike still to wait for, and 1,000 gold Mystic finishes his Infinity Edge. If he can stay alive, he will output ridiculous amounts of damage, but I don't know if TSM is going to give him the 3 minutes it takes to get that gold before the game is decided by map control. See what it's going to be right now. Bjergsen kind of push away onto Condi, forcing the flash again. WE forced have lost so many defensive flashes. You're getting away from the aggression of TSM into the jungle. The threat of Hanser, the threat of Bjergsen, the threat of Svenskeren is constantly there and pushing WE away.
And the later this game goes, the easier it is for Svenskeren to play frontline and just soak up skill shots, soak up CC, because he knows it takes too long to burn through Svenskeren, and when you do, you're down too many cooldowns, while the DPS on TSM only increases. On Hanser, on Bjergsen, continuous damage output from these champions, Talia and Kennen. Very big.
You hear that? That's another wall from Bjergsen. Comes through, cuts off the easy objective for them, and they get almost, the entire turret.
Sounds like a bald eagle flying over the station.
I don't know why I did that.
Wait, was that you?
That was me.
Oh, definitely was a bald eagle, though.
High five, that was amazing. All right, well, here we go. We've got a bigger wingspan on this one. Let's see if they can get the mid lane to go down, as the minion wave is pretty far away right now, but they'll wait for it. WE still have not found that opening. Mystic does have the arrow available. Not going to get the target just yet. Ocean Drake up in 15 seconds. Maybe that'll be the target. Ooh. Baron's up right now.
That would be a sexy 2-man Asher being started by TSM there. It's about the illusion of the push.
Yeah, they would want to switch Hanser in to tank the Baron, though, with the lifesteal, and take turns to have Bjergsen switch back out there, buy time for the rest of the team to get...
Not sure do they have the time, though. 4th with health right now, and look at that. They set it up properly. Going for the kickback, the repel to buy a bit of time.
Oh,
Condi could try. The son of Baron wants it, but there's no repel. He can't possibly
Oh, my God!
So it's going to be picked up. It's actually Hanser gets the last hit, but of course, keep in mind, Sven is dead. 5v4, Shie on the battle against Turtle. Exhaust is in. Mystic now to join the fray. Can he get the damage? Yes, they'll pick off Turtle. It's 2 kills picked up. To the fact that Baron was taken by TSM.
My goodness! Your heart just starts beating when you see Svenskeren jump out of the pit to try and kick Condi. Then he's the one that ends up getting CC'd there.
But Condi had to repel to not get CC'd, and they knew Flash was down, so it was only the Jace who could steal.
They know Condi is the son of Baron, so he likes stealing Nashers, but then he drops next to Svenskeren. Luckily, he does not have Flash.
Look at the shock blast that's headed in as well. Just so close to going away.
Oh, this is why WE somehow miraculously wins these late games. They need to make the decisive play, and they also need some help from their opponents, and both those ingredients were right there. The recipe for a throw was almost complete, but TSM, hang on.
At face value, a Baron is still worth more than 2 kills, but it gave WE a lot of time to catch up and farm.
Yeah, if you die in a heart
attack. As
attack.
far as gold.
Yeah, but if you die in a heart attack, then you do taking the Nasher.
There's more into it, but the Infinity Edge is done. That was an important power spike that Mystic was able to complete. He did get kill credit on one of those pickoffs against Turtle.
Exactly. Well, you know, the drawback of TSM completely flipping their style and going with the self-sufficient, you know, fend for yourself bottom lane, we're focusing elsewhere, is when you get to the late game, you know, all of this extra gold here from Mystic has accumulated in the 4-item crit build, large amount of DPS possible from this Ashe if he's able to stay alive.
Exactly. It's a 4-item Hurricane user with 2 supports versus Wild Turtle, who's stopped by to get a QSS. He's at 3 items here, and just that damage output is not the same. Now, I would also say that Kennen arguably falls off a bit as well. I think he's still got a good CC, but you don't have that same quite bully pressure you used to have on that champion.
I think he is going to definitely output a lot more than 957 though on Jace, who has really been hurting.
Yeah, but it's still a Deathfire Touch Karma. It's not a Wind Speaker's Karma with the Ardent Sensor, so it's still the small caveat here. 1.5 supports. But
yeah, Deathcap's up next. He's going to have damage.
Yeah, definitely depends on how these fights play out. Honestly, if TSM can keep the map split. But obviously, the later you go, the closer you get to the base, especially those inhibs, it's a much shorter path for W to travel. It's all in Weaver's Wall to split them up.
Let's see if Bjergsen can do it. We know he has good utility ultimates. His Rise is great. His Talia as well. And look at Hanzo being left alone. WE knows they can't deal with him. Looks like mid lane turret has fallen as well, and now onto the top side they go.
Yeah, perfect from DSM on 3 lanes, never committing to a fight. It's all about just balancing the pressure. When they contest, you step back, you take something more on the other side, no matter how long it takes.
And almost dead. It's a few shots away. Cannon still dealing damage, and Hanzo gets the mid inhibitor as well. More of this base is falling, and WE not fighting.
Hanzo moving back and forth between the minion waves to buff them up, each with the Baron buff, and continue this pressure.
Triple inhib down. Hanzo uses the ulti. He's still staying in range of Xie, which is a bit risky. Gonna stay alive though, with Redemption helping as well, and looks like TSM wanting to keep pushing with the Baron buff. It's on for a little bit longer.
And it's so important that the last wave goes down right now, because the amount of super creeps you get triples from 2 inhibs to 3.
Yep.
And now the Weaver's Wall comes out.
Goes from 2 to 6, and now the Weaver's Wall to go for top lane. Nexus turrets right now. Can they get away from Mystic? Can he get the damage? Turtle in the front lines, losing a little bit of HP. The pickback is there. They picked off the carry. The shields are there. He's not yet dead. We've seen it from Sven. It's a 1-for-1 though. Jungler for support. Mystic still alive. Healing on the fountain. The debilitation is going to make it a little bit slower, but he stays alive in this one. The flash, who not going to land on Bjergsen. Good flash to get away. 1-for-1.
This is massive for the game, because Mystic survives. His flash is on about 30 seconds cooldown, so they could hang on. They lose at least 2 minutes right now for TSM to get back to this base. Inhib spawn time 5 minutes, I believe, still. So it's such a big part of the game that he lives.
Exactly. Even if you hit that Q, as you said, TSM have all the cards right now. They have super minions flooding in. It's so risky to go for this. Large amount of damage does land, but they don't get him off. Big shields come in, Svenskeren gets locked down, and WE live another day.
I think that's where Turtle actually has to dash in aggressively. Yeah. Ironically, if his E connects there and he goes 1-for-1, they win the game.
Yeah. Or if they don't take the Q in the first place and wait for all your minions to reinforce,
yeah,
and
they just wait
to stay around at the Nexus turrets.
As it stands, though, TSM still in a huge lead right now. 8,000 gold up, and they've got triple inhibs down. WE cannot leave their base for pretty much anything at all. And even if they stay inside, you can still win the game with just 6 super minions.
Yeah, and even if Nashor spawns again, Hanzo's just going to solo kill the game. Like, he can solo carry all inhibs down again. TSM can use Nashor as a bait right now. This is the best spot for WE, so they actually have to fight their way out here, because if they wait, it's only going to get worse.
8,000 gold deficit. This will get shrunk over time as the minions fall down, but look how much damage is going into these turrets right now. It's going to fall even with champions defending it. A block is used early on. They get the knockback out of Mystic. He stays alive though, but that is flashed down to the start, and 1 turret's already gone. Stun, and Bjergsen gets away with the cleanse. He's going to be okay for now, but this turret's falling still very quickly. That's going to be it. Nothing left in the base but the Nexus, as TSM are cutting them back, and another wave of super minions is coming in right now. 6 super strong. Ben slowed down. Weaver's Wall cuts off Mystic, and it's all about knocking this one down. He cuts the wall down a little bit early. There's the kickback once again into that one. Here's Slicing Maelstrom. There's the damage. Over the kill's going to come through. That's 2 already. That's going to seal the game, and TSM actually get the win. They get the comeback. They improved to 1-1.
Yeah, fantastic cleanse by Bjergsen. Mikhail's on point from Firefrost, and they take it slow. They use the minions to their advantage. TSM even up the score for today's results.
That was a crucial win for TSM, especially after you saw their first game of the day dropping to GIGABYTE Marines. And you say, okay, our TSM is the worst team in this tournament now. But WE, who had taken down and kind of showed themselves maybe the #2 team here, maybe higher, TSM actually answering them back. We've got some parity now in the group stage. Anyone can clearly be anyone in this middle portion here. TSM with a necessary win.
Definitely bodes well for TSM, but you still have to wonder, how many styles can they pull off? Can they actually pull off any sort of bot-centric style? You know, stumbling early on like they did does pose a lot of questions moving forward. Very strong performance here, though, with the solo lanes.
And if they can't do the bot-centric style, how many picks do they have for Hanser to play carry top? Camille is gone, he whipped out the cannon, but can he do it on a Kled? Can he do it on other picks? Have TSM practiced that enough? Because clearly they must have also been devoting a lot of their practice and scrim time to getting that bot-centric style developed, but it's not working so far.
And that's what they tried in the very first game of the tournament. Can we play Super Turtle? And that didn't seem to be the possibility there. But a smile on Hanser's face, 6-0-3 on the Kennen. Only missed out on 1 kill from his team so far. Lots of attack damage items, and it was good to see him kind of return to the form that his fans remembered of him.
But no smile on Turtle, and like from what I remember from Turtle, he's always smiling.
He is always smiling, but until the first 25 minutes of that game, the bot lane was 100% of the deaths for TSM. It was all Turtle and Biofrost getting attacked. Some of it they probably should have known better. Some of the wards could have been there to watch Condi's ganks. You could argue that things could have been done better, but they were the dead weight that the rest of the team was carrying.
Post, First Blood, and post, that first gank that Condi was able to pull off on the bottom side, it did look like they were very well aware of their role in this in the bottom line, and the whole team was on the same page of, we are seeding this side of the map, and they played to the top side of the map for a good 15 minutes.
And there's no shame, because
exactly.
if you can win both sides of the map, well, the game's over already, So they definitely had to concede. They stepped away from the turret. There was Turtle in the side lane setting up the slow pushes. So it worked for TSM, but it's still, this strategy requires like an early gank to really trigger that advantage in the top lane. Because otherwise, it will just even out and Kennen can't get enough side lane pressure.
Yeah, but of course that did happen. Svenskeren got 2 very good ganks off himself. Multiple times it was a flash kick to set up for the rest of the team, and that did work out. And again, Hans was able to use that advantage very well. I've seen so many Kennen players will get the early lead. I win my lane, and then they can only farm. There's never any turret pressure, and that was not Hanser in this game.
Yeah, and the biggest thing to me, too, is that TSM looks so much more focused this time around. As I said, it looked like they came in with a much more clear game plan, and they actually were able to stick to it in the mid-game when it was still close.
Because that's why it's team effort. So often when we see these cannons fail, is because when they stop pushing side lanes, their team starts team fighting all the time, and they join a team fight. They come in with the most beautiful flank, they pop hard, and then they realize I'm 80 cannon and I do no damage whatsoever in a team fight. TSM kept the map open.
Yeah.
A lot of nice walls from
Really
Bjergsen,
nice.
and then a lot of just push and pull.
Yeah, it didn't show in the KDA, but there were several kills that he got just because he cut off the retreat pass. If Jace can't get out, he's going to be alone there in the cage with the cannon. It's going to work out there. So, of course, TSM with a great win, but now we're going to head downstairs to Shox, where she's joined by TSM's top laner to get his thoughts on the first day.
Thank you very much. Indeed, joined by Hanser after kind of a false start to the tournament this morning. You guys did manage to get a win on the books. How important is it for you guys' confidence that you get this first win?
The first one's really important to us because it kind of raises our morale. Our first game didn't go too well, and we made a lot of mistakes. So being able to pull out a victory against like what seems is like a better region, like a team from a better region, it really gave us a lot of confidence going forward to the next matches.
Well, definitely. And you guys also changed strategies up. It was all about you. You had to carry also on that cannon. Why this time, this strategy?
Yeah, after the game versus GAM, we realized that those types of comps, like the Protect the AD, were kind of not our style and were difficult for us to pull off as a team. And so we resorted to playing like more of a split push 1-3-1 comp, and that more suited our style because Soren and I are like more of the vocal leaders on the team, and if we have like pressure in our lanes, then we can set more plays on the map and stuff like that. And yeah, they just gave us like an OP pick, so.
Well, you guys did really well, and if you look at the whole day, a 1-1 finish is quite good going into tomorrow, but you have SKT and the Flash Wolves. Now, the Flash Wolves, they did suffer a couple of losses today, so how are you looking towards tomorrow? What are the main working points and the possibilities there?
So tomorrow will probably be our hardest day yet because SKT, probably the best team here so far, and Flash Wolves, even though they lost 2 games, right? I still think they're one of the top contenders for this tournament, and they're not a team that we can underestimate just because they lost the first 2 games, because we scrimmed them a lot, and we know they're very strong, so we're not going to take them lightly.
Well, we will see what happens tomorrow. Congratulations, 1-1 on the day for Hanser and TSM. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Shox. Hanser and the rest of TSM can be proud of that victory there, doing kind of what we had expected them from the get-go, and really putting strong strong laners into that top and mid lane along with Svenskeren, putting a lot of resources where I wanted to go with that, and then I said lanes. Anyway,
No, it's
we
all
get
good.
that Kennen, we get the Talia, and we get the Lee Sin. Very strong side, top side of the map.
I mean, it basically followed the standard TSM rubric. This is exactly the TSM we expected to see. We finally see the Kennen from Haunter, so it is more on the carry side of things. Big success there. In the jungle, Svenskeren on the Lee Sin, definitely his biggest pick. He's good at conceptualizing fights on that champion. And then you go into the mid lane. Bjergsen is on a playmaker. The Talia walls here, I think, were the true MVP. Obviously doesn't contribute to KDAs or even kills, but the objectives it picked up separate the teams. So big pass marks, basically minimizing the bot lane, maximizing the play around the top side of the map. Worked a treat.
And while I will say, like, I definitely prefer this draft for TSM than the previous one, a lot of it just came down to better play. I think they made a lot less mistakes. Haunter, while he had help getting in the advantages, he did not throw it away. He's never getting caught out. I think TSM played a relatively clean game in the bot lane while they got put behind. You know, they were not bleeding objectives. They were not bleeding kills. And I think that we need to see TSM playing better like this, but they still did have some pretty risky plays, especially around Baron, that could have gone sideways.
Yeah, very much so. We'll get to that one. Before we do, I want to go and take a look at the dive in the bot lane. 23 minutes in. This is Haunter as well as Svenskeren teaming up for a kill here on 9-5-7.
And so you see that the dive is going down, but what I want you to do is look at the rest of the map and check out where Ashe, Nami, and Elise are. Nothing else is happening there. It's that in a situation like this, when you expend so many resources to dive someone repeatedly, because 957 was 100% all of their
Five
deaths,
of their devs.
like something needs to be traded
so
for
bad.
your top laner's life. Like, don't let this guy die in vain. He has a family.
And out of context, it's not like 957 was just purely overextending. I think he was quite respectful.
Super
He
safe.
was getting dove about as aggressively as possible. I don't think he was in any way chain feeding. It was just TSM playing very smartly around where they were strong.
He was basically back in his Indian turn.
Sure,
there.
exactly.
Yeah,
Like,
there's nothing more you can ask of the guy.
To be fair for WE, they were getting cannon minions, which were worth about the same as 957 was 5 deaths in. So that trade is great, you know?
I mean, TSM maximized where they were strong, and it felt like WE got nothing where they were strong. So that's why you could look at TSM, and it's a TSM focus point. You're like, very smart player. You don't necessarily just wag your finger at 957. There's nothing else he could have done.
To be fair, as far as, you know, WE not getting anything that they're strong with, I think that this is a comp that they're pretty comfortable with. You know, you talked about this is
100%.
comfortable that they play a lot, and I think that Mystic, one of his best champions, is his Ashe. They had a pick to enable him, and they had a comp to build around him, but some of their itemization choices were kind of strange, and when you fall that far behind in the split push, it's hard to ever get them to take that 5-on-5 fight that you want.
But this is classic WE. Like, I really want to underline people coming into this tournament, they play like this 80% of the time. This was that marathon team that we were talking about at the start of the day, and seeing them across from Flash Wolves when they came out like hot and heavy there, that's like the 20% of the time. Like, that's the WE that you're treated to. But Mystic, they open up free lanes, and then they just stick them in a lane, and they just farm. And you can't do that in a competitive game. It works in the LPL because most of the teams aren't organized enough, you know, come mid-game that, hey, their 80 carries just sitting down there farming. There's no one going to be to rotate. Like, let's take objectives. They just A-ram straight into mid lane and, like, throw away advantages.
Right.
And this is why I was so scared facing a team like TSM. I said at the very beginning, if I hadn't seen WE's performance against Flash Wolves, I would have picked TSM to win this, because stylistically, I think that they're going to be able to punish in that mid game. So WE, they need to switch back over to 20% of the time.
Right, you can't make those kinds of concession after concession after concession against teams that understand the macro game. And TSM, if there's one thing they have shown us, even with individual misplays and such, they do understand the macro game. And with a lead, they can execute. Now, all of that said, when it came to the first Baron of the game, TSM made a risky call, and well, it did pay off. So let's take another look, brought to you by Acer.
And the timing on this is significant. As you say, there is an element of risk, but the Weaver's Wall, perfect. The evolution of the Weaver's Wall, not a gap closer, more about the permanent terrain here. And they rush it down and they commit to it. And we didn't see this necessarily in earlier games today. I remember KT Rolster also having these very close Baron plays, actually committing and running it down. Opened up a lot of their leads. It got their big split push advantage with Baron buff as well. So I do like when you have a chance to creep through a wall, when you have a real chance, they actually go and commit to it. So I actually applaud them for finishing the Baron.
And I mean, this is something that we saw Flash Wolves fail to do time and time again against G2. They weren't willing to make that risky play. And I think the Weaver's Wall, when I saw that, I was like, great, they got the Baron, but are they going to get aced afterwards? And the fact that they were able to not only get the Baron, get a kill, and Svenskeren, the whole team gets out, I think was was pretty massive for
Now, does this instill confidence in you for the remainder of the tournament for TSM? Again, I mean, I know we're operating off of 2 games. It's a lot to ask, but showing that they at least have made this adjustment away from the play style of the first game to the second game, and even Wild Turtle and Biofrost separate from that first death, largely showing that they can also slot into this playstyle and understand their role.
I think personally, a lot of the points that Crepo brought up in the cast as far as, can they find the champions to keep enabling Haunter to do this? Can they actually get the kind of picks? Because if you can't run a Protect the AD Carry composition, you are limited. They don't have to ban those against you. You still have to ban those kind of champions against your opponents, and you could be very pigeonholed in the draft. So I think a lot of it comes down to that, and honestly, it's too early to predict. We've seen, WE beat Flash Wolves, who's supposed to be one of the top teams, then lose to TSM, who lost to GIGABYTE Marines, who's supposed to be the worst team in the tournament. So it's like everyone is everywhere besides SKT, who's still clearly the best.
And makes Azael go beside himself. Yeah. Well, at the end of the first day of competition here in Rio, just one team is riding high, undefeated. Spoiler alert, it's SK Telecom T1, as Azael just mentioned. TSM, Team WE, GIGABYTE Marines, and G2 Esports have all secured a win. That leaves the LMS's Flash Wolves mired at 0-2. Very unexpected here. Again, pretty much across the board. Now, the MSI group stage continues tomorrow here at the Jeunesse Arena with 6 more games. Tomorrow, the day starts with North American representative TSM facing off against the reigning world champions in SK Telecom. Then the GIGABYTE Marines will get a shot at the Flash Wolves before Europe's G2 Esports go head-to-head with the LPL's Team WE. 6 big games tomorrow. What's the big one that you're looking at, Pop Smithy?
I'm actually just looking more generally because I feel like we're no closer to knowing who the top 4 regions are because there's so much parity and because you have to kind of also expect the Flash Wolves to come back strongly. Sure, it might still be SKT the champions, but everything else is really up in the air, and maybe that will finally start to settle tomorrow.
The scary thing for me, though, is that as the Flash Wolves are kind of getting pulled closer to that middle of the pack that we kind of set up in our power rankings, that just opens up the gap further and further between SKT and, second best. This feels like this podium is like so disproportionate right now.
And maybe that's true, but again, remember that the regions are playing for that first seed status, for the top 4 being such a big win, and we already mentioned GPL getting that big bump by the fact that we're going to see a guaranteed spot into the group stages for that region. It is also this other meta game that's being played. So there's more to it than just SKT maybe being a step ahead.
Right. Step 1, get top 4, secure that pool 1 seed. Step 2, win the tournament. Now, within that kind of format or this idea in terms of tiers of success within the tournament, do you feel that teams should be relying more on what they were successful with domestically, or are they going to have to evolve to the meta trends as they develop here? I mean, we saw lots of different play styles both be successful and unsuccessful today. I can't say that we've maybe specifically landed on a best way to play in this tournament just yet.
I mean, I think you have to always be able to evolve, but you have to find what fits your play style from the regional, from the regional games within the new meta, right? There's lots of new champions that you can play. There's lots of styles you can play. You have to find what works for you, and I think stick to that.
And it'll be a tournament meta. There's always a tournament. It's one of my favorite things is sure, leagues have those iterations, the longer patch times. A tournament meta always delivers. It always evolves, and we still don't really have that many trends over the first day. So just like the standings are all over the place, the meta is all over the place as well. And we haven't even seen the best teams with the strongest bot lanes play Protect the Kog'Maw, Protect the Twitch, which we may see as a dominant strategy moving forward, and especially in the best-of-5 phase.
And while I agree with Papa Smithy, just to play devil's advocate a little bit, we've also seen at these tournaments that there are those few teams that are just so good at that one individual style. You think back to like the Starhorn Royal clubs, where they can get away with having these deficits elsewhere just because they're really good at that one thing. So maybe it's the GIGABYTE Marines this time around.
All right, still a lot left to be decided. This is all going to start tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time. That's 8 p.m. Central European Summer Time and 11 a.m. Pacific. Until then, it's time to dim the lights on opening day of the 2017 Mid-Season Invitational Group Stage. Thank you all for tuning in, and good night. Take a closer look at the competition in just a little bit, but it's time now to meet our contenders here at the 2017 League of Legends Mid-Season Invitational. Fitting into Faker!
Oh my god, have they got him? First blood onto Faker! Now SKT there, going forward once again, just blowing Perks up.
Oh my god.
He is indeed looking for Miffy. He's going to find him. The Dark Spheres and Force of Will.
Wow. Oh.
And SK Telecom stopped their campaign for MSI 2017.
Really good at just staying in that lane. Oh,
man! And Karsa connects onto Ben.
Nice. Is near the Baron trying to make it, maybe make a steal.
What?
Oh, he gets started.
957 manages to survive. He gets away. WE 957. They open up MSI 2017 with a bear trap on a rope and one hell of a bang. Where's the Chomp? Gonna go a little bit wide. No, Turtle! Caught Turtle! He survives a few seconds longer. But look at the Nexus! Look at the Nexus! The Marines take down TSM!
Buy some time on the top side of the fight. That's gonna be Sword Art knocked down. That's a 1-for-0. Make that a 2 as Buddy falls as well. Zen jumping forward to make sure that can happen.
Nice!
Nice! And G2 get the comeback upset win over Flash Wolves.
Optimus with the confidence.
Flash Wolves should be enough. The Hexdrinker's there though, and there's too much shielding now. Optimus with Ignite doesn't have the damage. They will end the day 1-1, but SKT take care of business. The perfectly synced flare is there. 2-0 SKT. Time. Okami could try. The son of Baron wants it, but there's no repel. He can't possibly. Oh my God! So it's going to be picked up. It's actually Hanzo gets the last hit. That's going to seal the game, and TSM actually get the win. They get the comeback. They improved to 1-1.